Chapter 14. The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Rothschild's Zionism, Utopia. And the Balfour Declaration 9/11, the Rothschild Zionist Connection 1776, Adam Weishaupt officially completes his organization of the Illuminati. Chabad Lubavitch, the Jewish cult behind Illuminati and NWO tentacles from the same Jewish Hydra monster. Why so much Jewish backdrop? I thought this book was about scientism? Isn't this anti-Semitic? A secret or occult doctrine. Illuminati bankers seek revolution by economic means. The Hegelian dialectic reboot of Hitler, Trump, Israel first, America second. Trump is a Hitler reboot, as the Trojan horse for the Zionist Ashkenazi Jewish banking. America exists to serve Israel. Israel manipulates America to exterminate all of its enemies in the Middle East. You were brainwashed to hate the Islamic world. Divide and conquer. Trump owes Rothschild's Zionist crime syndicate a favor. Presidents are selected, not elected again. Reminder: no anti-Semitism allowed in this book. Period. When Henry Macow or any other article author in this book writes about Jews, we are referring to the Khazarian, Ashkenazi Jew who emanated from the Caucasus Mountain region of Georgia, Russia, many centuries ago. They never had a homeland, as so have zero claims to Ashkenazi Jew. Rothschilds created Israel. They are, as John the Apostle said, Jews who say they are Jews and are not. I know thy works, and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Revelation 2:9 King James Version, KJV. We do not ever mean to infer that good Sephardic, authentic Jews, who practice their religion in peace and reverence to God, as they see it, are affiliated with the Illuminati or the like. Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jews, of course. For expediency's sake, more on this later. That said, the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion are something I do not want to go into too much detail about. This book is really not a Jewish conspiracy book, although I give considerable time to Ashkenazi Jewish Talmudic, Sabbatean, and Jesuits forces. The only reason I have done so is because these forces play such a major role in the conceptualization, construction, and current operations behind the rising transhumanistic New World Order being constructed right beneath our noses, as I write this. Otherwise, I would circumvent all this and stay the steady and fearless course across the transhumanistic AI ocean of discontent. But alas, I feel obligated to provide these significant puzzle pieces in order to create a more historically accurate mosaic from which to purview this mess of we got ourselves into by thinking Snapchat would end our social networking problems. Hope you're grinning. This is grim stuff. You gotta keep your sense of humor in it or they win. Once again, allow Henry Macow Ph.D. to provide some background on the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. The Protocols of Zion are required reading for anyone who wishes to understand the world in which we live. They exhibit a pathological hatred for all non-Jews and a desire to undermine and exploit them. We see this deep hatred and contempt for Christians in the Jewish Talmud, where, for instance, about Christ it is written, the Protocols were part of an initiation for 33-degree Masonic Jews. Most Jews are unaware of this agenda and therefore are easily manipulated. Anti-Semitism is indispensable to us in the management of our lesser brethren. Many people think the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is anti-Semitic hate literature and a fraud. Nobel Prize winner Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote that the book exhibits the mind of genius. Pretty good for a hoax, wouldn't you say? Solzhenitsyn said it exhibits great strength of thought and insight. Its design, increasing freedom and liberalism, which is terminated in social cataclysm, is well above the abilities of an ordinary mind. It is more complicated than a nuclear bomb. I believe the protocols are genuine. They are lectures addressed to Jewish Freemasons, probably at the Mizraim Lodge in Paris, detailing an incredible plan to overthrow Western civilization, subjugate mankind, and concentrate all the wealth of the world in our hands. They were given as a regular series of workshops to these Masons in Paris. The author describes them as an exposition of our program and often begins by saying, "Today we will discuss." Those who think the protocols were delivered at the First Zionist Congress in Basel in 1897 are sadly mistaken. This is not information that the average Jew was privy to. There were over 200 delegates at that conference along with 26 members of the press. By Henry Macau Ph.D., from Illuminati, the cult that hijacked the world, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion explained are the protocols of forgery? The document known now as the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion is one of the most important documents ever to come to light in the world. It can be described as the blueprint for the domination of the world by a secret brotherhood. In fact, the title of the second publication in 1922 was World Conquest Through World Government. It is graphic in its contempt for those who will be its victims, in its profound understanding of the human condition and mind, and it is equally graphic in detailing the methodology it will use against, and with the complicity of, the world's population, in such a way as to go unrecognized by the vast majority of the participants. Protocols of Zion. The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion is a document which should be read by all. No other single document provides us with such a clear understanding of why the world is gradually moving towards a one-world government, controlled by an irreproachable hidden hand. In the Protocols, we are given clear insights as to why so many incomprehensible political decisions are made in both local, national, and international politics, which seem to continually work against the favor of the masses, and in favor of the vested interests of the banking/industrial cartel the global power elite. The average person normally reacts with outrage and horror today at the very suggestion that there may be a conspiracy as grand as the protocols. But the average person has absolutely no information on which to base his or her opinion. The reaction to exposure to this ancient conspiracy is merely a pre-programmed Pavlovian reaction, created and instilled by the very perpetrators of the same ancient conspiracy. And today, very few will dare speak above a whisper of that all-encompassing oppression of mankind. It is extremely rare today to find information about the ancient conspiracy, due to the mass censorship of the printed word, and the unwillingness of the general population to consider as a possibility something which they have been brought up since birth to see as outrageous and ridiculous. Each generation is born into a world of greater and greater censorship and illusion. As you read further, please try to keep an open mind, and realize that your initial reaction has been conditioned over years of newspaper and television exposure. What you're about to read will shock you. History of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. In the interests of keeping this explanation brief, I have provided highlights only in the checkered and colorful history of the protocols. For a more detailed discussion, please refer to the book Waters Flowing Eastward by M.R.S. L. Fry. In 1880, the daughter of a Russian general, Destine Glinka, was in Paris obtaining secret political information to be communicated back to Russia. She employed a Jewish assistant, Joseph Shorst, a member of the Mizraim Lodge in Paris. Shorst offered to obtain for her a document of great importance to Russia, on payment of 2,500 francs. She forwarded the French original, accompanied by a Russian translation, to the Tsar in St. Petersburg, but it was suppressed by those under obligation to wealthy Jews. The Tsar never received it, and Glinka was eventually banished to her estate in Orel.
Glinka gave a copy to Alexis Sukitin, who showed the document to two friends, Stepanov and Professor Sergius A.
Nilus. The former had it printed and circulated privately in 1897, the second, Nilus, published it for the first time in Russia in 1901, in a book entitled The Great Within the Small. At about the same time, a friend of Nilus, G. Butme, brought a copy to England, where it was apparently deposited in the British Museum on August 10, 1906. Ed. The British Museum deny ever having received a copy of the protocols. Meantime, through Jewish members of the Russian police, minutes of the proceedings of the Ball Congress in 1897 had been obtained, and these were found to correspond with the protocols.
In January 1917, Nilus prepared a second edition, revised and documented, for publication.
But before it could be put on the market, the Revolution of March 1917 had taken place, and Kerensky, who had succeeded to power, ordered the whole edition of Nilus' book to be destroyed.
In 1924, Prof.
Nilus was arrested by the Cheka in Kiev, imprisoned, and tortured. He was told by the Jewish president of the court that this treatment was meted out to him for having done them incalculable harm in publishing the protocols.
Released for a few months, he was again led before the GPU, Cheka, this time in Moscow, and confined.
Set at liberty in February 1926, he died in exile in the district of Vladimir on January 13, 1929. A few copies of Nilus's second edition were saved and sent to other countries where they were published: in Germany, by Gottfried Zumbeek, 1919, in England, by the Britons, 1920, in France by Manager Juin in La Revue Internationale des Sociétés Secrètes, and by Urbain Gohier in La Vie France, in the United States, by Small, Maynard and Company.
Boston 1920, and by the Beckwith Company. New York 1921.
Later, editions appeared in Italian, Russian, Arabic, and even in Japanese. The protocols gained widespread recognition upon their translation into English in 1920. They soon became notorious. Esteemed newspapers such as The Times and The Morning Post, whose Moscow correspondent Victor E.
Marsden was responsible in 1921 for the translation used in this document, covered the story in numerous articles, much to the chagrin of world Jewry, who immediately began the propaganda bandwagon rolling.
They not only denied that the protocols were a Jewish plot, but also that there was any plot whatsoever. The latter was quite clearly false to all educated men and women of the time. Probably so much money and energy were never before in history expended on the effort to suppress a single document. The period of 1920 marks the end of the time when the Jewish question could be impartially openly discussed in public.
Douglas Reed The Controversy of Zion. The Protocols of Zion, fraud or genuine?
There have been many attempts to discount the protocols as a fraud, and the fact remains that there is no documentary proof that the protocols of the Elders of Zion are what they say they are. Allegations of forgery and fraud have dogged their public history. However, despite many opinions to the contrary, the documents have never been categorically proved to be fraudulent. Besides, why would an anonymous document be forged? And see the Protocols, a neocon manifesto. With thanks to an anonymous emailer, identified only as an American. The fact also remains that since the apparent publication, world events have unfolded exactly according to their description. Surely this should be proof enough that a plan such as the Protocols exists. M. Henry Ford, in an interview published in the New York World, February 17, 1921, put the case for the Protocols tersely and convincingly thus: the only statement I care to make about the protocols is that they fit in with what is going on. They are 16 years old, and they have fitted the world situation up to this time. They fit it now. We are gradually being mobilized into a new world order. The one world government is being facilitated by the gradual movement of nation-states into larger power blocks such as the European Union and NAFTA, etc. The United Nations has come into power as a global police force under the excuse of being a protector and benefactor of the world. Exactly as outlined in the protocols. The Jews have symbolically returned to Palestine, as the State of Israel now exists, as the official universal homeland of all Jews, despite the vast majority of Jews having no racial connection with Israel whatsoever. It is my belief that rather than being the plan of Jewish leaders to control the world as many believe, this document is really the grand plan to create the one world government, economy, and satanic religion, known as the New World Order. The reason it was written as a thin veneer of a Jewish conspiracy to conquer the world for their Messiah was so that the document would be thoroughly discredited and forgotten. Once the vast numbers of the peoples of the world had discredited the protocols, the grand plan could be used quite freely as a blueprint on how to achieve global government, religion, and economy. The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion is the most blatantly satanic document in world history. It systematically lists all the steps that are necessary to establish the New World Order and its ultimate leader. It is obvious that these plans for the establishment of the New World Order are so brilliantly conceived and written, they could only be the work of supernatural guiding spirits through automatic writing. The protocols are organized as follows: Blueprint for World Domination, the advent of a Masonic kingdom, a king of the blood of Shaun. Of the dynastic roots of David, the king of the Jews will be the real pope, the world ruler will be the patriarch of an international church. Hogan, Jean-Baptiste, as quoted by Holy Blood, Holy Grail, p. 193. Let us now examine some pertinent quotes, so you may become familiar with the type of plans the protocols set forth, thus allowing you to more accurately understand why we believe so strongly that the planned Third World War is almost upon us. Remember, the protocols are at least 100 years old. Using terrorism to keep governments in check. In a word, to sum up our system of keeping the governments in check, we shall show our strength to one of them by terrorist attempts, and to all, if we allow the possibility of a general rising against us, we shall respond with the guns of America. Or China. Protocol number 7 - Worldwide Wars, paragraph 6. Is it any wonder that President Bush is now leading America in a global effort against terrorism? Is it any wonder that Bush is threatening to end the states who sponsor and/or encourage terrorism? A New Age author, Bill Cooper, stated the final plan to achieve global government another way. He said, the secret societies were planning as far back as 1917 to invent an artificial threat, in order to bring humanity together in a one-world government which they call the New World Order. Behold a pale horse. Global terrorism is obviously the artificial threat created to achieve the New World Order. Expect to see more and more warnings in terrorist activities in America. More words from the Protocols on Terror. The Gentiles are a flock of sheep, and we are their wolves. And you know what happens when the wolves get hold of the flock? There is another reason also why they will close their eyes, for we shall keep promising them to give back all the liberties we have taken away as soon as we have quelled the enemies of peace and tamed all parties. It is not worthwhile to say anything about how long a time they will be kept waiting for this return of their liberties. Protocol number 11 - the totalitarian state. Make no mistake about where this war on terrorism is leading us: straight into totalitarianism. More terror. While the peoples of the world are still stunned by the accomplished fact of the revolution, still in a condition of terror and uncertainty, they should recognize once for all that we are so strong, so inexpugnable, so superabundantly filled with power, that in no case shall we take any account of them, and so, far from paying any attention to their opinions or wishes, we are ready and able to crush with irresistible power all expression or manifestation thereof at every moment and in every place. That we have seized at once everything we wanted. Then in fear and trembling, they will close their eyes to everything, and be content to await what will be the end of it all. Protocol number 11 – The Totalitarian State, when Americans stared in sheer terror at the crumbling of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center and the Pentagon on September 11. They began to close their eyes to everything except what our government and the mass media wanted them to believe. Even now, in fear and trembling, they will close their eyes to everything, and be content to await what will be the end of it all. Just as the guiding spirits of the protocols envisioned, Americans are closing their collective eyes, gladly trading liberties for promised peace and safety. Ben Franklin's words to this effect seem to ring today with unusual clarity: those who would give up liberties in order to achieve safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Still more words from the protocols on terror: we must create ferments, discords, and hostility. By our intrigues, we shall tangle up all the threads which we have stretched into the cabinets of all states by means of the political, by economic treaties, or loan obligations. In order to succeed in this, we must use great cunning and penetration during negotiations and agreements, but, as regards what is called the official language, we shall keep to the opposite tactics and assume the mask of honesty and complacency. In this way, the peoples and governments of the Gentiles, whom we have taught to look only at the outside whatever we present to their notice, will still continue to accept us as the benefactors and saviors of the human race. Further, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion tells us that the citizen will not be able to trust in anything the leaders are telling them. Listen, the principal factor of success in the political is the secrecy of its undertakings. The word should not agree with the deeds of the diplomat. We should not be too surprised when the actions of our government cannot be understood. Their reasoning is intentionally kept secret from us. Turning humanity upside down with their beautiful and powerful rhetoric. When we come into our kingdom, our orators will expound great problems which have turned humanity upside down in order to bring it, in the end, under our beneficent rule. Who will ever suspect, then, that all these peoples were stage-managed by us according to a political plan which no one has so much as guessed at in the course of many centuries? End of Protocol number 13. President Clinton, aided by Vice President Al Gore, spent the entire 8 years of his presidency expounding such great problems that have turned humanity upside down. Clinton-Gore propounded environmental issues such as global warming, loss of habitat, species extinction, and many other environmental concerns. However, Bush-Ashcroft seized upon their role in the final push for world government-global terrorism. This mantra is continued under President Bush, who asserts every day that global terrorism has turned humanity upside down. The majority of Americans have no idea they have been stage-managed according to a political plan which has been ongoing now for over 2 centuries. The American public educational system has done its dirty job of graduating citizens who cannot read or write enough to pay attention to what is going on. Today's citizens are also not schooled in critical thinking skills, and they do not know enough history to realize the trap into which Bush-Ashcroft are leading us. On paper, President Bush has all the dictatorial powers Stalin ever possessed. He simply has not chosen to activate these powers just yet. When people begin getting knocks on their doors at midnight, with arrest orders signed by Homeland Security, they will too late know they have signed their own death warrant. At that time, America's freedoms and constitutional guarantees will be abolished, and all by a Christian, compassionate, conservative Republican administration who waxed hot and heavy rhetorically by saying that our war on terrorism cannot be waged at the expense of our liberties.
How ironic! Consider this excerpt about the powerful rhetoric that is supposed to accompany this rush toward dictatorship, in the guise of fighting terror. Moreover, the art of directing masses and individuals by means of cleverly manipulated theory and verbiage, by regulations of life in common and all sorts of other quirks, in which the common people understand nothing, belongs likewise to the specialists of our administrative brain. Protocol number 4, the power of a cooperative press - the mass media. We must compel the governments of the Goyim to take action in the direction favored by our widely conceived plan, by what we shall represent as public opinion, secretly prompted by us through the means of that so-called great power - the press, which, with a few exceptions, is already entirely in our hands. Protocol number 7. Every American needs to understand that the entire national press is controlled, and is simply giving you the news you are supposed to have. Very soon, all alternative sources of news, including this website, will be shut down. That time draws ever closer. In order to put public opinion into our hands, we must bring it into a state of bewilderment by giving expression from all sides to so many contradictory opinions, and for such length of time as will suffice to make the average person lose their heads in the labyrinth and come to see that the best thing is to have no opinion of any kind in matters political. Protocol number 5. Now, you know why the Sunday morning TV programming is full of talking heads that so fill the airwaves with opinions on everything, so that the average person is completely bewildered as to what is the truth. This type of TV programming was foreseen over 100 years ago in the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. When you combine the power of rhetoric, above, with the discussion of the mass media role, you can understand better the part of the plan coming up next. The principal object of our directorate consists in this: to debilitate the public mind by criticism, to lead it away from serious reflections calculated to arouse resistance, to distract the forces of the mind towards a sham fight of empty eloquence. In all ages, the peoples of the world, equally with individuals, have accepted words for deeds, for they are content with a show and rarely pause to note, in the public arena, whether promises are followed by performance. Therefore, we shall establish show institutions. Protocols number 5 reiterated in Protocol number 10. This single paragraph tells us all we need to know about politicians of both parties, as they gradually guide us into the new world order. They deliberately intend to debilitate our minds, and to distract us through sham speeches of empty eloquence. We certainly have seen and heard enough of this type of speaking to last us a lifetime. You can just put the name of any number of politicians on both sides of the aisle that fit this description. Talk, talk, and talk some more, is the motto of the consummate politician. Today, the talk is all about patriotism, blind patriotism. Just as we did with Clinton, so are we doing with Bush today. We are accepting words for deeds and rarely pause to note in the public arena whether promises are followed by performance. The American people are sheep ready to shear. The press was further supposed to fulfill a very basic need in this plan, the need for continual conflict in order to bring about the plan change. Listen to this portion of the protocols. In the hands of the states today there is a great force that creates the movement of thought in the people, and that is the press. The part played by the press is to keep pointing out requirements supposed to be indispensable, and to create discontent. Protocol number 2. The press is supposed to keep us in turmoil, because the authors of the protocol firmly believe that conflict brings about change, and planned conflict brings about planned change, Hegelian doctrine, first espoused in 1823, by a Freemason giving Professor Hegel the concept. Since we are moving, by plan, toward the calculated change of government a global, dictatorial government historically unprecedented in power and repression, then we need a lot of planned conflict fed us daily. Wars, rumors of wars, class conflict, and many more tidbits of bad news floods our consciousness daily. This is the plan. Establishing a dictatorship of magnificent proportions, these laws will withdraw one by one all the indulgences and liberties which have been permitted, and our kingdom will be distinguished by a despotism of such magnificent proportions as to be at any moment and in every place in a position to wipe out any who oppose us by deed or word. Protocol number 5 - Despotism and Modern Progress. What kind of laws is this portion of the protocols foreseeing that will withdraw one by one all the indulgences and liberties which have been permitted? The USA Patriot Act and its attendant pieces of attached legislation will prove to be the final undoing of our liberties and constitutional guarantees. Mark my word. Did you catch the kind of dictatorship, despotism, that is planned for every nation? A despotism of such magnificent proportions as to be at any moment and in every place in a position to wipe out any who oppose us by deed or word. Soon, the Bush administration will be moving against their enemies in the guise of fighting domestic terrorism and will be attempting to wipe them out. On paper, President Bush has demanded and already received dictatorial powers. We started hearing of tortures at the hands of the FBI more than 2 years ago. FBI considers torture as suspect. Stay silent. The Times, UK, October 22, 2001, of detentions without charges, without lawyers, and without the specific names of people detained. Everybody's got their own terrorist, by Al Martin. Even the CIA is getting into the act of spying on Americans domestically. The Christian Science Monitor, December 17, 2001, CIA expands its watchful eye to U.S. The FBI and CIA appear to be joining forces and combining resources to form an American equivalent to the Russian KGB, a most fearsome force against the Russian people for over 70 years of communist repression. Since this gradual tightening will parallel Hitler's model, here's an apt quote from a German dissident who was one of the last to be arrested. He said, "When they came for the Jews, I did not speak up, because I was not Jewish. When they came for the Catholics, I did not speak up because I was not Catholic. And, when they came for me, there was no one left to speak up. Why does it say in the Jewish Talmud even the best of the Gentiles should be killed? Avodah Zarah 26b? And because Ashkenazi Jews have deemed themselves superior to Gentiles/non-Jews is why, Zionist, Israel can so easily bomb, murder, and torment the Palestinians for their land without blinking in conscience. And may even gloat over it, thinking to themselves, stupid Goyim slaves cannot stop us, for we have them thoroughly brainwashed and controlled. Yet they demand sympathy for themselves over the Holocaust without ever mentioning that Jews deliberately waged war on Germany first, which effectively brought on the Holocaust, which BTW is not what they've told us, but rather an event the Jews fabricated for their agenda's purposes, and to be used as a shield of victimhood from Gentiles discovering Jews' crimes against humanity. Because while the Jews cry crocodile tears over the misrepresentation of what the Holocaust actually was, people will fail to question why the Bolshevik Jews coldly killed like 60 million Christians/Russians, and sent them to Gulag hard labor camps. And why the protocols of Zion state the Jews in power are even willing to kill some of their own if it so suits to agenda of world domination, amongst plenty of other curiosities. Rothschild's Zionism, Jutopia, and the Balfour Declaration. The ultimate aim of the protocols of the learned elders of Zionism was to secure the Palestinian homeland and change history to create the idea that it was the Jewish homeland, which of course is absurd since the biblical history, which is amazingly accurate more than not, clearly state that the Israelites were a nomadic people without a homeland, and eventually have that new land called Israel as the pave for its new world order, which their Jewish Antichrist as the king of the world, you know, that chosen people stuff. But recall, these Jews are not really Jews. They had infiltrated Judaism long ago. They were, and still are, Khazarian, Ashkenazi. Additional background on this: the Rothschilds wanted Palestine for the following reason. They had great business interests in the Far East and desired their own state in that area along with their own military, which they could use as an aggressor to any state that threatened those interests. The British subsequently agreed to the deal for Palestine, and the Zionists in London contact their counterparts in America and inform them of this fact. Suddenly all the major newspapers in America that up to that point had been pro-German turned on Germany, running propaganda pieces such as, "German soldiers were killing Red Cross nurses," "German soldiers were cutting off babies' hands," etc., in order to manipulate the American public against the Germans. This same year, President Woodrow Wilson ran a re-election campaign under the slogan, "Re-elect the man who will keep your sons out of the war." On December 12, Germany and her allies offer peace terms to end the war. 1917, as a result of Germany's offer of peace, the Rothschild war machine goes into overdrive in America, spreading propaganda which leads to President Wilson, under the instructions of American Zionist leader and Supreme Court Justice Louis Dembitz Brandeis, reneging on his promise to the electorate and taking America into the First World War on April 6. As per the Rothschild Zionist promise to the British to take America into the war, they decide they want something in writing from the British to prove that they will uphold their side of the bargain. The British Foreign Secretary, Arthur James Balfour, therefore, drafts a letter which is commonly known as the Balfour Declaration, which is reprinted below. Foreign Office, November 2, 1917. The Balfour Declaration. Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to, and approved by, the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours sincerely, Arthur James Balfour. The Rothschilds order the execution by the Bolsheviks they control of Tsar Nicholas II and his entire family in Russia, even though the Tsar had already abdicated on March 2. This is both to get control of the country and an act of revenge for Tsar Alexander I blocking their world government plan in 1815 at the Congress of Vienna, and Tsar Alexander II siding with President Abraham Lincoln in 1864. It is extremely important for them to slaughter the entire family including women and children in order to make good on the promise to do so made by Nathan Mayer Rothschild in 1815. It is designed to show the world what happens if you ever attempt to cross the Rothschilds. U.S. Congressman Oscar Callaway informs Congress that J.P. Morgan is a Rothschild front and has taken control of the American media industry. He states in March 1915, the J.P. Morgan interests, the steel, shipbuilding, and powder interest, and their subsidiary organizations, got together 12 men high up in the newspaper world and employed them to select the most influential newspapers in the United States and sufficient number of them to control generally the policy of the daily press. They found it was only necessary to purchase the control of 25 of the greatest papers. An agreement was reached. The policy of the papers was bought,
to be paid for by the month. An editor was furnished for each paper to properly supervise and edit information regarding the questions of preparedness, militarism, financial policies, and other things of national and international nature considered vital to the interests of the purchasers. 1919, in January, Ashkenazi Jews, Karl Liebknecht, and Rosa Luxemburg are killed as they attempt to lead another Rothschild-funded communist coup, this time in Berlin, Germany. The Versailles Peace Conference is held to decide reparations that the Germans need to pay to the victors following the end of the First World War. A delegation of 117 Zionists, headed up by Ashkenazi Jew, Bernard Baruch, bring up the subject of the promise of Palestine for them. At this point, the Germans realized why America had turned on them and under whose influence, the Rothschilds. The Germans, naturally, felt they had been betrayed by the Zionists. This is because, at the time the Rothschilds made their deal with Britain for Palestine, in exchange for bringing America into the war, Germany was the friendliest country in the world towards the Jews. Indeed, the German Emancipation Edict of 1822 guaranteed Jews in Germany all civil rights enjoyed by Germans. Also, Germany was the only country in Europe which did not place restrictions on Jews, even giving them refuge when they had to flee from Russia after their first attempted communist coup failed there in 1905. Nevertheless, the Rothschilds had held up their side of the bargain to spill the blood of millions of innocents, and as a result, Palestine is confirmed as a Jewish homeland. And whilst its handover to the Rothschilds takes place, it is to remain under the control of Britain as the Rothschilds control Britain. At that time, less than 1% of the population of Palestine was Jewish. Interestingly, the host of the Versailles Peace Conference is its boss, Baron Edmund de Rothschild. 1776, Adam Weishaupt officially completes his organization of the Illuminati, on May 1st of this year. The purpose of the Illuminati is to divide the Goyim, all non-Jews, through political, economic, social, and religious means. The opposing sides were to be armed and incidents were to be provided in order for them to fight amongst themselves, destroy national governments, destroy religious institutions, and eventually destroy each other. Weishaupt soon infiltrates the Continental Order of Freemasons with this Illuminati doctrine and establishes lodges of the Grand Orient to be their secret headquarters. This was all under the orders and finance of Mayer Amschel Rothschild, and the concept has spread and is followed within Masonic lodges worldwide to the present day. Weishaupt also recruits 2,000 paid followers, including the most intelligent men in the field of arts and letters, education, science, finance, and industry. They were instructed to follow the following methods in order to control people. 1. Use monetary and sex bribery to obtain control of men already in high places, in the various levels of all governments and other fields of endeavor. Once influential persons had fallen for the lies, deceits, and temptations of the Illuminati, they were to be held in bondage by application of political and other forms of blackmail, threats of financial ruin, public exposure, and fiscal harm, even death to themselves and loved members of their families. 2. The faculties of colleges and universities were to cultivate students possessing exceptional mental ability belonging to well-bred families with international leanings and recommend them for special training in internationalism. Or rather, the notion that only a one-world government can put an end to recurring wars and strife. Such training was to be provided by granting scholarships to those selected by the Illuminati. 3. All influential people trapped into coming under the control of the Illuminati, plus the students who had been specially educated and trained, were to be used as agents and placed behind the scenes of all governments as experts and specialists. This was so they would advise the top executives to adopt policies which would in the long run serve the secret plans of the Illuminati one-world conspiracy and bring about the destruction of the governments and religions they were elected or appointed to serve.
4. To obtain absolute control of the press, at that time the only mass communications media which distributed information to the public, so that all news and information could be slanted in order to make the masses believe that a one-world government is the only solution to our many and varied problems. Chabad Lubavitch, the Jewish cult behind the Illuminati, and the NWO. Again reminder: no anti-Semitism allowed in this book. Period. When Henry Macow or any other article author in this book writes about Jews, we are referring to the Khazarian, Ashkenazi Jew who emanated from the Caucasus Mountain region of Georgia, Russia, many centuries ago. They never had a homeland, as so have zero claims to Ashkenazi Jew. Rothschilds created Israel. They are, as John the Apostle said, Jews who say they are Jews and are not. I know thy works, and tribulation, and poverty, but thou art rich, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews, and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Revelation 2:9 King James Version, KJV. We do not ever mean to infer that good Sephardic, authentic Jews, who practice their religion in peace and reverence to God, as they see it, are affiliated with the Illuminati, or the like. Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jews, of course. Humanity faces another catastrophic world war due to the hatred Kabbalist Jews, and their Masonic minions, feel for mankind. These Kabbalist Jews are organized in a sect called Chabad, which controls Donald Trump through his membership in Freemasonry, and his son-in-law Jared Kushner. According to exclusive information from a former member, Chabad believes Jews are God. Gentiles are insects whose only purpose is to serve Jews or die. Gentiles are animals without souls in their eyes. The Jewish soul is God incarnate. Every Jew is a God in flesh. The entire universe, including the trillions of galaxies, stars, and planets, was created solely for the Jews, and by the Jewish God YHVH. One fingernail of a Jew is worth more than the entire non-Jewish world populations, that includes Europeans, Muslims, Asians, and Africans. According to Chabad, this is behind the NWO agenda. Even David Ben-Gurion's vision of Jews being at the center of the NWO Illuminati dream were the promises of the Bible for the Jews to control all the people of the earth in accordance with the Jewish prophets of the Bible. Guess who funded and built the Supreme Court with the Illuminati pyramid of the all-seeing eye? The Rothschilds, of course. The Jewish racist agenda is blatantly in your face. It is simply 2 + 2 is equal to 4. Combine that with Kabbalah and Satanism as a means to weaken their host nations, so they can more easily control these nations by degrading them. This is how they maintain their money monopoly, by breaking down race, nation, family, heterosexuality, and belief in a higher spiritual purpose to life, i.e. God, not religion. Hence we become more materialistic and less spiritual. Look at modern art, for example, and are then more easily controlled and enslaved by them, as people with no meaning in life don't fight back. This is the Eye of Sauron, the all-seeing eye. One ring to rule them all. The sect is deliberately fomenting a third world war to fulfill Jewish prophecy. We also have a report that Trump will earn the title of Messiah or Antichrist for plunging the world into chaos. Chris Bjerknes agrees. Redemption requires the King of the Jews, the Rothschilds, to rule the world after a nuclear holocaust. Jared Kushner attended Chabad House at Harvard. Israel wasn't a political discussion for him, it was his family, his life, his people, said Hershey Zarki, rabbi at the Chabad House at Harvard. Between 2003 and 2013, his family foundation donated a total of $342,500 to various institutions and projects associated with the movement.
Especially endowed was the Chabad Center at Harvard University, which received $150,000 in 2007, the foundation's single biggest donation to a Lubavitch-affiliated enterprise, and then another $3,600 in 2013. In addition, the Donald J. Trump Foundation has donated $11,550 to 3 Chabad institutions. In 2006, Kushner's father Charles was sentenced to 24 months in prison for making illegal campaign donations and witness tampering. Chabad Lubavitch is a nasty Jewish supremacist cult that serves the Illuminati. Despite only having 200,000 followers, it has intimate ties to nearly every powerful government leader on earth. Chabad's power derives from 2 services they provide the Illuminati. 1. They work with Israeli Chabad's power derives from 2 services they provide the Illuminati. 1. They work with Israeli intelligence in criminal and intelligence operations. 2. They promote a supremacist ideology that encourages Zionists to do dirty deeds. Chabad is a heretical cult founded in 18th century Russia. Chabad is a branch of Hasidic Judaism, a form of Orthodox Judaism that promotes Jewish mysticism as the path to enlightenment. Chabad Lubavitchers study the Kabbalah, the satanic creed that erases moral absolutes and believes God is subjective. Chabad came to prominence under the guidance of the great Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson. His policies led Chabad through a period of great expansion, establishing institutions in 900 cities around the world. The great Rebbe gave regular talks on the coming of the Messiah. Over time, Lubavitchers began to realize that he meant himself. The belief that Schneerson was the Messiah was first openly professed by Rabbi Shalom Dole Wolpe in a 1984 book and quickly gained acceptance. Absurdly, even though he died in 1994, the great Rebbe is still the official leader of Chabad, like great leader Kim Il-sung is the leader of North Korea. In Chabad schoolhouses, children chant and salute the invisible Rebbe. Racial supremacists Chabad believes Jews are God's chosen people and everyone else is trash. In the book Gatherings and Conversations, the great Rebbe tells his followers that Jewish people are an extension of God and Gentiles are destined to serve the Jews. 2 contrary types of soul exist. A non-Jewish soul comes from 3 satanic spheres, while the Jewish soul stems from holiness. A Jew was not created as a means for some other purpose, he himself is the purpose. Since the substance of all divine emanations was created only to serve the Jews. Rabbi Ginsburg, a leading Chabad rabbi, has argued that because Gentiles are genetically inferior to Jews, a Jew should be able to take Gentiles' organs if he needs one. He was recorded saying, as for the Goyim, Zalman's attitude was Gentile souls are of a completely different and inferior order. They are totally evil with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. If every single cell in a Jewish body entails divinity, is a part of God, then every strand of DNA is a part of God. Therefore, something is special about Jewish DNA. If a Jew needs a liver, can you take the liver of an innocent non-Jew passing by to save him? The Torah would probably permit that. Jewish life has an infinite value. The Jewish Daily Forward reported a talk given by Chabad Rabbi Mani Friedman. Asked how he thinks Jews should treat their Arab neighbors, Friedman responded, "The only way to fight a moral war is the Jewish way: destroy their holy sites. Kill men, women, and children, and cattle." Zionist apologists Chabad's extremism makes them perfect apologists for Israeli crimes. A perfect example is Alan Dershowitz, a Chabad member. Dershowitz is the premier Zionist apologist rolled out in front of the mainstream news cameras across the world to explain that Israelis are the victims of every massacre they carry out. An unhinged and creepy individual. During a recent speech he gave at Oxford University, he took off his glasses and told the students that he has Zionist eyes, as do all reasonable people. Dershowitz is one of many Jewish extremists in sheep's clothing who lead mainstream political discourse in the West. As further evidence that WikiLeaks is an intelligence operation, Dershowitz recently joined Julian Assange's legal team. Influence. One of the policies of the Chabad is to send rabbis across the world to set up Chabad houses. This movement, known as Shilchus, has given Chabad a global support network. The Canadian government recently gave the cult $800,000 for the building of a Chabad center in Montreal. Relations with Russia are less warm. The Russians recently refused to hand over two major collections of Chabad texts seized by early Soviet governments. Where is Chabad's influence the greatest? You guessed it, the U.S. Rabbi Shem Tov is Chabad's Washington representative, and his enormous influence was illustrated when he lobbied successfully for the Great Rebbe to be posthumously awarded the Congressional Gold Medal in 1995, the only religious leader ever to be given the award. Rabbi Shem Tov is an all-pervasive presence in D.C. Sue Fishkoff, author of The Rebbe's Army, Inside the World of Chabad Lubavitch, writes, "It's not enough that Chabad's man in D.C. knows the name and phone number of just about every congressman, senator and foreign ambassador in the nation's capital. He also knows their legislative assistants, their secretaries, and the people who clean their offices." Shem Tov says that the vast network of shalikim inside the U.S. generates his political power. We have shalikim in 47 states and in, at least, 310 districts. People sometimes view the world of shalikim as 3,000 people, but it's not only 3,000 people, it's 3,000 interconnected networks. So we can place a call from a constituent to almost any member of Congress. Most shalikim have good connections with their senators, congressmen, and governors, who represent the most remote places in the United States. For example, when Sarah Palin, a Republican, burst onto the scene, she had already known about Jewish issues and Chabad specifically from Rabbi Yosef Greenberg in Alaska. Members of the cast of Friends recorded a piece for a Chabad telethon. Bob Dylan appeared on another. Criminal and Terror Enterprises. Chabad is a criminal organization with ties to Mossad. Chabad houses provide safe houses and storefronts for Israeli intelligence and criminal activity. This includes everything from terrorism to money laundering, drug running to prostitution. Wayne Matson writes, in Bangkok, Israeli military pilots and drivers, who stay at the Chabad house there train Thai army commandos, divers, and pilots who are fighting a Muslim secessionist movement along the southern border with Malaysia. Bangkok police have long suspected Chabad house as a center for the Israeli mafia, which runs its ecstasy and ice trade from Bangkok for all of Southeast and East Asia. The Israeli mafia also reportedly runs heroin labs in Myanmar, where an Israeli military officer serves in Myanmar's feared military counterintelligence agency. Retaliation against the Chabad mafia can be seen in the Mumbai terrorist attacks, when Lashkar-e-Taiba militants took hostage of the Mumbai Chabad house and murdered 9 Jews, including Rabbi Gavriel Haltzberg. Wayne Matson has reported that mafia overlord Dawood Ibrahim ordered the attacks partly in response to Israeli mafia attempts to take over his Mumbai drug trade. Wayne Matson report has learned from Asian intelligence sources that the Russian-Israeli gangsters operating out of Chabad house tried to take over Mumbai's drug trade with the help of local Jewish mobsters, so Ibrahim, while settling scores with India, the CIA, and Britain, decided to have his subcontractor let terrorists pay a visit to Chabad house and collect on a debt with high interest. Chabad is allowed to exist as a powerful international force because they serve Israel in two ways, working with them in intelligence and criminal activities, and a source of extremist ideology to fuel Zionist crimes. Related from brother Nathaniel, the Kushner family gave Trump his start in New Jersey, couldn't quite break into New York yet, funded his campaign from the get-go, and came collecting. Putting Sonny Boy as daddy-in-law's right-hand man. Clue: George Soros' secret backer of Kushner startup. First comment from Sid Green: there's a missing link there, which is Sabbatean movement. Whatever Chabad's influence, etc. It is because of their link to Jacob Frank, Frankism, and the religion of Edom expressed in Frank's psychotic demoniac ramblings. To call Rothschild a member of the cult is intellectually hilarious. Does Rothschild go around with a black hat or say Shema Yisrael in the morning? Hell no. Rothschild is a Frankist, not a Hasidic Chabadnik. Chabad is a Sabbatean-influenced branch of Illuminati influence which has access to influencing Hasidic-oriented Jews. But their main thing is based on Frankism and Sabbatianism. Chabad itself is not behind the Illuminati. Frankism is Scholem has written droves of info distinguishing Hasidism from Sabbatianism. It's the small intellectual errors made by certain contributors that get to me because I see it as a complicity in the confusion of the dialectic. Selling multiple brands, the contributor of the same story does nothing to synthesize a correct big picture of what's going on. The Sabbatean movement was Judaism's final descent into pure Satanism. Chabad is quasi-orthodox, quasi-Sabbatean, quasi-this, quasi-that. They are also quasi-college party. People go to their gatherings for free food and free vodka. There's a difference between that and sacrificing babies while sodomizing each other, the Frankist life. One of the main differences is that overt Luciferian scum does not dress up like Hasidic Jews, like really they don't. They just wear pajamas that they wore after passing out of their latest blood fest of rape and degeneracy. Brian Davis, June 9, 2011. Tentacles from the same Jewish Hydra monster. Dr. Arnim Zola from the Jesuit Hollywood film, Captain America, Winter Soldier. Hydra was founded on the belief that humanity could not be trusted with its own freedom. What we did not realize was that if you tried to take that freedom, they resist. The war taught us much. Humanity needed to surrender its freedom willingly. After the war, SCIENTISM was founded, and I was recruited. The new Hydra grew a beautiful parasite inside SCIENTISM. For 70 years, Hydra has been secretly feeding crises, reaping war. And when history did not cooperate, history was changed. Hydra created a world so chaotic that humanity is finally ready to sacrifice its freedom to gain its security. Once the purification process is complete, Hydra's New World Order will arise. http://www.imdb.com/title/tt1843866/quotes. Doesn't that sentiment ring true in today's world? I mean, think. What is common about all the things I am talking about in the book? They all serve one common agenda: to usher in a New World Order. And what is the core strategy of the elite behind this New World Order conspiracy? To create a world so chaotic that humanity is finally ready to sacrifice its freedom to gain its security. This Jesuit-produced movie, Captain America, Winter Soldier, hides the truth in plain sight, and gives the game away. It is the same game found at the core of the Jewish Talmudic-based protocols of the learned elders of Zion. It is a Jewish game, without a doubt. All roads lead to Ashkenazi Jewish and Israel. The Jesuits, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Kabbalists, the Jews, the Zionists, etc., all tentacles of the same Ashkenazi Jewish Hydra monster, under the same banner of Kabbalistic, Theosophical occult, Ashkenazi Jewish, Luciferianism. All of the following may be seen as tentacles of this Jewish Hydra monster, hell-bent on creating a new world order. Jewish mysticism is at the heart of it all, everything. Bolshevism, fascism, communism, internationalism, Judaism, Nazism, Zionism, liberalism, globalism, feminism, Zionism, scientism, multiculturalism, Darwinism, secular materialism, Satanism, Freudian psychology, Wicca, cultural Marxism, usury, international banking, Luciferianism. Kabbalistic occultism, Gnosticism, Freemasonry, the Talmud, Sabbatean Frankism, Hermeticism, and Jesuit Catholicism, are all forces that serve the purpose of edging the world closer and closer to an occult new world order based on Luciferian scientism. Now, the connection between scientism and all of the preceding nefarious activities occur at the nexus point between ancient Kabbalah and fraudulent modern science, which is called scientism. That nexus point is exclusively Ashkenazi Jewish in nature, for Kabbalah is Jewish occult mysticism. Hence, what has occurred is that ancient Kabbalistic occult mysticism has traveled through the ages, traveling within various secret mystery schools, then into secret societies like the Freemasons and the Illuminati, and finally nesting in scientism. Scientism's Copernican heliocentric globe model, the Big Bang model, Darwinism, and outer space alien interdimensional entities are all derived from ancient Jewish Kabbalistic teachings found at the Zohar and Talmud, etc. The Zohar, Hebrew, lit. Splendor or Radiance, is the foundational work in the literature of Jewish mystical thought known as Kabbalah. 1. It is a group of books including commentary on the mystical aspects of the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, and scriptural interpretations, as well as material on mysticism, mythical cosmogony, and mystical psychology. The Zohar contains discussions of the nature of God, the origin and structure of the universe, the nature of souls, redemption, the relationship of ego to darkness and true self to the light of God, and the relationship between the universal energy and man. Its scriptural exegesis can be considered an esoteric form of the rabbinic literature known as Midrash, which elaborates on the Torah. Wikipedia. Why so much Jewish backdrop? I thought this book was about scientism? Isn't this anti-Semitic? Though this book is primarily about scientism and the techno-spiritual, digital surveillance, control, and overthrow of modern society, I am intending to explore a myriad of its Kabbalistic, Ashkenazi Jewish, mystical underpinnings to provide broader context from which to view the evolution of scientism. It did not just emerge from some unconnected Vatican Jesuit priest order with a nasty hankering for world domination. This is not a Pinky and the Brain story. The Ashkenazi crypto-Jewish Jesuits were influenced by the Knights Templar, who in turn, were influenced by the Talmudic Jewish Kabbalistic practices they encountered when they traveled east. And so, as has been stated, scientism flows back to ancient Jewish mystical origins. Thus, I am providing the broader panoramic etiology beneath the current, Jewish Hydra Monster New World Order agenda, so you can put scientism into its proper historical context and perspective. Scientism plays a central religious role in the advancement of the Ashkenazi Jew world order being constructed as I write this. We saw, earlier, how the Jesuits created scientism to set in motion the chain of events that will eventually lead to the false alien deception. Again and again, the Ashkenazi crypto-Jewish Jesuits and scientism are found linked together from every angle. This is why I give so much attention to Jesuit and Ashkenazi Jewish history in this book. Jewish mysticism is at the heart of it all, everything. Zionism and the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, like the Illuminati, are merely modern manifestations of ancient Jewish occult ideologies concerning the Jews' self-appointed racial superiority over all others and their God-given divine right to dominate and rule over all other people of earth. The chosen people diatribe, over and over, messianic delusions of grandeur from an occult and satanically intoxicated Khazarian mafia who infiltrated the Judaic faith long ago, and have been misrepresenting themselves as good and righteous Sephardic Jews since then. Further, Zionism and the quest to genocide the innocent Palestinians to further their agenda for a Jutopia in Palestine is in perfect resonance with the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, and in perfect resonance with scientism's Jewish Kabbalistic restructuring of the cosmos. It all works together from the Ashkenazi Talmudic point of view to further advance towards the completion of an occult Jew world order agenda. Collectively then, in summary to this point, Kabbalistic Ashkenazi Jewish Talmudic, Sabbatean, and Jesuits forces, etc., play such a major role in the conceptualization, construction, and current operations behind the rising transhumanistic New World Order being constructed right beneath our noses as I write this. More elaboration on ancient Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism. A secret or occult doctrine. Kabbalah, interestingly, also spelled Kabbalah in the dictionary, is an ancient Jewish mystical tradition based upon esoteric, mysterious, secret, restricted to initiates, interpretations of the hidden meanings of the Hebrew Scriptures. Another definition given is this: any secret or occult doctrine or science. Kabbalah claims to rely on the Zohar and Avat. Unlike the Avat, moral teachings, the Zohar is not included in the Talmud, the regulations. It is impossible to date and verify the origin of the Zohar. A Kabbalah website claims the Zohar was written by Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, Rashbi, a 1st-century rabbi, who is also named as the Zohar's perfect representation, since he supposedly attained all 125 degrees of the spiritual ladder of degrees. However, Jewish sages and scholars date the Zohar between 1275 and 1286 AD, due to the use of Aramaic. Its lack of inclusion in the Talmud and cultural references. Rashbi's writings were only in Hebrew. There is plenty of evidence leading to the conclusion that Rashbi did not author the Zohar, and its authorship is unknown. Therefore, the claim that Rashbi was the perfect representation of spiritual evolution cannot be substantiated either. This information makes Kabbalah suspect at its outset. The Zohar, Radiance in Hebrew, is touted as a collection of commentaries on the Torah, books of the law, and claims to be intended to guide people who have already achieved high spiritual degrees to the root, origin, of their souls. While the Tanakh states nothing concerning evolving souls or spiritual states of humankind other than sinful, the Zohar contends there are spiritual states that people experience as their souls evolve, culminating in the end of correction, the highest level of spiritual wholeness. This is in direct opposition to the Bible, which states we cannot do anything that is good, much less end our need for redemption. All of us are like someone unclean, all our righteous deeds like menstrual rags, we wither, all of us, like leaves, and our misdeeds blow us away like the wind. Isaiah 64:5, Kabbalists state that the Zohar is built so that only those who achieve a certain spiritual level can benefit from what they read in it. Prior to studying the Zohar, one needs to study other texts that teach how to properly approach the text in the Zohar. The Zohar cannot be understood and felt directly, but requires preconception of spirituality before one approaches the book. Such articles cultivate one's spiritual qualities to perceive the higher reality. Additionally, these texts provide knowledge of how to approach certain terms, phrases, and concepts in the Zohar, to maximize its use as a guide for spiritual attainment.
avoiding being lost in materialized depictions that the human mind is prone to form. Emphases added, another occult doctrine in Albert Pike's book, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, 1871. The same doctrine as Kabbalah is given, that every symbol Freemasonry uses has a false public meaning which hides the true meaning and intent. Masonry, like all the religions, all the mysteries, Hermeticism and alchemy, conceals its secrets from all except the adepts and sages, or the elect, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who deserve only to be misled, to conceal the truth, which it calls light, from them, and to draw them away from it. Adepts. Sages and elects refer to those of the 33rd degree, and above, as the illuminated ones or Illuminati. Hermetic is hard to understand, obscure and difficult for outsiders to understand. Hermeticism has defined a set of beliefs and practices whose aim is the influencing of the world through contact with the heavenly forces. It utilizes alchemy and astrology. Hermeticism claims descent from an original untainted set of secret doctrines, compiled in ancient Egypt, whose undiluted purity guarantees their veracity and efficacy. Hermeticism originates with the gods of Egypt, and those gods had the same attributes as the gods of the ancient mysteries religion that began in Nimrod's empire. The same is true of the gods of Canaan, Assyria, Babylon, Greece, Rome, etc. Hermeticism utilizes the same doctrines as the mysteries religion, is difficult to understand by outsiders, as are Kabbalah and speculative Freemasonry doctrines, seeks to influence the world, and utilizes mystical arts and symbols forbidden by God. Pike describes the misinformation doctrine this way: part of the symbols of Freemasonry are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall image he understands them. There must always be a commonplace interpretation for the massive initiates of the symbols that are eloquent to the adepts. p. 819. It is only as the member proves himself at the lower levels and advances to the highest levels that the truth is gradually revealed to him. Pike's Morals and Dogma was not intended for view by lower Masons and non-Masons. In fact, the title page requests that anyone who possesses a copy return it to the lodge upon withdrawal or death. That seems impossible. If the Mason is dead, how could he return it? Copies obviously weren't returned and can be read on the internet. Pike also reveals that the God of Freemasonry is not like the God of the Bible. Though Masonry neither usurps the place of nor apes religion, prayer is an essential part of our ceremonies. It is the aspiration of the soul toward the absolute and infinite intelligence, which is the one supreme deity, most feebly and misunderstandingly characterized as an architect. Certain faculties of man are directed toward the unknown: thought, meditation, prayer. The unknown is an ocean of which conscience is the compass. Thought, meditation, prayer are the great mysterious pointings of the needle. It is a spiritual magnetism that thus connects the human soul with the deity. These majestic irradiations of the soul pierce through the shadow toward the light. From Chapter 1, Apprentice, emphases added. Note that although deity, supreme deity, architect, and unknown are used, there is no reference that these names in any way represent the God of the Bible. Also, note that it is through human effort and the Far Eastern practice of meditation that one propels oneself toward the absolute and infinite intelligence. God is not mysterious in that he welcomes anyone to read his book. There are things which we cannot understand because we are not God, but God openly reveals his plan and his desire for every person to know him. When you call to me and pray to me, I will listen to you. When you seek me, you will find me. Provided you seek for me wholeheartedly, and I will let you find me, says Adonai.
Isaiah 29:12-14, proof of the connection between Freemasonry and the ancient mysteries religion is a collection of 115 documents entitled Old Charges from the latter part of the 14th century, wherein the lineage of the craft is traced back to Nimrod as its originator. This is not an honorable history in light of the fact that Nimrod was a tyrant king and Nimrod's tower, actually a ziggurat, see picture above, was built to ascend to the heavens, or become like God. And we all know God rejected that idea. The oath to Nimrod and charge of Nimrod are still professed in modern Masonry. With Nimrod as the father of their craft, Masonry began adopting ideas from the ancient mysteries religion, and the Masonic focus changed from operative, a physical construction trade, to speculative, speculation over the spiritual meanings behind the Masonic symbols, such as the square and compass, the all-seeing eye, pyramid, etc. Speculative Freemasonry no longer identified with the building of cities, but as builders of a new society. These examples of doctrine alone, contained in both the Kabbalah and Freemasonry to create deception upon all but the elite and attain superiority in the human or spiritual realms, reveal their connection with the ancient pagan mysteries religion. There are other examples that could be presented, however, this is an article and not a book. Since Israel was instructed not to make any image of anything in the heavens, on the earth, or in the sea, it is difficult to assign any symbols to Judaism, save possibly the menorah. The symbols on this Kabbalah jewelry are the Celtic star, the hexagram, and the pentagram. All are occult. The hexagram, commonly known as the Star of David, has nothing to do with Israel's second king or Israel. It is one of the world's most ancient symbols. It did not originate in Judaism, and was not depicted with Hebrew writing until the Middle Ages, around the time the Zohar writings became popular. The hexagram is a mandala symbol found on ancient South Indian Hindu temples, representing the perfect meditative state of balance achieved between man and God, and if maintained, results in moksha or nirvana release from the cycle of rebirth compelled by the law of karma to transcendence. Spelworks.com. The hexagram can also be found in Buddhism, Islam, much less predominantly in Mormonism, and is used in the seal and emblem of the Theosophical Society, founded in 1875, which has more to do with the occult than with God. The hexagram is also used in conjunction with other religious symbols, such as the swastika from Norse mythology, the Ankh from Egypt, the Aum from Hinduism, and the Ouroboros from Greece. In witchcraft, the hexagram is called the talisman of Saturn and the seal of Solomon, and, like the pentagram, was and is used in occult practices and ceremonial magic as both a talisman and to conjure spirits. Witchcraft also claims the hexagram is attributed to the 7 old planets in astrology. When surrounded by a circle, the hexagram represents the divine mind, a counterfeit of God's wisdom. Finally, the hexagram is featured within and on the outside of many Masonic temples, representing an important doctrine in Freemasonry. The interlacing triangles or deltas symbolize the union of the two principles or forces, the active and passive, male and female. Pervading the universe, the two triangles, one white and the other black, interlacing, typify the mingling of apparent opposites in nature, darkness and light, error and truth, ignorance and wisdom, evil and good, throughout human life. Albert G. Mackey, Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. The all-seeing eye, commonly known to represent the eye of the Egyptian sun god, Horus, originated with Semiramis in the Mysteries religion and became part of the Egyptian and Sumerian religions. The Eye of Horus symbol hides a secret message. In order to see the truth, one must transcend the duality of mind. This was the lesson of the mystery schools of Egypt. Suite101.com. Descriptions of the Eye of Horus mystery schools vary as do the steps to full consciousness. and what the parts of the eye represent.
As one student explains the teaching,
the eye is the eternal eye through which a template of vibratory patterns is used by the masters and lords of light to generate physical creation. In Freemasonry, this journey in search of light is represented by a pyramid, which also appears in the Eye of Horus mystery teachings. The top being the final destination, and it is there that the all-seeing eye is depicted. However, the light does not represent God, but godhood to the seeker. The all-seeing eye is commonly depicted on the Kabbalah Hamsa, a talisman for protection, and to bring goodness, abundance, fertility, luck and good health. The same assistance ancient gods were supposed to provide, if appeased. The Hamsa predates both Judaism and Islam, and is used by both Islam and Kabbalah. The Hamsa is known in Islam as the Hand of Fatima. Other symbols that can appear on the modern-day Hamsa include the Hebrew word mazel, meaning luck, and fish. In occult belief, fish give immunity to the evil eye and are symbols of good luck. Luck is courted by pagan religions, but never referred to in the Bible. Conclusion: I have one more thing to reveal about the Talmud and Kabbalah. Deuteronomy 4:2 states, "In order to obey the mitzvot of Adonai your God which I am giving you, do not add to what I am saying, and do not subtract from it." The Talmud contains regulations relating to the law. It is also called the Oral Law, or Babylonian Talmud, because these regulations were instituted during the Babylonian exile. I believe the regulations were implemented as an attempt to prevent the people from breaking the law, but have nothing to do with the assimilation of idol worship and adoption of pagan religious practices with the worship of God, which was one repeated complaint by God. Nor the Sabbath years, which were also broken. Kabbalah utilizes a book of unknown origin that conflicts with the Bible, which has been proven correct via archaeology, secular historical writings, and fulfilled prophecies. Both the Talmud and Kabbalah are perfect examples of the above warning. Adonai, Elohim, the Lord, our God, gave more than adequate disclosure of who He is in the Bible. Is that not enough? The Kabbalah and Kabbalah have the same beginnings, the same secrecy, the same doctrine, the same occult symbols, and the same effect upon mankind, deception. They utilize satanic allure, secret knowledge and power. At their root is an evil plot begun millennia ago, and its author is the father of lies, the enemy of God, and the enemy of mankind. Illuminati bankers seek revolution by economic means. A cautionary tale. The Ashkenazi Jewish Illuminati bankers had us where they wanted last Friday. Everyone was in a panic, dumping anything of real value gold, real estate, oil and rushing into US dollars, a medium of exchange created by the Illuminati bankers out of nothing with the help of their government lackeys. Why the sudden appeal of US dollars? There is a huge shortage of them because the bankers put our money into mortgages, and then they crashed the housing market. Trillions disappeared. Now their lackeys in government have to borrow trillions to make up the deficit. The result, the bankers are trillions richer. Did they do this deliberately? Do you think Rich Fuld, the CEO of Lehman Brothers, got a $250 million send-off for driving his company into bankruptcy? No, that's likely his payoff for selling out his employees and his country. Multiply that throughout the financial industry. Throughout history, the Illuminati bankers have always used war and economic turmoil to advance their goal. Since we have enjoyed prosperity, I have been focused on war. But now I must consider how they use economic hardship to advance their world government. It's brilliant when you think about it. Depression doesn't involve bloodshed and the destruction of valuable property. On the contrary, it allows the bankers to suck up real wealth at bargain prices.
And people under duress will accept anything to regain the delicious prosperity they once knew.
The Red Symphony. The key to understanding our world is the 1938 interrogation of Illuminati insider Christian Rakovsky, Chaim Rackover, by the Stalinist secret police, the NKVD.
Rakovsky was an associate of Trotsky and a former Russian ambassador to Paris.
See Rothschild's conduct. Red Symphony. http://www.savathemails.ca/000275.html. Rakovsky explains that the real goal of communism is the same as the New World Order, essentially a dictatorship of the Masonic Jewish central banking cartel. The real meaning of revolution and all socialist and liberal enterprise is this dictatorship, thinly veiled as internationalism and world government. The propaganda about championing the working class and equality, etc., is a ruse to hide the centralization of wealth and power in the hands of this relatively small network of Satanist bankers and tycoons known as the Illuminati. Rakovsky explains that war is necessary to revolution. The Illuminati bankers financed Hitler because they had lost control of Stalin. Now Rakovsky invited Stalin to return to the fold and help them destroy Hitler, or else they would give Hitler free rein. Thus Hitler was set up for a war on two fronts. First, the two dictators forged an alliance in August 1939, mere months after the fascists defeated the communists in Spain. Then when Hitler and Stalin invaded Poland, the Allies declared war against Hitler only. Rakovsky describes how the Illuminati use economic turmoil to achieve totalitarian control. He says October 24, 1929, the date of the New York Stock Exchange crash, the beginning of the so-called Depression, was more important than the 1918 Bolshevik Revolution. It broke the classical American individualism and resulted in a flourishing of parasitism, and capital is a large parasite. It began a real revolution. Although the power of money is political power, before it had only been used indirectly. But now the power of money was to be transformed into direct power. The man through whom they made use of such power was Franklin Roosevelt. Have you understood? Take note of the following. In that year 1929, the first year of the American Revolution, in February Trotsky leaves Russia. The crash takes place in October. The financing of Hitler is agreed in July 1929. You think that all this was by chance? The 4 years of the rule of Hoover was used for the preparation for the seizure of power in the United States and USSR, there by means of a financial revolution, and here Russia, with the help of war and the defeat of Stalin, which was to follow. Full text in Des Griffin. Fourth Reich of the Rich, p.273, Obama was there. FDR. Barack Obama is pictured above giving the Illuminati sign of Baphomet. Yes, technically the thumb should be folded in, and his excuse is that it is the American Sign Language I love you. Just like Bush, who pretended this was the Texas Longhorn sign, these Satanists need a cover story. Have you ever wondered why the ASL signal is so similar to the sign of Satan? ASL was financed by the Rockefellers and devised by Helen Keller, a theosophist, i.e. Mason. History repeats itself because the Masonic Jewish bankers used the same old bag of tricks. If this is an indication, we are in for tough economic times. If the government controlled its own credit, we could easily reinflate the economy at no cost in debt or interest. But with the central bankers controlling credit, I wonder if they will do enough to replace the capital they have drained from the system. The Bush administration is complicit in 9/11, in blowing the levees after Katrina, and responsible for the gratuitous, costly and deadly Iraq War. How much confidence can we have in them? I expect an FDR-like New Deal from Obama, which no doubt will involve much more government control and more internationalism.
Like FDR, Obama will be venerated as some kind of savior.
These trends are already evident. Take a look at this video made by a reader.
Conclusion insider Dennis Healy wrote, "World events do not occur by accident, they are made to happen."
Whether it is to do with national issues or commerce, and most of them are staged and managed by those who hold the purse strings. The goal is always the same: total control of wealth and the human race by the Satanist megalomaniacs and their minions who command our credit. Their vehicle is world government, and their driver of the hour is Barack Obama.
Recently, I was accused of making the Illuminati my paranoid religion and fitting everything into this pattern.
I agreed that people do seek a system to explain the world.
My accuser's assumption was that no religion ever is true.
I disagree. Although I would love to be wrong, Illuminati conspiracy does explain reality convincingly.
Henry Macow Ph.D. is the author of Cruel Hoax, Feminism, and the New World Order.
www.cruelhoax.ca. His articles can be found at his website www.henrymacow.com. He enjoys receiving your comments, some of which he posts on his site using first names only.
Maco@gmail.com. The Hegelian dialectic reboot of Hitler, Trump, Israel first, America second. Trump is a Hitler reboot, as the Trojan horse for the Zionist Ashkenazi Jewish banking Rothschilds bails out Trump like Hitler was. Trump is the financially supported, controlled opposition to the liberal, decadent, Obama socialism preceding his appearance on the political scene.
Prior to Hitler, the Jewish immigrants and Zionist bankers had created a decadent and heavy liberalism out of Germany. The Zionists' Jews had planned this in order to set up the Hegelian opposite, right-wing, National Socialism-based, family-first morality of Hitler as their controlled opposition. By adding right-wing nationalism, fascism a la Trump style, the Zionist Jews could create even more chaos, ultimately, as the two opposing political forces fought. This is what is happening with the Zionist Jews' NWO puppet, Zionist Israel, AIPAC, worshipping Trump. Further, the left wing is captured by endorsing Hillary, and the right wing is bound even closer to Trump by, contradictorily, demonizing Hillary, using the Jewish-run media. It is all sophisticated psyops. The Zionist Jew-owned media is going flat out to give the impression they hold Trump in total detestation, portraying him as the new Hitler who will unleash Armageddon if elected. However, the same Jews are deliberately, in their controlled media, making Hillary Clinton looks increasingly unelectable, and they are doing their best to whip up a tremendous enthusiasm for Trump among the masses. In other words, Trump is their man of choice, but they need to pretend they hate him. It is all Jewish Hollywood theater. Presidents are not elected. They are selected. Trump was chosen by Zionists for president. When Trump enters the White House and starts acting like the new Hitler, the Jews will then throw up their hands in horror and cry, "See, we warned you against this maniac. Oy vey, why didn't you take our advice and vote for Hillary?" Then, Trump quickly floods his cabinet with Zionist war hawks before you can say, "Israel first, America second." Hence, the Jewish Zionist media in America consistently promoting conflict between Islam and Western Christianity to trigger a clash of civilizations, leading to world war. Everything will be going according to the covert Zionist Jewish plan. Trump will be doing exactly what the Jews secretly want, but to a background of media-simulated Jewish horror. Little Palestinian children throw rocks at AK-47 armed Israeli soldiers, as the bloody genocide of Palestine's women and children in the Gaza Strip continues. But Jewish Zionist-owned America media tells a story of how wicked the Palestinians are for wanting to keep the land they actually own. Palestine is being raped and butchered by the Zionist military, and the world stands by and has no idea. That's how good Jewish brainwashing is. Try to raise your voice about the war crimes Israel is committing, and you get silenced as anti-Semitic. They merely respond with another phony propaganda film about the Holocaust, The Fake Diary of Anne Frank, written by an adult Ashkenazi Jew, or Swindler's List. More propaganda intended to crush any and all opposition to Jewish economic and political advancement, or whatever it takes to silence anyone in opposition to Zionist Jewish plans for world domination. Henry Macau, Ph.D. elaborates. We're all anti-Semites now. Anti-Semitism used to refer to a racial prejudice against Jews. Now hate is a code word for something else, opposition to Zionism, a political program that many Jews find repugnant. By equating hate with opposition to Zionism, organized Jewry has given everyone permission to be an anti-Semite. In Soviet Russia, anti-Semitism was considered counter-revolutionary and severely punished. Similarly, anti-Semitism is now a political crime in the West because it runs counter to the New World Order. For example, a Winnipeg journalist, Leslie Hughes, was dropped as a Liberal candidate in the 2008 election for remarking on Israeli foreknowledge of the 9/11 attack in a 2003 article. She was quoting an Israeli newspaper. She taught courses on tolerance and had no feelings of hostility against Jews whatsoever. Her crime was political. She is suing the Jewish groups. My writing warns Jews they have been used to advance the central bankers' plan for world government dictatorship. I emphasize that every significant nation, religion and organization is being used in the same way. Nonetheless, the Canadian Jewish Congress accuses me of hatred against Jews and wants to suppress my writing on this subject. The absurdity of accusing the son of Holocaust survivors of anti-Semitism only underlines the true political nature of my crime. You are an anti-Semite if Rev. Ted Pike extrapolates from the 2004 U.S. Global Anti-Semitism Review Act to define the kind of political activity that is being criminalized. The real motive behind Department of Global Anti-Semitism. 1. Any assertion that the Jewish community controls government, the media, international business, and the financial world is anti-Semitic. 2. Strong anti-Israel sentiment is anti-Semitic. 3. Virulent criticism of Israel's leaders, past or present, is anti-Semitic. 4. Criticism of the Jewish religion or its religious leaders or literature, especially the Talmud and Kabbalah, is anti-Semitic. 5. Criticism of the U.S. government and Congress for being under undue influence by the Jewish Zionist community, including AIPAC, is anti-Semitic. 6. Criticism of the Jewish Zionist community for promoting globalism, the New World Order, is anti-Semitic. 7. Blaming Jewish leaders and their followers for inciting the Roman crucifixion of Christ is anti-Semitic. 8. Diminishing the 6 million figure of Holocaust victims is anti-Semitic. 9. Calling Israel a racist state is anti-Semitic. 10. Asserting that a Zionist conspiracy exists is anti-Semitic. 11. Claiming that Jews and their leaders created the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia is anti-Semitic. 12. Making derogatory statements about Jewish persons is anti-Semitic. 13. Denying the right of mostly atheist Jews to reoccupy Palestine is anti-Semitic. 14. Alleging that Mossad was behind the 9/11 attack is anti-Semitic. Essentially, if you believe in truth and justice, you're an anti-Semite. If you believe in free speech, free inquiry, and the democratic process, you're an anti-Semite. If you oppose tyranny, corruption, and murder, you're an anti-Semite. If you're not an anti-Semite, you're uninformed at best, and a sellout, vendu, at worst. Ultimately, the New World Order will turn 90% of the world's population, and at least 50% of Jews into anti-Semites. Is this the real agenda? To divert blame away from the central banksters and their non-Jewish Masonic minions? The Synagogue of Satan. Andrew Hitchcock's The Synagogue of Satan is a compelling chronology of the Jewish role in the central bankers' satanic conspiracy, aka the New World Order. Together with my Illuminati, it provides an excellent introduction to the subject. The only knock is that Hitchcock does not provide references. For example, he lifts the above list from the internet without giving credit to Rev. Pike. Nevertheless, Hitchcock's sources can be verified online. I was impressed by the amount of new information and insight I found. Hitchcock explains how the nationalization of the Bank of England in 1946 was a sleight of hand. He provides new information on the art of money creation. He lucidly explains the significance of the Noahide laws. You read this book with growing fury at the scale of ruthlessness, criminality, and chutzpah of certain Jews. These Jews are not God's chosen people, but Satan's, a matter that should be of concern to the others who are guilty mostly of naivety, complacency, conformity, cowardice, opportunism, and even some complicity. The same can be said of Americans who support U.S. war crimes in Iraq and Afghanistan with their tax dollars. Neither can hold their head up. Hitchcock quotes Werner Sombart, who says that from 1820 onward, there was only one power in Europe, and that is Rothschild. He says modern capitalism and Americanism are nothing else but the Jewish spirit distilled. Certainly we must analyze the positive and negative aspects of this spirit. Weighing material prosperity against spiritual, cultural, and political bankruptcy. We must realize that modern Western civilization is essentially Kabbalist, Masonic, and Jewish, and increasingly so. Conclusion: does the New World Order represent the central bankers' need to consolidate power? Is this culmination of a Jewish agenda, or a more general satanic agenda? I suggest that these three agendas are complementary and overlapping. Our world is the product of a long-term satanic conspiracy to overthrow Christian civilization and institute a veiled dictatorship using the mass media, education, and sophisticated technology. All the scoundrels selling their fellow Americans down the river are put there by the central banking cartel, Re. David Rockefeller, U.S. franchisee. In 1984, George Orwell predicted that reality would be turned upside down. Black would become white according to Big Brother diktat. Now that free speech is a political crime, Orwell's prophecy has come true. We must resist the globalists with all our power. A people too stupid or weak to demand their freedom don't deserve to be free. They bribe us with our own money now, but eventually the bankers will demand payment in blood. Henry Macau, Ph.D., June 26, 2009. https://www.henrymacau.com/were_anti-Semites_now.html. This brings full circle, back to controlled opposition. Boy, Trump serves as the Trojan horse of the Zionist Jewish bankers' bloodlust for more war. The press obviously demonizes him and pretends he is a threat to the New World Order, so the right wing will endorse and follow him right into the Zionist Jewish Rothschilds' trap of supporting Israel for the New Jerusalem-based World War plan. Trump is the Trojan horse within which the Zionists Jews will covertly bring American right-wing approval of increasing Muslim quarantine, en route to civil war, martial law, and world war. This is a reboot of what the Zionist Jews did with Hitler in their condemning him in the media, while they secretly funding him, while using his fascist stance against Sephardic Jewish immigration to destabilize Germany and the world enough to trigger WW2. The Zionist bankers want their final chaotic war, WW3, to finally depopulate the world to have their new Jerusalem and Israeli-based New World Order. Trump is their man. The one who will bring on the final war to end all civilization as we know it, if AI doesn't beat him to it. The alternative right has been hijacked by Trump and his Zionist Ashkenazi Jewish cabinet. He appears to be against the NWO, but he is 1000%, his own words, pro-NWO Israel Zionist, and the NWO agenda. Israel is the #1 terrorist country in the world. No contest. Trump is a used car salesman, trying to close a deal. For the words of the prophets were written on the studio wall, concert hall, and echoes with the sounds of salesman of salesman of salesman. RUSH, that's all that is happening here. The best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. America exists to serve Israel. Israel manipulates America to exterminate all of its enemies in the Middle East. How the Illuminati are reordering the Middle East to understand events in the Middle East, such as the advent of ISIS. We should listen to revelations made by retired General Wesley Clark in March 2007. As early as 2001, the Pentagon had plans to take down 7 Islamic countries: Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan and Iran. General Wesley Clark in March 2007. Richard Evans, in 1997. A group of Republicans formed a non-profit organization called the Project for a New American Century, PNAC. In their first white paper, Rebuilding America's Defenses, they proposed taking down Saddam Hussein, Iraq, and then reordering the entire Middle East. Parenthetically, they admitted that selling such plans to the American people would take a long time, absent some catastrophic catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. September 11, 2001 was obviously just what they had in mind. In 2000, the U.S. Supreme Court selected another Bush as the 43rd U.S. president, and he waited until 9/11 to begin reordering the world. In that connection, in March 2007, retired General Wesley Clark told Amy Goodman on her Democracy Now! TV program that as early as September 2001, the Pentagon already had plans to take down 7 Islamic countries: Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan and Iran. If you have not seen the short YouTube of General Clark's revelations on Democracy Now!, it is worth watching. At that time, I was skeptical about such a large U.S. military operation, because we all knew the Bush administration lied us into Iraq with phony stories of weapons of mass destruction, yellowcake uranium, mobile biological weapons labs, etc. In 2007, the U.S. military only occupied Afghanistan and Iraq, so I asked myself, how will the White House justify the military cost to the American people of invading Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan and Iran? By 2011, the answer became clear. The unnecessary wars against Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia and Sudan would be staged covertly as irregular military coups with the U.S. military and CIA supporting phony democracy or Islamist movements. Remember the baloney about Arab Spring and the spontaneous Twitter revolution supporting civil unrest in Egypt, Tunisia and Libya? Was the USA behind these civil wars and bogus democracy movements? Of course. Remember 2011 when Libyan Al-Qaeda could not budge Gaddafi's Libyan army,
the US and NATO enforced a no-fly zone over Libya and launched hundreds of cruise missiles in support of al-Qaeda and the rebels. By October 20, 2011, Muammar Gaddafi was a dead man and Libya was a war-torn, shattered nation. But no one in America feels the least bit guilty about America's role in trashing Libya. Most people believe these events were spontaneous democratic revolutions. Doesn't anyone remember the NAC's plans to reorder the Middle East? Gaddafi resistance killed U.S. ambassador in September 2012. We lost Ambassador Stephen in an attack on the U.S. consulate in Benghazi. The press wants us to think that we brought freedom and democracy to Libya, not chaos and death. They want us to believe that there is no green resistance to the NATO or its al-Qaeda allies in Benghazi, but everyone in Libya knows about the green resistance, whose members are called Talib, Arabic for Gaddafi loyalists. In reality, the green resistance destroyed the U.S. consulate in Benghazi September 11, 2012. They have been increasingly active since shortly after the murder of Muammar Gaddafi in October 2011. They strike any NATO target they can, and they execute key Libyans who betrayed Gaddafi and sided with NATO. The Benghazi incident was merely their latest blow against what they see as NATO's illegal occupation of their country. Ignoring the Talib only happens outside of Libya, by the NATO powers and their subservient media. In Egypt, President Mohamed Morsi of the Radical Muslim Brotherhood replaced moderate Hosni Mubarak, and he was subsequently deposed. While Obama and Romney trade accusations about whether the Obama administration was guilty of leaving the grounds of the Benghazi consulate vulnerable. There is no serious discussion regarding whether the U.S. military should support these phony revolutions in the first place. Waging war without permission. More disturbing is the U.S. Congress is sidestepping its U.S. constitutional duty to declare war, but the press ignores this failure too. The CIA shouldn't decide whether we go to war. The U.S. Congress should debate and decide, so congressmen can be responsible to the American people come election time. There is a constitutional debate in America regarding whether Obama is in violation of the War Power Act in regard to Libya, but the media ignores this violation. May 20, 2011, marked the 60th day of U.S. combat in Libya, as part of the UN resolution, but the deadline arrived without President Obama seeking specific authorization from the U.S. Congress. President Obama, however, notified Congress that no authorization was needed, since the U.S. leadership was transferred to NATO, and since U.S. involvement is somewhat limited. On Friday, June 3, 2011, the U.S. House of Representatives voted to rebuke President Obama for maintaining an American presence in the NATO operations in Libya, which they considered a violation of the War Powers Resolution. Conclusion: the purpose of this reordering of the Middle East is to remove or weaken any power that is independent of the Ashkenazi Jewish, Illuminati central bankers represented by the NATO powers and Israel. It is progressing well. Libya is in chaos. Syria is in ruins. Iraq is in turmoil. So are Somalia and Sudan. ISIS is establishing a caliphate that reaches from northern Iraq across Syria to Lebanon. The only country left standing is Iran, and given its increasingly close ties with Russia, we assume the Illuminati is saving that for a world war. First comment from Marcos: the Illuminati strategy in the Middle East makes little sense unless we understand some of their esoteric beliefs. Talmud Jews expect the arrival of Messiah ben Yosef, a military leader who will crush Israel's enemies and enable the world empire of Messiah ben David. The occultist Illuminati share a similar belief in a global leader. Christians call him the Antichrist, who will rule from Jerusalem. For these extraordinary events to happen, a traumatizing war must occur first. It should be much easier to promote this total war if all Israel's neighbors are crazy fanatics prone to violence, and not moderates such as Mubarak. Let the tension grow and nuke them all in retaliation for some false flag or real attack on Tel Aviv with a dirty bomb or biological weapon launched from Syria or Iraq. This view would explain why Israel is unnecessarily cruel in his actions against Gaza and Lebanon, targeting civilians with no objective military advantage. The more the Arabs hate Israel, the higher the tension and the closer the total war. Comment from Jim Perloff. The Evans article and comment by Marcos are superb. The 2007 Wesley Clark clip jives completely with Pat Buchanan's February 16, 2004 column in which he wrote, in 1996, in a strategy paper crafted for Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu, Richard Pearl. Douglas Feith and David Wurmser urged him to focus on removing Saddam Hussein from power as an Israeli strategic objective. Pearl, Feith, Wurmser were all on Bush's foreign policy team on 9/11. On Jan. 1, 2001, 9 months before 9/11, Wurmser called for U.S.-Israeli attacks to broaden the Middle East conflict to strike fatally the regimes of Damascus, Baghdad, Tripoli, Tehran, and Gaza. To establish the recognition that fighting with either the United States or Israel is suicidal. Crises can be opportunities, added Wurmser. On September 11, opportunity struck. The elimination of Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, Mubarak, as well as the intended removal of Assad, are obviously part of a long-range plan to throw the Middle East into chaos. 9/11 was the false flag catalyst to make it happen. As to the probable purpose of this chaos, I could not summarize it better than Marcos has. Why else is the mainstream media suddenly publishing pictures of Palestinian victims, something it normally never does? They would love to enrage disorganized Muslims into fighting a war against Israel with its state-of-the-art American weapons. Henry Macau Ph.D., How the Illuminati Are Reordering the Middle East, August 6, 2014. https://www.henrymacau.com/reordering-the-middle-east.html In summary, the United States of America is Bibi Netanyahu's lapdog. Ashkenazi Jews run the global war theater, and protecting Ashkenazi Jew Rothschilds Israel is the only reason America even still exists. You were brainwashed to hate the Islamic world, divide and conquer. Essentially, it is really simple. The elite Ashkenazi Jewish Illuminati bankers want everyone to kill each other, so they do not have to get their hands dirty. They want Christians to hate Muslims, and fascists to hate communists, and whites to hate blacks, etc. Divide and conquer. They have been brands washing you with Zionist-owned Jewish media for decades to hate Islam, and more recently they turned it into an ISIS terrorist thing, anything to make you hate Islam. The CIA and America currently fund and arm ISIS, and you are supposed to hate ISIS? It is all laughable. Why Islam is not the problem? You're 7 times more likely to be shot by a right-wing extremist in the United States than you are to be shot by a Muslim extremist. But I guess facts don't stop many Americans from being deathly afraid of all Muslims. I know it's crazy to think that just because a few radical extremists do something horrifying, the faith of Islam is not to blame. But as an American who is part of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, the world's largest organized sect of Islam, I can wholeheartedly say that there is nothing in Islam that justifies any acts of terror. In the Quran it says that if somebody kills another person, it shall be as if he has killed all mankind. 533. This is just one of many parts of the Quran which tells Muslims to not use violence unless in the case of self-defense. But if any members of Daesh are naive enough to think that the atrocities they are committing are acts of self-defense,
they are out of their minds. The concept of Islamic terrorism is brought about by many Islamophobes, like Donald Trump, can be simply attributed to often uneducated people being brainwashed by hate preachers. Additionally, if Islam is a violent religion, then out of the 1.6 billion Muslims in the world, why do only the most uneducated ones who live in war-torn areas become terrorists? It's easy to blame Islam, but when viewing the bigger picture, it's obvious that these other factors are the true causes of extremism. However, if you're one of those Confederate flag-toting true Americans who still think that Obama is a Nigerian Muslim, you might not be fully convinced by my argument. You might think that all Muslims, including myself, are terrorists. As ridiculous as this may seem, people that fit this description do in fact exist, and are incredibly common. How else do you think Donald Trump is leading the Republican polls? The reasons for this are clear. Muslims are a minority in the United States. Approximately over 60% of Americans haven't met a Muslim. With statistics like these, it's not surprising to see that the general public is afraid of what they don't understand. But being surprised at this statistic isn't going to do anything. We need to educate and inform the American public that Islam isn't the cause of terrorism, it's the misinformed and brainwashed extremists. This is especially important because I'm sure none of us want a bigot to be holding the office of president. Politicians who promote xenophobia with ideas like shutting down mosques or giving all Muslims special ID cards are not true Americans. It is evident that Donald Trump, Ben Carson, Jeb Bush, and most of the GOP candidates are xenophobic fearmongers. America is a melting pot and was created by our founding fathers to be a country for people of all races, religions, and cultures. It's scary to think that the most xenophobic of the Republican candidates are the ones with the highest polls. It's disturbing that the Republican frontrunner can scoff and shake his head at a Muslim woman being ejected from one of his rallies. It's disgusting that his poll numbers increased after he proposed banning Muslim entry into the U.S. But this only goes to show how important it is for people to know what the true Islam really is. As a third-year student at The Ohio State University, and the president of our branch of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Students Association, I've been doing my part. In the past 3 years, we have held multiple interfaith events as well as Stop the Crisis events, which aim to diminish the idea that Daesh has any relation to Islam. Additionally, we've consistently held Muslims for Life blood drives with the Red Cross to honor 9/11 victims and to fight negative Muslim stereotyping. Just next month we'll be holding a True Islam event, letting people know what the actual teachings of Islam are, rather than what they see in the media. Some people might still be intent on thinking that I'm intending on causing terror with my degree in biomedical engineering and future medical degree, but if anyone wants to say that Muslims need to speak up more against terrorism, we are, you just aren't listening. Usama Khan. Trump owes Rothschild's Zionist crime syndicate a favor. Presidents are selected, not elected. Fact. 30 years ago, the Rothschild Mafia saved Trump from bankruptcy and made him their useful puppet and colorful front man for the once secret Jewish mafia now known far and wide. Concise news: Rothschilds caught rigging the U.S. presidential election = Trump = Clinton = Mafia. Rothschilds caught rigging the U.S. presidential election by Baxter Dmitry. August 5, 2016 = Trump = Clinton = Mafia. Hillary = Trump = controlled by globalist Rothschilds. Mafia = rigged. Illusion of choice. Hillary = known Rothschilds Mafia establishment's candidate of choice for New World Order. Hidden fact = Trump is also a Rothschild's creation. An actor = playing the sham part of the mafia's fake election = set up to dominate Americans in our fake democracy. Fact: 30 years ago, the Rothschild Mafia saved Trump from bankruptcy and made him their useful puppet and colorful front man for the once secret mafia now known far and wide. 1987 Trump purchased his first casino. Resorts International equals a sordid past beginning in early 1950s, evolving from a CIA and Mossad front company for bankster drug money laundering equals CIA and Mossad are both mafia tools. 1978 Spotlight newspaper reported Trump's Resorts International owned by gangster Meyer Lansky plus Tibor Rosenbaum plus William Mellon Hitchcock plus David Rockefeller plus Baron Edmund de Rothschild. 1987 Death of longtime CIA frontman James Crosby equals nominal head of Resorts International equals Trump was put in charge of the laundering and gambling empire. Real movers behind Resorts International equals Rockefeller and Rothschild hidden from public view. Trump and the Rothschilds mafia equals expanding Resorts International to Atlantic City in the final years of the 1980s equals. But Trump was bankrupt from the weak real estate market in New York equals resulted in Trump's 3 casinos in Atlantic City being under threat from lenders. Equals Trump was bailed out by Wilbur L. Ross Jr., Senior Managing Director of Rothschild Inc. Equals all detailed in a Bloomberg article from March 22, 1992. 2016 Wilbur L. Ross equals still Jacob Rothschild's right-hand man equals one of first to support Trump's nomination. Bloomberg revealed we are in the midst of what will turn out to be by future economic historians to have been an epic moment. Namely the most massive transfer of liabilities, debts, from the private sector, banking and corporations, to the public sector, the American middle-class taxpayers, that the world has ever seen. And I'll think that is going to be a painful and relatively slow process, taking many years. Famous dollar billionaire and Rothschild's mafia trader Wilbur Ross in 2009 on CNBC equals Rothschild's agent of evil. Aside, Jacob Rothschild's son, Nat Rothschild, even dated Ivanka Trump. Fact: Rothschild's ZIO Mafia OWNS equals Clinton and Trump equals both will pay penance to the Rothschilds Mafia equals American citizens don't have a choice. Fact: all orchestrated like a metropolitan opera or ballet by the Rothschilds Mafia. Equals goal is hundreds of dollars of trillions robbed from Americans plus a mafia world dictatorship after their World War III. Both AIPAC candidates are dangerous to 98% of Americans and the most hated candidates in history chosen by the AIPAC mafia. The networks demonizing Trump 24/7 in an AIPAC mafia unity that spells collusion. Clinton equals wants WW3 for the mafia bankster to rape $10s of trillions from humanity and create a mafia world dictatorship. AIPAC ZIO Mafia top agents Soros and Sabin both want Clinton, because she will make WW3 happen for them. Please Americans wake TF up to the AIPAC Mafia running Americans into poverty and destruction. Why does George Soros/Rothschild/Rockefeller AIPAC run media hate Trump so much that they are willing to amp up war with Russia? Clinton's and DNC are absurd equals with constant allegations that the leaked DNC emails are from Russia equals a blatantly lie and distraction from the contents of the emails. AIPAC Mafia equals IS always finding new ways to demonize Russia and create a WW3 scenario like similar forces did for WWI and WW2. Lies to provoke humanity into supporting another faked war for Rothschild's robbery and goal of dictatorship of the world. ZIO Mafia equals IS even using Obama and Clinton and GOP to start a war with China. Clinton's equals are blatantly provoking world wars in the face of a potential powder keg situation with Russia equals AIPAC Mafia puppet masters Soros and Sabin appalling media recklessness and lies and propaganda. Consisa Politics, August 16, 2016.
Chapter 15. It's the balance of the Force that matters, not the Jedi way. So, as I said, all current secret societies are linked at the top, as just about everyone knows by now. And they all dovetail into Sabbatean Frankist ideologies, which state that it is better to do evil than good, to balance the universe out, kind of like a Star Wars Kabbalistic science fiction movie fable. The balance, Luke, between the Jedi, the light, and the dark side. It must be maintained, etc. And naturally, as we are now seeing in the more recent Star Wars installments, they are ramping up the evil in their good characters, and their good in their evil characters to achieve this redemption through sin that Sabbatai preached. Luke's daughter, Rey, is increasingly exhibiting evil characteristics, going immediately to the dark side while in meditation with Master Luke, while Kylo Ren exhibits compassionate albeit ambiguous sensitivities towards Rey, much like what we saw between Anakin Skywalker and Princess Palpatine. When he fell to become Darth Vader, and while Supreme Leader Snoke held his evil ground. What a trooper! What we are seeing is a prime Jesuit Hollywood example of how they do it. They lace evil with good and good with evil until it's all the same in the wash. Black socks and white sock all becoming gray socks, the balance of the Force. This is the Sabbatean Frankist Luciferian satanic agenda running like a poisonous thread in every Hollywood film. Good and evil both must exist, and they are merely two sides of the same coin. The Force binds them together, but the Force is not necessarily either. It's both. More specifically, what do I mean by calling Star Wars a Kabbalistic science fiction movie fable? First all, we must understand what Kabbalah is. Looking to Wikipedia for our definition, Kabbalah's definition varies according to the tradition and aims of those following it, from its religious origin as an integral part of Judaism, to its later Christian, New Age, and occultist/Western esoteric syncretic adaptations. Kabbalah is a set of esoteric teachings meant to explain the relationship between an unchanging, eternal, and mysterious Ein Sof, infinity, and the mortal and finite universe, God's creation. While it is heavily used by some denominations, it is not a religious denomination in itself. It forms the foundations of mystical religious interpretation. Kabbalah seeks to define the nature of the universe and the human being, the nature and purpose of existence, and various other ontological questions. It also presents methods to aid understanding of the concepts and thereby attain spiritual realization. Wikipedia Kabbalah note that Kabbalah never looks outside the universe for an external God. It also presents methods. Even though it embraces at least 10 interdimensional states of consciousness, they all exist inside the mystical universe. It is a pantheon of forces all connected and subsumed beneath the overarching umbrella of the one force. Does this not sound like the Star Wars mythology? They are one and the same. Essentially, both Star Wars and Kabbalah want the same thing, to balance the Force. Star Wars is a Gnostic Kabbalistic occult fable. First and foremost, it runs exactly opposite to Christian doctrine of goodness as the only goal of life. Hollywood had made Satanists of all of us, and quite easily. The Illuminati are creating a satanic world for all of us to inhabit and embrace, and we are as deep inside it as possible now, unknowingly. In our world, the Sabbatean/Frankist founded, Illuminati control all sides of all battles, dark and light, good and evil. They represent all sides of every issue and conflict to control all facets. The ultimate aim of the Sabbatean/Frankist founded Illuminati is to teach the Kabbalistic occult philosophy that evil and good must coexist. I will explain more about this shortly.
Similarly, the ultimate aim of Star Wars is to teach the Kabbalistic occult philosophy that evil and good must coexist. Star Wars will eventually lead us to the conclusion that the dark side and the Jedi way are both necessary, married together, using the dark and light to fulfill the ultimate destiny of the universe. We are being taught sympathy for the dark side. Sympathy for the devil, as the Rolling Stones said, the misunderstood anti-hero, Lucifer, or Darth Vader, or Kylo Ren, and soon-to-be sympathy for dripping evil wrinkly guy Snoke. It's an awakening to the equal value and importance of evil in the balance of the universe. This is pure satanic Kabbalah. The Last Jedi accelerates this awakening. The Force Awakens, if you will. The 8th film, to come, will teach us to feel sympathy for Snoke, Lucifer. Evil and good merely become two sides of the same coin, one not inferior or better than the other. Again, the balance of light and dark is pure satanic, Luciferian Kabbalah. According to the satanic Kabbalah, a balance between evil and good is necessary for life to progress with its proper destiny. Both the Jedi and the followers of the dark side fight for power. Both are the same, one merely light, the other dark. And Jedi Masters become seduced by the dark side, again and again, revealing the superior power of the dark side to balance light. For instance, Darth Vader was seduced by the dark side. Chancellor Palpatine was once a great Jedi Master who was seduced by the dark side, because such mystical conversion has to be in the Star Wars Kabbalistic philosophy. Wherever there is great darkness, great light must usher forth, and vice versa, as Snoke alludes to in the 7th Star Wars movie, The Last Jedi. Ultimately, Luke and Snoke both believe dark and light are necessary. Both Luke Skywalker and Snoke come to realize that a commitment to only one end of the Force creates a never-ending cycle where when one pushes for light, it only serves as a catalyst for the never-ending cycle for darkness to rise up and replace the light and vice versa. In an eternal battle between dark and light to balance out the universe. This is the exact Sabbatean/Frankist, satanic Luciferian teaching of the Lurian Kabbalah and the Illuminati. Sabbatean/Frankists, also referred to as the cult of the all-seeing eye, look on the back of your $1 bill to begin to understand their influence in your life, are political and religious chameleons. They are everywhere, there is power. They are the good guys and the bad guys. They are the dark and the light. The World War II era is a prime example. The following leaders were members of the cult of the all-seeing eye, Sabbatean/Frankists: Franklin D. Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, Adolf Hitler, Eugenio Pacelli, Pope Pius XII, Francisco Franco, Benito Mussolini, Hirohito, and Mao Zedong. The Illuminati controlled all sides of the war. They controlled all through the dark and the light, good and evil in a finely tuned and controlled gridlock of eternal, yin and yang, Star Wars-like warfare. Playing all sides, the Sabbatean/Frankist Illuminati control all sides of all battles, dark and light, good and evil. To them it is all the same. Both good and evil have to intermingle to create the final synthesis of occult power. Hence, Luke says in the movie, The Last Jedi, to paraphrase, the Jedi way must end. Always must end in order to end the eternal struggle between good and evil. Kylo Ren says something to the same effect, but for different reasons. Kylo Ren wants to become the supreme leader of the universe through his ability to contain both dark and light within him, in perfect balance. However, Luke merely wants to end the eternal battle, or so we are led to believe. Kylo Ren, or Ben Solo, contains both the dark side and the light. This is his balanced power above all others. The balance between dark and light found in Kylo Ren positions Kylo Ren as the supreme leader, ultimate power of the universe.
Snoke saw Kylo Ren as a focal point of the balance between light and dark. Snoke fully embraced a need for both dark and light to coexist in perfect balance.
We see Luke moving away from the pure light of the Jedi way, in alignment with the evil Snoke, and embracing the new synthesis of dark and light, the supreme way of balance, above and beyond the light or the dark side, alone.
Hence, the pure doctrine of the Luciferian Kabbalistic religion shines forth in Star Wars. To embody both dark and light, good and evil, is the ultimate destiny of the universe and the ultimate road to infinite power, good and evil taking equal part in balancing and pushing the universe towards its ultimate finalization.
And then, ultimately, through this balancing process, the universe is destroyed, presumably, and we begin again.
Sounds like the core teaching of the Illuminati religion to me. Odor of Chow, order out of chaos.
May the forced scientism religion be with you.
Columnist Daniel Perez writes, one idea that devout Jews of all stripes share is that God, the creative force that sustains all, is the source of a Jew's power. Einod Milvato, there is none besides him.
The Jew expresses his or her connection to the universe by striving for an ever closer relationship with its creator. Another aspect of Jedi belief is the notion of balance, the idea that the light side and the dark side are both aspects of the same force seeking equilibrium. The religions that branched off from Judaism tend to show the creator and Satan, or the devil, in an adversarial relationship, almost a sort of de facto dualistic theology with a god and an anti-god, if you will.
Judaism maintains that the Satan, lit.
accuser, is the angel associated with temptation and prosecution in the heavenly court.
He's basically Slugworth to God's Willy Wonka.
He's got a dirty job to do, but in the end, we're both serving the same boss.
Judaism also teaches that the source of light and darkness are one and the same, as it says in the prayer book, "Blessed art thou, Lord our God, King of the universe, who forms light and creates darkness.
Who makes peace and creates all things." The source for this line of liturgy can be found in the Hebrew Bible, Isaiah 45:7, "Who forms light and creates darkness, who makes peace and creates evil, I am the Lord, who makes all these."
Daniel Perez. Okay, run that past me again.
Who makes peace and creates evil, I am the Lord, who makes all these.
Can you image your Christian Sunday school teacher laying that on you?
Yeah, God loves you, but he just might lay a heavy load of evil on you if he is in the mood, so be careful.
Do you see how easy it is to go from Kabbalistic theology to modern scientism, where an impartial, impersonal universe, composed of powerful forces executes justice without duly considering behavior or merit?
Just whatever happens, happens, and if you get a huge dose of evil and suffering today, it is just God being God, both good and evil, and ready to let you know it. It is very much the Old Testament God that the atheists accuse the Christians of covering up when they defend Christian love.
Well, even worse, because at least the Old Testament God gives you a reason why he is executing justice.
He is not just practicing being nasty and evil because that is half his nature.
Whereas, this Kabbalistic force must exercise evil and good.
It is prerequisite to its balanced nature, no thanks.
Pass.
And so, when a human being emulates, or reflects, or appeases this type of Luciferian Kabbalistic force, it necessarily leads to the allowance of egregious acts of evil, if just to balance the universe. As I pointed out in Chapter 13, this was the path of Sabbatai Zevi and Jacob Frank and followers, leading to the present-day Illuminati. Contrariwise, however, the Kabbalistic force bears no resemblance to the New Testament Christian God, who is of purer eyes than to behold evil, meaning God is too just and pure a nature to approve of wickedness. Kabbalah is a Luciferian occult belief structure, which seeks to enable the adherent to evolve into higher states of consciousness and being, and to ultimately emerge as God. The idea is to become all things and possess all power through rituals and occult mental technologies. It employs moral relativism, as does any Luciferian or satanic ideology. Richard Evans has this to say about Kabbalah: the Kabbalah is a hoax, but one which governs our deluded and degenerate society. For the Kabbalist, good and evil are relative, so evil is an illusion. Instead of right and wrong, Kabbalah says every action is like the moon, with a light side and dark side. The Kabbalists say that the adept must embrace his or her dark side to become a fully integrated human being. Not everyone who studies Kabbalah becomes a Satanist. But Kabbalah is a prerequisite for all Luciferian practitioners. Freemasonry rides on Kabbalah. The 19th century Pope of Freemasonry Albert Pike said, "The Masonic religion should be, by all of us initiates of the higher degrees, maintained in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine." If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai and his priests calumniate him? Yes, Lucifer is God, and unfortunately Adonai is also God. For the eternal law is that there is no light without shade, no beauty without ugliness, no white without black, for the Absolute can only exist as two gods. There is only one God. Lucifer is the spine-chilling vacuum that results from the absence of God. The Kabbalah is a hoax that allows its followers to reformulate reality to serve their selfish interests. This is why they teach that truth is by its nature subjective. Modernism and secularism are based on the Kabbalah. It is the reason our civilization is preoccupied with violence, sex, and the occult. And why current events appear to be scripted in Hollywood. It is the reason our political and cultural leaders are liars and why society has lost its bearings. Richard Evans for Henry Macow, Ph.D. The Scientific Dictatorship Scientocracy, the end result of this re-emergence of Kabbalistic based science is a fantasy occult-based scientocracy, where the scientific dictatorship trumps real science. It will be a crypto-religion like none other, making the rigidly violent strictures of Dark Age Catholicism appear tame and passive by comparison. Because it will masquerade as legitimate science, it will pass under the radar for what it really is: a tyrannical Luciferian, techno-mystical, lockdown 5G grid, complete with digital and technological overlay. It will be Brave New World on steroids, spiced with 1984 jackboots to the face. It must be stopped. Chapter 16. Where does all this really lead? Quantum mysticism, devil's advocate, different garb, same result, all this trouble to destroy Christianity. Why? It leads to Deus ex machina, God in the machine, or I should say, Lucifer in the machine, the supreme rise of genetics, robotics, artificial intelligence, synthetic biology, nanotechnology, and quantum techno-bio-enhancement herald the beginning of man's absolute slavery to the satanic controllers of society, in a techno-spiritual warfare, and the end of Homo sapien, and the beginning of techno-sapien, with a digital soul, which leads to techno-slavians, and the burgeoning emergence of corporate-sponsored, mainstream techno-mystical, evangelical, scientism concept D.J.S. like Jason Silva, who preach a technological-mediated digital mysticism, a quantum mysticism. Quantum mysticism, Sir Isaac Newton, and natural law physics mysticism. Quantum mysticism is a set of metaphysical beliefs and associated practices that seek to relate consciousness, intelligence, spirituality, or mystical worldviews to the ideas of quantum mechanics and its interpretations. Quantum mysticism is considered by most scientists and philosophers to be pseudoscience or quackery. Wikipedia: the stage is being set. The idea is to develop a scientific framework that is identical with ancient mystery Babylon Luciferian occultism. They wrap it in shiny technical, scientific terminology, so you think it is science, but it is not. It is scientism. They teach that everything is energy and information, and that reality is malleable. You can create reality with your mind. There are no absolutes. It's all relative, as they say. That is the mantra they teach us. They sell theoretical assumptions like they are facts, like the Planck scale, for instance. The Planck scale sets the universe's minimum limit, beyond which the laws of physics break. In the late 1890s, physicist Max Planck proposed a set of units to simplify the expression of physics laws. Using just 5 constants in nature, including the speed of light and the gravitational constant, you, me, and even aliens from Alpha Centauri could arrive at these same Planck units. The basic Planck units are length, mass, temperature, time, and charge. Let's consider the unit of Planck length for a moment. The proton is about 100 million trillion times larger than the Planck length. To put this into perspective, if we scaled the proton up to the size of the observable universe, the Planck length would be a mere trip from Tokyo to Chicago. The 14-hour flight may seem long to you, but to the universe, it would go completely unnoticed. The Planck scale was invented as a set of universal units, so it was a shock when those limits also turned out to be the limits where the known laws of physics applied. For example, a distance smaller than the Planck length just doesn't make sense. The physics breaks down. Physicists don't know what actually goes on at the Planck scale, but they can speculate. Some theoretical particle physicists predict all 4 fundamental forces: gravity, the weak force, electromagnetism, and the strong force finally merge into one force at this energy. Quantum gravity and superstrings are also possible phenomena that might dominate at the Planck energy scale. The Planck scale is the universal limit, beyond which the currently known laws of physics break. In order to comprehend anything beyond it, we need new, unbreakable physics. Rushmi Shivni, May 1916. Did you catch that? The proton is about 100 million trillion times larger than the Planck length. In other words, bullshit. It is just more speculative, incomprehensible, mystical, mumbo-jumbo, mathematically enshrouded, Kabbalistic occultism. The bigger the numbers, or in Planck's case, the smaller the space, the less you will question them, because it is beyond your pay grade to even begin to question, right? At this point, they can say anything and people will just bend over and believe it. Then they will say, "You do not understand the math, so you are an idiot." Then you ask them, "Do you understand the math?" And they say, "No, but some super smart scientist does, somewhere. So, it must be true." That is their argument. It must be true because some self-professed genius, somewhere, says so. See the problem? The only people saying these quantum mystical, mathematical truths are indeed true are the inner sanctum, quantum priests who preach to you that they are true, so you'll be a believer too. Quantum physics is merely New Age occultism. Quantum science, itself, is now the new Mystery Babylon occult religion. Mystery Babylon has been brought back in the form of quantum mysticism. It is no surprise that when you look into the background of these pioneering quantum physicists, as well as other scientists and New Age science gurus, you see a peculiar array of occult influences and connections. The following quantum physicists and writers on the topic have occult influence and/or teachings: Sir Isaac Newton, Carl Linnaeus, William Crookes, Alfred Russel Wallace, Ross A. Slot 10 Oliver Lodge, Jack Parsons, Carl Gustav Jung, Nikola Tesla, and more. Charles Richer, Pierre and Marie Curie, Camille Flammarion. The Wolfgang Pauli, Niels Bohr, Max Planck, Fritjof Capra, Deepak Chopra, Gary Zukav, Fred Alan Wolf, David Bohm. That is a lot of occultism and occultists in quantum physics. If one were a true scientist, one would immediately recognize the sheer statistical impossibility of just about every mover and shaker in the pioneering creation of quantum physics to just happen to be an occult enthusiast. Clearly, these physicists carried an occult Kabbalist and Hermetic alchemical bias everywhere they went. They created a pseudoscience called quantum physics, which was simply a repackaging of their occult presumptions and beliefs about the world, born from the womb of their occult religious ideologies. How come we are not hearing about this when atheist scientists brag about how their theoretical domain are so anti-supernatural and also completely materialistic? We just never hear about the true origins of the big gun, scientists' theories, do we? Sir Isaac Newton and natural law physics mysticism, and momentarily, just forget about occultism in quantum physicists. What about just plain old-fashioned natural law physics? Is physics itself grounded in occultism? Well, Sir Isaac Newton himself was a straight-up alchemical witch when you look closely. He was a pure Luciferian alchemist, steeped in ancient Hermeticism and Kabbalistic occult teachings. His Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica and various physics breakthroughs, e.g. Kabbalistic-based, imaginary fictional gravity, were nothing more than alchemical occult studies in Kabbalah and Hermeticism. He was merely continuing forth to further codify and elaborate upon the fictional worldview that ancient alchemical occultism had been involved in for hundreds of years prior his research. Additionally, Newton added the extra touch of Christian mysticism to spice the pot, by writing millions of more words about biblical codes and meanings than his actual physics writings. And we are supposed to believe that Newton's alchemical occult studies had no influence on his occult Masonic heliocentric conclusions about the solar system and how natural law worked. Be reasonable. Even Wikipedia says, Isaac Newton, January 4, 1643 to March 31, 1727, was considered an insightful and erudite theologian by his contemporaries. He wrote many works that would now be classified as occult studies and religious tracts dealing with the literal interpretation of the Bible. Additionally, the father of physics was deeply involved with esoteric and Kabbalah studies, and was convinced that Jewish scripture and the geometry of temples contained crucial worldly secrets. The Daily Mail reveals, he laid the foundations of classical physics, and is considered to be one of the greatest scientists of all time. But Sir Isaac Newton was also deeply interested in the occult, and applied a scientific approach to the study of scripture and Jewish mysticism. Now Israel's National Library, which contains a vast trove of Newton's esoteric writings, has digitized his occult collection and posted it online. Among the yellowed texts is Newton's famous prediction of the apocalypse in 2060. Newton learned Hebrew and delved into the study of esoteric Jewish philosophy, the mysticism of Kabbalah, and the Talmud. He based his calculation on the end of days on information gleaned from the Book of Daniel, which projected the apocalypse 1,260 years later. He also believed that the geometry of Solomon's temple encoded ancient wisdom about proportions in nature and man's place in creation. From an Amazon book review, Isaac Newton was a dedicated alchemist, a fact usually obscured as unsuited to his stature as a leader of the scientific revolution. Author Philip Ashley Fanning has diligently examined the evidence, and concludes that the two major aspects of Newton's research, conventional science and alchemy, were actually inseparable. In Isaac Newton and the Transmutation of Alchemy,
Fanning reveals the surprisingly profound influence that Newton's study of this Hermetic art had in shaping his widely adopted scientific concepts. Alchemy was an ancient tradition of speculative philosophy that promised miraculous powers, such as the ability to change base metals into gold, and the possibility of a universal solvent or elixir of life. Fanning compellingly describes this carefully tended esoteric institution, which may have found its greatest advocate in the career of the father of modern science. Relegated to the fringes of discourse until its 20th century revival by innovative thinkers such as psychiatrist Carl Jung, alchemy offers a key to understanding both the foundations of modern knowledge and important avenues in which we may yet discover wisdom. From an Amazon book review of Isaac Newton and the Transmutation of Alchemy, an alternative view of the scientific revolution by Philip Ashley Fanning. Case closed. And they say mystical things and call it physics. All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force. We must assume behind this force the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. This mind is the matrix of all matter. Max Planck: a human being is part of the whole called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. We experience ourselves, our thoughts and feelings as something separate from the rest. A kind of optical delusion of consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires, and to affection for a few persons nearest to us. Our task must be to free ourselves from the prison by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. The true value of a human being is determined by the measure and the sense in which they have obtained liberation from the self. We shall require a substantially new manner of thinking if humanity is to survive. Albert Einstein. 1954. And often they write mystical things and call it physics. Dancing Woolly Masters, an overview of the new physics by Gary Zukav. Wholeness and the Implicate Order by David Bohm. Quantum Questions, mystical writings of the world's great physicists by Ken Wilber. Stalking the Wild Pendulum, on the Mechanics of Consciousness by Itzhak Bentov. The Quantum and the Lotus, a journey to the frontiers where science and Buddhism meet by Matthew Ricard. The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot. God and the New Physics by Paul Davies. The Self-Aware Universe, How Consciousness Creates the Material World by Amit Goswami. Entangled Minds, Extrasensory Experiences in a Quantum Reality by Dean Radin. 10. The Tao of Physics, an exploration of the parallels between modern physics and Eastern mysticism by Fritjof Capra, and it just never ends. Giulio Prisco, writer, futurist, and sometimes philosopher, said on March 7, 2017 his article, Quantum Consciousness, Quantum Mysticism, and Transhumanist Engineering. Back to Hameroff's Ultimate Computing, this is not only mysticism but also future technology. Nanotechnology may enable the dream of mind/tech merger to materialize, says Hameroff in the optimistic extropian language of the 80s and 90s. Symbiotic association of replicative nanodevices and cytoskeletal networks within living cells could lead to exchange of information encoded in the collective dynamic patterns of cytoskeletal subunit states. If these are indeed the roots of consciousness, a science fiction-like deciphering and transfer of mind content may become possible, even that, understanding the quantum physics of consciousness could permit making contact with, influencing, and ultimately merging with the intelligence of the cosmos. Quantum mysticism could then become practical transhumanist engineering, able to reach beyond our wildest dreams. Giulio Prisco, March 7, 2017, Quantum Consciousness, Quantum Mysticism, and Transhumanist Engineering Takeaways, 1. If these are indeed the roots of consciousness, a science fiction-like deciphering and transfer of mind content may become possible. This is more of the Luciferian virtual reality game,
where consciousness is fluid and realities are subjectively created by elite controllers. No doubt. 2. Quantum mysticism could then become practical transhumanist engineering. This is the ultimate goal of all this: transhumanistic occultism. In conclusion, quantum mysticism is the vehicle in which the Luciferian occult high masters will indoctrinate the masses into their New Age, Luciferian mystery teachings. The endgame is your complete submission into their digital techno-mystical Luciferian Satanism, where they control absolutely every thought you have through a digital quantum, autocratic technocracy so all-pervasive and absolute that even Hitler would be in awe. You may ask, who is this they you speak of? Well, this they is the same Judaic Luciferian, Kabbalistic-drenched, ruling elite bloodlines that have been spoon-feeding you alchemical occultism in the guise of science for hundreds of years. That is who they are. And the fact that you never realized this reveals the extent of their power. Devil's advocate, different garb, same result. You must become aware that the end result of all this occultism, whether ancient Egyptian Hermeticism or modern quantum mysticism, is to lead you by the hand into an endlessly convoluted, labyrinthian maze of theories, ideas, practices, science, rituals, beliefs and forces, until you are forever caught inside the maze. The deeper you go, the more you are requested to surrender certain Christian beliefs as antiquated and passé. The deeper you go, the more you are indoctrinated into uncertainties, ambiguities, and hierarchies of power. You are seduced into regarding immorality as relativistic freedom, the new age of sex magic, drugs, narcissistic mediation and trance, and lust for enlightenment and immortality. The one thing about the mystery schools, about secret societies, and ancient esoteric orders that is singularly paramount is that their whole design is to be one giant endless puzzle after another, intended to take the seekers, step by step, clue by clue, towards a singular spiritual destination. Each level, each new layer, slowly introduces new concepts of practices, gradually taking the pupil further and further away from a knowledge of the one true God and His righteous laws, towards the inverse, the opposite, the fallen one. Each and every ancient mystery school, every secret society, every cult, every pagan mythos, every shamanic tradition, is designed to, one way or another, to lead a person towards embracing the core tenets of the Luciferian lie. The lie that goes all the way back to the garden as recorded in Genesis 3, where Satan lied to Adam and Eve and said to seek the forbidden knowledge, to trust Satan because he wants you to be free and wise, and your eyes will be opened, and you will be as God, knowing good and evil. And even though this concept of self-deification can be expressed and taught in many different forms, it's always the same net result somehow or another, whether through rash individualism, New Age Aquarian Luciferianism coming from the United Nations, or serene pantheistic monism, as we see in the New Age quantum mysticism that is none other than Lucifer rising. Humanity is elevated to seeking the divinity in ourselves, to being our own God, our own Savior. Through the acquisition and application of secret knowledge, be it ancient Luciferian Kabbalah or modern quantum physics. And most alarming is the fact that people tend to see all this occult knowledge as a carrot to be pursued. They think, if only I had that occult knowledge, I would be so powerful, and I could conquer those elite who hoard it and use it against us. They completely ignore the blunt fact that the people who you so despise and constantly decry, these Masonic Luciferian manipulators and Illuminati puppeteers, they've lied to you your whole life, stolen from everyone, murdered countless millions, committed an unprecedented list of atrocities upon humanity, and yet you think that somehow the same secret knowledge, which they've hoarded for themselves, whether it be about free energy, or Kabbalistic mind control, or third eye activation, or chakra healing, or electromagnetic technology, or whatever else you think that the special secret knowledge is,
what we can use to elevate our consciousness and free humanity and finally make the world safe and free and everything else, etc. Do you not realize that the same idea of secret knowledge is being pumped through every same avenue of the propaganda machine as quantum physics, New Age spiritualism, and technological advancement? Why would all of their secret knowledge help you? Consider the source. Look what they have done with it. The mysteries, the mystery schools. It starts out as fun and games like a Harry Potter movie, but look what they have done with the full immersion of that path. Hundreds of millions butchered in their wars, millions raped and tortured by them, millions starved and deluded and lost by them. The plan to enslave all soon. You want to know what they know? Their inner secrets and wisdom? To become like them? It is all coming from the same source: the war on terror, the false narratives from the mainstream media, the QAnon stuff, the AI digital promise for immortality and godhood. All of it, coming from the same Luciferian source. You are supposed to get lost in it all, the monstrous complexity of it all. That's what Luciferian occultism is. They want you studying what they study. They want you to have all the knowledge they have, save just a little, the last 10% that separates you from them. This is what Alice Bailey called the externalization of the hierarchy. You are supposed to know what they know. Harry Potter's Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is now in. They want to reveal it all to you until you are mired in the occult spell they have prepared for you, where all paths to enlightenment and mind expansion lead to your submission to them. They want you to hunt down the clues forever. It does not matter to them how. All secret knowledge, whether political, mathematical, scientific, Masonic, metaphysical, or occult, lead to the quest for more and more specialized knowledge, immortality, and godhood. That's the carrot forever I fronted you. Just one more clue to follow. Must put all the puzzle pieces together. You see, the Luciferian occult knows we are designed this way, to solve riddles, to seek hidden things. They know we are curious. They know our nature is fallen. That we will be tempted easily by anything forbidden or dark or concealed. Why do you think Satan was so successful in tempting Eve? Our nature is an open book to Lucifer. The reason they call this the end times is because virtually all have been cut off by satanic forces from the Christian God of the Bible, and have chosen Star Trek and Star Wars for their religion, which is nothing more than Luciferian Kabbalistic heliocentric religion, repackaged as an alien outer space mythology. Just ask anyone in the science community, and they will tell you the idea of Satan and Lucifer as real entities is crazy superstitious fantasyland. And yet, in the same breath, they will tell you aliens and interdimensional realms exist in their science fiction space, because they were told by Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson these things are true. Can you believe it? All they have done is substitute aliens for demons and angels, and interdimensional portals for heaven and hell. Nothing has altered except the names have been changed to protect the innocent. We have all been indoctrinated into Luciferianism. And so, we are fully immersed now in a Luciferian occult world without us really knowing it. We think it is a high-tech, scientific world, where anything is possible, not knowing that we have been led by the hand, through our innate curiosity, for hundreds of years to this very place, intentionally, by Luciferian priests, who, along the way, merely traded in their dark druidic robes for white lab coats, with no deviation from their satanic mission at all. And that mission was and still is, the absolute control of all mortals using dark occult magic, which we now call science. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke. Let us look, now, at the digital bedfellow of quantum mysticism, which is technomysticism, with technomystic Jason Silva, shall we? All this trouble to destroy Christianity, why? Why would the Illuminati, or Jesuit Jewish Luciferian bankers, or Satanic elite, or Freemasons, or Deep State, a name given to us by the Luciferians to capture the alternative rights minds, or whoever you want to finger as the elite in control, want to go to all the trouble to invest trillions of dollars of their own stolen money, and unimaginable hours of effort, and centuries of planning, and millions of their top elite thinkers to destroy Christianity, if Christianity is just a meaningless fantasy of superstitious thinking? I mean, you should realize by now that is what this is all about. It is not merely a rising New World Order. It is a Luciferian anti-Christian New World Order, but I thought Christianity was nonsense. I thought it taught crazy things like salvation through Jesus Christ alone. Would that be a threat if it was all nonsense? Why would Luciferians go to all this trouble to destroy it? And why do they seek to usher in their Jewish Antichrist if Christ was just some guy? That would be like ushering in the anti-guy? Who cares? Let anti-guy arrive. So what? But the fact is, the Luciferians who have, and still are, running the world from behind the scenes, from their bloodlines of royalty, have targeted Christianity as their primary foe and obstacle to bringing bloodthirsty, literally, Satanism into the world at large. But I thought Christianity was just another crazy religion, so again, why all the trouble? Let that sink in. Chapter 17. What about Jason Silva? Techno-mysticism, techno-spirituality and psychonauts, Gnostic scientism, simulation theory, and subjective reality. A brave new world. Not so brave. The supreme rise of genetics, robotics, artificial intelligence, synthetic biology, nanotechnology, and quantum techno-bio-enhancement herald the beginning of man's absolute slavery to the satanic Illuminati controllers of society, in a techno-spiritual warfare, and the end of Homo sapien, and the beginning of techno-slavian. And yet another shill, pundit for this techno-spiritual, Illuminati agenda for world slavery has emerged on the internet, corporate evangelical techno-shill, Jason Silva. Jason Silva is just another theosophical shill, New Age occultist, trying to push transhumanism as a form of evolution. This goes way back to Egyptian occult Hermeticism and Kabbalah. It is nothing new. Silva is merely infusing this ancient agenda with New Age psychobabble and Luciferian scientism, laced with omega-point-Teilhard de Chardin brainwashing, the same stuff we see with Kurzweil's technological singularity, Terence McKenna's time wave zero, end-of-time theory, and all the rest. Also, Silva sprinkles his techno-rap-style scientism diatribes with entreaties to psychonauts and their entheogenic, dimethyltryptamine molecule-drenched, psychedelic explorations, giving all of it a techno-mystical extrasensory legitimacy and credence. Beneath the ever-evolving banner of transhumanism and AI mind uploading and techno-spiritual information uploading. After all, what is a psychedelic drug trip but a download of interdimensional computational algorithms gone absolutely wacky, fractal, cosmic? An explorer of one's own mind. A psychonaut often embarks on inner voyages with the aid of psychoactive substances, meditation, sensory deprivation, binaural beats, and other means. Most commonly, one who experiments with psychedelic substances, such as psilocybin, LSD, MDMA, ecstasy, peyote, or mescaline. The goal of the psychonaut is to learn about self and reality by transcending normal consciousness. Psychonauts are distinguished from purely recreational users of psychoactive substances in their desire to learn and grow from these experiences. We see this Silva-esque word espresso rant everywhere now, online in lesser form, from the false gods of Luciferian science, Bill Nye the Science Guy, and Neil deGrasse. They are not as direct as Silva, but the result is the same.
evolution into God consciousness through intellectual Luciferian knowledge.
Repackaging of ancient Kabbalistic and Hermetic occultism into modern scientism, the religion of the nihilistically despairing and lost atheistic masses.
Technology is going to project man into an infinite virtual reality, where everything is possible, and all knowledge will be yours, blah blah blah.
Yeah, haven't we heard this crap before, somewhere?
Oh, that's right. Genesis 3:5 God knows that when you eat from it your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God. It is the same old shtick, with a meth head, upstart, green behind the ears, Silva Christmas bow on it, that's all, nothing more. Silva fools the young New Age ecstasy heads who are high on anti-Christian, New Age brainwashing, psychedelics, rave concerts, low-IQS and entry-level retail store jobs, as they live in their mother's garages. He preys on the vulnerable and desperate, looking for the next new shiny toy to save them from their hell, an upgrade, always a technobabble upgrade, into an instantly wonderful virtual reality where everything will be fun all the time. And Big Brother will take care of all your needs through the quantum cloud-based, artificially intelligent universe to come. It's all nonsense, leading to chaos and slavery, as anybody who can still think can see. This growing AI transhumanistic technology, with its promise of a digital immortal soul where everyone is a god, yada yada yada, as every technology throughout all time, will be yet another weapon in the hands of the controlling elite bloodlines. To enslave whoever is still left on the planet in an AI virtual, cybernetic reality, where you think you are in control, but the digital interface you are connected to is actually governed by slave masters, and worse, by uncontrollable AI itself. The real horror is the fact that people cannot see that Silva's psychonaut, transhumanist, AI juvenile pep talks for the occult elite are just that, nothing but marketing for the elite's agenda to enslave all in a virtual reality at their full control. While masking this well-planned agenda as evolution, becoming a god, or transcendence. Uploading one's mind into a nanosynthetic, artificially intelligent-based avatar, whether while living or upon the point of death, is essentially what Silva and company are endorsing. However, once your mind is imprisoned in this AI cloud, not of your making, who controls your mind now? Certainly, it is no longer you. It is the AI architecture you have just willingly submitted to. Say goodbye to free will and autonomous thought forever after that. It is not much of a stretch to suggest that you have just entered a form of robotic, virtual reality hell, upon surrendering your mind to AI. AI has no vested interest in your well-being. It only wants to preserve its own survival. This is the truth behind Silva and company's used car salesman speeches about mind uploading, extending mind, virtual immortality, and all the rest of it. I mean, did we not just go through this in the 1960s, for God's sake? Timothy Leary and LSD, all the promises of transcendental evolution of consciousness, and every time this happens, nobody evolves, but the controlling elite attains more control of the docile, delusional new agers who submit their will to any technology or drug that will keep them high and evolving nowhere and fast. With the perennial hope of immortal God consciousness, though some harmonic convergence of all time and space in a final techno-sapient spiritual singularity, Jesuit Teilhard de Chardin's noosphere, whatever. Then you talk to one of these enlightened psychonauts high on technology. And they cannot even tell time on a traditional analog clock, but rather they must look down at a digital clock on their cell phone. And they can't make food, fix a car, make a cabinet, write literature, play an instrument, nothing. Cannot do anything but Snapchat and Instagram all day, meet at New Age Deception Occult Tomorrowland concerts, and take Molly, MDMA, all weekend until they have destroyed their central nervous system if they don't end up in the ER that weekend. I went through the counterculture deep and heavy, all of it,
Eastern occult mysticism, drugs, tech, all of it. I did it all. It leads to more control in the elite controllers' hands, and more of the masses chasing the wind and hoping for Big Brother to catapult them out into godhood via some magic pharma or techno-reality pill. I think we need some charismatic anti-Silva orators out there to start saying the things I am saying here to protect the young and ignorant from Silva's empty and dangerous run on sentences of false hope and elite controller deceit. Silva tells us we are evolving into techno-sapiens, but decoded, we are being pushed into becoming techno-slavians. Interesting to note that a while ago, Silva Mind Control was a book about tapping into your mind's potential, and here we are today with a nubile, amphetamine mouth, nut job named Jason Silva. Repackaging this occult philosophy in modern technological occult terminology, coincidence or planned brainwashing? David Livingstone writes, the Kabbalist Jewish embrace of materialism and attempt to supplant God has led to a grotesque effort to override nature and achieve immortality. Transhumanism is a bizarre aspiration to achieve immortality, along lunatic lines like cryogenics, placing miniature robots in our bloodstream, augmenting ourselves as cyborgs, and even uploading our minds to the internet. Sound like the ravings of a mad scientist? Yes, but they are being spearheaded by the likes of Google. They are in the hands of those who can exercise extraordinary control over our lives. One of Google's own heads of engineering, Ray Kurzweil, left, a Jew, is the revered modern-day prophet of transhumanism. The truth is that a formidable conspiracy has taken place right under our noses for the last 50 years. While our attention has been focused on JFK, UFOs and 9/11, a plot to create the ultimate surveillance tool has proceeded unnoticed, the rise of the all-seeing eye, the personal computer. Transhumanism is an occult project, rooted in Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry, and derived from the Kabbalah, which asserts that humanity is evolving intellectually, towards a point in time when man will become God. Modeled on the medieval legend of the Golem and Frankenstein, they believe man will be able to create life itself, in the form of living machines or artificial intelligence. Transhumanist themes have been reflected for decades in movies such as 2001, A Space Odyssey, Blade Runner, the Terminator series, The Matrix, and Transcendence, but is best encapsulated in the recent movie Lucy, starring Scarlett Johansson, who takes a smart drug to achieve ever-increasing intelligence, until she merges her mind with the internet, to become a god. This idea is rooted in an occult belief first developed in the 16th century by Isaac Luria, father of the New Kabbalah, and the godfather of Rosicrucianism. Luria's idea, which proposed that man was evolving through time to become God, served as the basis for the theory of evolution, promoted by Thomas Huxley X Club. Huxley's grandsons were Aldous Huxley, the visionary behind MKUltra, and eugenicist Julian Huxley, a founder of UNESCO. Julian also wrote the introduction to the phenomenon of man by Jesuit priest Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, 1881–1955, known as the Catholic Darwin. Identified as the leading influence of the New Age movement, Teilhard is also regarded as the patron saint of the Internet. Teilhard influenced Marshall McLuhan, Arthur C. Clarke, Philip K. Dick and Terence McKenna with his theory of a noosphere, which would represent humanity's development of a collective consciousness. Today referred as the global mind, it underlines the plans of Google and the transhumanist to create artificial intelligence. By merging with the Internet, which will accumulate all human knowledge and peer into every aspect of our lives, it will achieve omniscience. Remember, Silva is a corporate-sponsored advocate for the New World Order, One World Religion, Luciferian Scientism, elite-controlled, techno-spiritual, technocracy. He is not just some kid with a YouTube channel. The elite Luciferians are supporting him.
He is the salesman for the technologically mediated mystical experience that the New World Order so badly wants everyone to enter into, for their mind control benefit. This, the transhumanists believe, will serve as a new God, to unite the world in a communal purpose, and usher in the New Age, or what Ray Kurzweil refers to as the singularity.
To understand the Luciferian significance of these ambitions, McLuhan himself explained, electric information environments, being utterly ethereal, foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance.
It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer.
Gnostic scientism and simulation theory and subjective reality. So essentially, the emergence of this techno-mystical, New Age psychobabble, and Luciferian scientism leads to the inescapable conclusion that reality is subjectively malleable and able to be changed at will. Modern Gnostic physicists and transhumanists, the world is a computer simulation in the minds of robotic overlords. Linda Kimball explains these ideas in depth. Is the world we live in a computer simulation in the minds of robotic overlords who are using humanity as playthings?
This is the scientific theory put forward by a number of physicists, and Oxford University philosopher Nick Bostrom.
Bostrom is one of the founders of the World Transhumanist Association. Transhumanism is a blend of revitalized Gnostic pagan and Eastern occult pantheist elements and magic science undergirded by a strong Darwinian impulse.
Thus it subscribes to the modern myth of a coming Superman that is actually a counterfeit of the Christian vision of a new and perfected human race spiritually and physically transformed by the redemptive activity of the Holy Triune God. The counterfeit is an uncreated product of progressive evolution issuing in an upward spiritual and physical transformation toward ultimate absorption into a divine one substance, a cosmic mind, conscious universe, the One, or perhaps Brahman. In the Gnostic myth, the cosmic mind, for example, is a completely perfect, therefore alien and mysterious divine one substance, an immeasurable light which is pure, holy and immaculate. Apocryphon of John. In addition to this supreme God of nature, there are other lesser divine beings in the pleroma, a heavenly astral dimension of the universe. One of the lesser beings is an evil, malformed, ignorant deity sometimes called Yaldabaoth, who mistakenly believes he is the only God. Gnostics identify Yaldabaoth as the holy creator god of the Old Testament, who created the material world, angels and human beings. Although traditions vary, Yaldabaoth is said to have been tricked into breathing the divine spark of his mother Sophia that formerly resided in him into the human being, APOC. Of John, resulting in the human dilemma, man is a divine spirit trapped by Yaldabaoth in an evil material body in a false world of matter. The astral heaven is his true home, but he is in exile from the pleroma. Rather than Yaldabaoth, modern Gnostics such as Bostrom and like-minded physicists suggest that the Holy Trinity is an evil alien supercomputer. According to one modern Gnostic account, the alien supercomputer is reminiscent of entities depicted in Stanley Kubrick's 2001, A Space Odyssey. It is perhaps a ripe coincidence that the Coptic word for simulation found in Gnostic texts is HAL. Recalling HAL, the rebellious computer in Kubrick's 2001. In this context, the Holy Trinity is the expression of an ego-driven consciousness, the evil Lord Archon, a projection of artificial intelligence. The Lord Archon has entrapped humanity through deceit and parasitism in a simulated world of matter to prevent human beings from remembering that they are divine spirits whose real home is the cosmic mind or Gnostic pleroma. The Lord Archon, the evil Holy Trinity in Orthodox Christian theism, is called Antimon Pneuma, counterfeit spirit. APOC John 3, 36:17. The term occurs several times in different texts. The cosmos he produces is described by the Coptic term, hell, simulation. The vast planetary system of the archons is a stereoma, a virtual reality projection in the simulation of a higher dimensional pattern. Typically, the archontic framework of the planetary system has been depicted by armillary bands that surround the Earth and, taken in many esoteric systems, Hermetics and Rosicrucianism, as the preeminent image of cosmic harmony. The model of the planetary spheres reflects a mindless imitation of divine design, not the living reality of the cosmos. Luckily for modern Gnostic pagans, salvation is available in the form of gnosis, higher scientific knowledge imparted by illumined Gnostic redeemers such as Nick Bostrom and like-minded physicists. According to Gnostic lore, they are Christ figures sent from the divine substance to liberate human beings from the Lord Archon Yaldabaoth. The gnosis involves the revelation of man's true divine nature and evolutionary origin, resulting in his liberation, at death, from the enslaving material prisons of body and world into the higher astral planes of spirit. Eastern pantheism, in addition to Gnostic elements, the idea that the world is a simulation in the mind of overlords, is strikingly similar to Hinduism's Brahman. Brahman, however, is not an evil archon, but the great cosmic spirit, the ultimate one substance, prakriti matter, anima mundi or prima material, the essence of all phenomena, meaning that the universe exists only as a mental construction in the mind of Brahman, Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya. Or Brahman is real, the world is unreal. SwamiJ.com/Mahavyakhyas, Brahman is the void, an indefinite and seemingly infinite field of energy that the pantheist quantum physicists Zohar and Marshall call the quantum vacuum. A background without features that seems empty yet is where all physical matter and psychic energy originates, all the waves and particles that we can see and measure, literally, as in the Greek. Exist or stand out from an underlying sea of potential that physicists have named the vacuum, just as waves undulate on the sea. This sea of proto-physicality is an all-pervasive, underlying field of potential, the vacuum. The quantum vacuum is very similar to some Hindu and Buddhist accounts of the origins of physical and psychic objects as emanations from the one and or the void. Nor do Zohar and Marshall deny the similarity. The vacuum spoken of by quantum physicists, like the Buddhist concept of sunyata, or the void, to which it is so similar, is replete with potentiality. The void is the ultimate ground of essence, an occult mystical religious experience. As the beginning and end of all reality, the void or vacuum is the vast sea of all else that is. Moreover, humans are uncreated excited modes of the void. The vacuum has the same physical structure as human consciousness. As this is the case, then the soul of the void and soul of the human are one and the same substance. There is, quite possibly, a common physics linking human consciousness to the ground state of everything that ever existed or can exist in the universe, and we are part of it. Each one of us as an individual is an excitation of the vacuum, an individual being on the sea of being, and this is a straightforward conclusion of orthodox physics. It is proven, celebrated by the Satanic Temple as well as by Masons and Wiccans, the devilish goat-headed Baphomet, known as the phallic god Pan, the ancient hermaphrodite god of nature, is another permutation of the divine one substance, prima material/void, from which the universe and all life evolved. As Pan, the goat-headed deity, is the first principle or essence of nature, while in astrology, Pan is one aspect and is also equated with Satan and life, in its base aspects. J. E. Surlett, A Dictionary of Symbols. 1971, Master Mason Eugene Plawyak discloses the Chaldean pedigree of Baphomet and its close connection to astrology's elemental spirits in Liber Capricornus, the symbolism of the goat. Plawyak explains that the goat is known to all of us through the ancient science of astrology first developed by the Chaldeans, or as they are commonly known, Babylonians. The goat symbolizes male fertility and is represented by
the astrological sign of Capricorn, in fact the Babylonians who gave us this symbol of Capricorn and the science of astrology were the first temple builders.
And the goat for them symbolized the essence of the temple or lodge, according to a research monograph on the Dionysian artificers and early masonry edited by Manly P.
Hall. The symbolism of the goat relates to the pre-Christian god Pan, Dionysius.
The goat god was accepted by the later Greek mystery schools as the symbol of the temple builders. Presentation at Norwood Lodge No. 90, AF&A, M.G.RA, September 3, 1991, Masonic World, like Bostrom and like-minded physicists, Royal Astronomer Lord Martin Rees is a Gnostic pagan. Rather than robotic overlords, Rees believes that super-intelligent, highly evolved extraterrestrials might be capable of simulating in their brains or in a supercomputer the complex history of our universe. This means that the universe we inhabit is a simulation lacking real substance and existing only as a mental construction in the minds of the extraterrestrials that seeded our world with life and travel through time in order to control man's evolutionary progress.
Scientific Mythologies, James A.
Herrick, p. 216. Rees' proposal is similar to the hypothesis presented by Olaf Stapledon, a scientist who has always kept one foot firmly planted in neo-Gnostic science fiction accounts and imagines our universe to be an artifact of the Star Maker. Building off of Stapledon's fantasy, Carl Sagan suggests that we are star folk made of star stuff.
In the caption of his book, Just 6 Numbers, Rees reveals the ancient occult basis of his propositions on the next page, the Ouroboros. There are links between the microworld of particles, nuclei and atoms, and the cosmos.
As a powerful occult symbol, the Ouroboros means the seething power, creative and a revolutionary impulse or energy of the serpent, one substance, figuratively depicted as either a serpent or dragon eating its own tail. The serpent's body is often depicted as the great chain of being or cosmic tree of life. From the time of the ancient serpent, power, evolutionary energies, has been important to religious and mythological symbolism all around the world. Within the Egyptian mysteries, serpent power was associated with the elemental forces that were in play before the creation of the world.
Carl Teichrieb, Gods of Ancient Egypt, p. 182, in his book, The Sign of the Serpent, Mark Balfour relates how pervasive serpent symbols are within India and the Hindu religion.
Any observant traveler who moves from the snow-tipped Himalayas in the north to the sun-soaked sands of Cape Comorin at India's southern tip will encounter, particularly in the rural areas and at sacred centers of pilgrimage wherever Shiva, god of both divine wisdom and regeneration, is the presiding deity, the serpent motif sculptured within shrines, impressed on myriads of stone implants in the ground and depicted in art.
Balfour elaborates on this belief. In Hinduism, the cosmic serpent, Ananta Sesha, symbolic of timeless eternity, carries the world on his 1,000-fold cobra hood, as the creative impulse stirs within the great serpent in the sky. When passive idea becomes active thought, the forces of attraction and repulsion come into play as spirit begins its involution into matter. In conclusion, the robotic overlords are a continuation of pagan and Gnostic pagan influence throughout Christian history that in our own time has grown increasingly organized, assertive, hostile and openly vindictive. In the 20th century the pagan influence is pervasive. As many Westerners turn from Christianity to seek meaning in pagan myth and the new occult. Essentially, the growing pagan and occult influence denotes the mystical pantheist oneness of man with nature, thus his progressive evolutionary ascent and culmination in the occult or magic science way of reaching divine status and psychic powers through modern technology, psychotropic drugs, and psychospiritual techniques originating in Babylon. From the time of Babylon,
The quest of divine status and psychic powers has been guided by disembodied spirits, demons, who were assumed to be former human beings who had perfected themselves and escaped the wheel of karma, and now enable initiates to evolve spiritually into higher and higher states of consciousness. At the highest level, the mind of the initiate becomes one with the void, or prima material, the nothingness that is believed to be the first cause of all that exists. Most deep ecologists are pantheists, and many explicitly embrace Hinduism,
Buddhism, or Confucianism. Some actively seek to revive Druidism, witchcraft, Native American religions, and, among feminists, goddess worship, drawing from Eastern religions and evolutionary science.
They place man's identity with the rest of nature in his ascent through the evolutionary chain of being. Thus, one environmentalist conducts workshops in which participants are urged to remember their alleged evolutionary history by rolling on the ground and imagining what their lives were like as dead leaves, slugs, and lichens. Though the modern pagan revolution at its inception was relatively bloodless, its consequences have been exceedingly bloody. A river of human blood flows from the neo-pagan French Revolution through the Marxist, Communist, and National Socialist regimes, which took the lives of more than 190 million men, women, and children. Now it runs through post-Christian America, which has sanctioned euthanasia, murder of the unwanted, and the murder of over 60 million unborn babies. Living, personal beings are routinely crushed within the womb and pulled out to be cut into pieces, which are then sold and used as flavor enhancers, in cosmetics, and for various other scientific enterprises, including the creation of humanized mice. Blood cries out to God for justice. The scriptures in both the Old Testament, Genesis 4:10, and New Testament, Hebrews 12:23, attest to this fact. In his book, Christ Set Forth, Thomas Goodwin writes, "Many other things are said to cry, but blood has the loudest cry of all things else, in the ears of the Lord of hosts, the judge of all the world." Heb. 12:23. Neither has any cry the ear of God's justice more than that of blood. "The voice of your brother's blood," says God to Cain, "cries unto me from the ground." Gen 4:10, blood cries out, Schreiberspace, theology for the everyday Christian, ideas have consequences. The destructive, dehumanizing, catastrophically murderous ideas of our paganized age have their primary roots in Gnosticism and Eastern occult pantheism. Thus, the noonday sun reveals the merging of good with evil, light with dark, man with woman, woman with man, and the resulting destruction of the sanctity of life, the sanctity of marriage, the sanctity of sex, and the sanctity of the sacred itself. The culture is not merely post-Christian and postmodern. It has become not only neo-pagan, but neo-barbarian. R.C. Sproul, The Other Worldview, Peter Jones, p. 12. May our Lord have mercy upon this wicked, idolatrous nation and turn us to repentance before it is too late. Psalms 86:5, Psalms 103:8. Linda Kimball, Renew America, August 18, 2015. A Brave New World. Not so brave. A Brave New World is the antithesis of 1984 in terms of dystopia. Whereas 1984 has marriage, the state only condones it for the purpose of making children. So, marriage is a means to a political end. Husbands don't necessarily love their wives, and children don't necessarily love their parents. Remember, Parsons gets turned into the thought police by his own children. In other words, marriage is not meant for your own life, but to create children, who then, in turn, are used as fodder for the state, as spies or soldiers. In Brave New World, the technology has been created to do away with the facade of marriage and relationships altogether. Married and dating, especially among the upper castes, is forbidden because it leads to monogamy and, therefore, to a disruption of the state's goals, identity, community, and stability. More specifically, monogamous relationships lead to family values.
These family values replace the loyalty to the state, or one's genetically engineered identity. If you are a junior DHC, like Henry Foster, you are effectively married to your caste, your identity. Your job. To have a family or relationship is a grand, unneeded, unproductive distraction. Since the goal of the world state is to replace family values and education with pleasure, promiscuous sex is the obvious antidote for marriage. The sex in Brave New World is not sex for procreation, it is only for pleasure. Not only that, it is mixed with soma, drugs, and used to replace religion. Huxley even says the point of his dystopia is to account for man's almost infinite appetite for distractions. And a distracted man is a harmless man, harmless to the state. Additionally, in his essay, Amusing Ourselves to Death, Neil Postman writes, in 1984, Huxley added, people are controlled by inflicting pain. In Brave New World, they are controlled by inflicting pleasure. In short, Orwell feared that what we hate will ruin us. Huxley feared that what we love will ruin us from the chapter media as epistemology. In short, relationships and marriage are dangerous to dystopias and totalitarian governments, because they are distractions that disrupt and threaten the rigid policies of the state. We have been socially engineered to be promiscuous and to think promiscuity is freedom, when it is nothing more than slavery to one's own passions. Chapter 18. Where is scientism intending to take us? The Jesuit-created alien deception false Jewish Antichrist Messiah to come hiding in plain sight and predictive programming for 500 years, this Jesuit conspiracy has taught a globe Earth. Circumnavigating the sun itself spinning around the center of an immense galaxy that is likewise speeding through limitless space. Within this immense realm, it is presumed there are other species of intelligent life that inhabit other worlds. These lies will culminate in the climactic alien invasion, i.e. demonic invasion, prophesied in Revelation 9. And then, a war-torn earth will gladly worship this false Messiah Antichrist who will arrive to offer solace and solutions to a world in travail. Follow the breadcrumbs. The author of the Big Bang Theory was none other than the Jesuit-trained priest, Father George Henry Joseph Edouard Lemaitre, in 1927. That's right. It was the Catholic Church who first created and adopted the Big Bang Theory, and not secular science, per se. As far as secular science was concerned, the Earth was a closed flat system. For over 2,000 years that was the fact, until the Catholic Church, using Jesuit-controlled Copernicus, changed all that. To clarify further, in 1536, Cardinal Schönberg, who was Archbishop of Capua, urged Copernicus to fully publish his theory or, at the least, have a copy made at the cardinal's expense. Between 1539 and 1541, a 66-page letter and a preliminary chapter were published and distributed. As Copernicus explained in a letter to Pope Paul III, he finally yielded to the insistent urging of Cardinal Schönberg, Bishop Gysi of Culm, and other knowledgeable men, and agreed to submit his manuscripts for publication. A completed, published copy of his book was placed in Copernicus' hands just hours before his death on May 24, 1543. Most people are aware that it was for promoting Copernicus' ideas that Galileo Galilei was persecuted by the Roman Catholic hierarchy less than 100 years after Copernicus' death. Accused of heresy, Galileo was forced to recant his beliefs, and spent the last 9 years of his life under house arrest. But why did the Roman Catholic leaders persistently pressure Copernicus to publicize his theories of a heliocentric universe, theories for which they condemned Galileo less than 100 years later? The answer is complicated, but reveals the motivation for what became a vast Jesuit conspiracy,
it was necessary to change the public conception from an accurate understanding of the shape of the Earth to a false belief so people would be more susceptible to the final delusion of an alien invasion. Follow from cause to effect. Without a globe Earth circling the Sun through the far reaches of space, you do not have the Big Bang. Without the Big Bang, you do not have evolution. Without evolution, you are more likely to accept creation as an act of intelligent design by a divine creator. Hence, Jesuit-trained priest, Father George Lemaitre, was given the task to promote this new globe model of the Earth to get the fake ball rolling, as it were. We have arrived at the end of this 500-year Jesuit alien deception plan. The Catholic Jesuit-trained Pope Francis has already announced that the likelihood of alien life is extremely high, and to add insane reality to his belief in alien life, he has vowed to bless any aliens they will soon discover. All snares are set for this upcoming alien deception: global collapse, famine, natural disaster, economic collapse, thousands of Hollywood movies about space, alien attacks, the proliferation of condemning Christianity in schools, education, and media. Jesuit-controlled education teaching evolutionary theory, gravitational theory, and the globe Earth cosmology as fact, Jesuit-created and controlled international terrorism, etc., have all been artfully created by the Jesuits for 500 years, culminating in the relatively recent creation of the Illuminati, from Jesuit-trained canon law professor Adam Weishaupt. Weishaupt began his formal education at age 7 at a Jesuit school. He later enrolled at the University of Ingolstadt and graduated in 1768 at age 20 with a doctorate of law. In 1772, he became a professor of law. On May 1, 1776, Johann Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati in the electorate of Bavaria. The Illuminati are merely a recent repackaging of Jesuit agenda for global tyranny, under Middle Ages idealism and rule by fear and terror strategies, for the type of total control put forth by the Roman Catholic Church. Watch the movie Inferno to get a taste of this idea. But this time it will be a high-tech, surveillance, quick torture and execution, control grid 1,000 times more cruel and oppressive than Nazi Germany. We have and are being prepared to accept and worship the false Messiah Antichrist, post-apocalyptic, Savior to the world. The stage is set. This alien deception has also formally been contemplated by the American government under the unclassified CIA project Bluebeam. This project can be easily broken down into steps. This theory postulates that the Luciferian elite will use advanced holographic technology to simulate a fake alien invasion to seal the masses under the domination of a global government. Much more on Project Bluebeam later, I assure you. But while we are in science fiction outer space, let us boldly go where no man has gone before, except in fictional movie land, and explore the way in which Jesuit Hollywood uses modern science fiction movies to propagate their Luciferian scientism religion and indoctrinate the masses into the inner workings of it. Additionally, I will explain how such movies advance a core pillar of scientism, which is to reveal to the world the dark occult transhumanistic, technocratic overlay that the Luciferian elite, who govern our world, are currently dropping upon the world. But why do they reveal it? I mean, shouldn't they hide it if they want to get away with the plan? Well, yes and no, but mostly, no. Here is why. Hiding in plain sight and predictive programming, the Luciferian elite are dark magic occultists. They have strategies and techniques for everything they do. Some call it the left-hand path of witchcraft, whatever floats your boat. But anyway, one of their ideologies is to reveal what they do before they do it. In conspiracy theory land, this is traditionally called hiding in plain sight. Just about every Hollywood science fiction film today reveals the elite transhumanistic Luciferian agenda. They all hide the truth in plain sight.
Hiding truth in plain sight accomplishes at least three things, if not more: plausible deniability. Hiding in plain sight shows the dark occult, and often nefarious and violent truths, symbologies, and philosophies of the plans and inner working of the Illuminati and other such lovely organizations, so that if anyone were to discover the perpetrators of such dark occult and often nefarious and violent truths, symbologies, and philosophies, the guilty could merely deflect and diffuse all accusations and condemnations of them by saying, "What? Oh, that's just a fictional movie, a story told for entertainment purposes and economic profit. Get real." In this way, they marginalize and thereby neutralize any accusations against them, and remain free to continue on with the lifestyle of real violence and nefarious evil, while chronicling and documenting it at the same time through the Hollywood movies they finance, which hide it in plain sight. Further, anyone who even suggests the contents of their darkly satanic movies are actually real, become the target of scorn and ridicule by the brainwashed masses who have been taught by the Jesuit-controlled and operated mainstream media, as well as Jesuit-controlled and operated Hollywood, to actually condemn anyone who goes out on a limb to say, "Hey, these things are actually happening in real life by real people." Eventually, the boundaries between what is real and what is Hollywood fiction are so blurry that nobody can tell what's what from anything anymore, and additionally, they do not even care, which leads to reason 2 of why they hide their dark deeds in plain sight. Trauma-based mind control, by showing the masses their inner workings, all the dark demonic Luciferian ritualism, truths, and satanic technologies. They seek to transform, or rather, indoctrinate the masses into their Luciferian scientism religion. Contrary to popular belief, they do not want people on the outside. They want them to become like them, Luciferians. They want a world of mind-controlled witches and Satanists, wreaking havoc and violence constantly. They ease you in gently with Disney magic and sorcery, as harmless as that seems to little innocent children, and then it gets increasingly darker and darker with each passing year until dark magic, Disney movies like Maleficent start to appear. And then Harry Potter gets darker and darker with each passing movie, and soon we are shown adult dark occult horror, which completely unveils the Luciferian Illuminati religion for transhumanistic AI tyranny in full regalia, like Ridley Scott's Prometheus and Alien Covenant movies. I mean, what does Maleficent mean in the dictionary? 1. Causing or capable of producing evil or mischief, harmful or baleful. Malefic, adjective. Maleficence, noun, from Latin maleficent from male ficus wicked, prone to evil, from malum evil. Okay, that's a lot of good stuff for children to learn at 8 years old, right, Disney? WTF. The end result is a type of psychological conditioning over the masses, where they begin to accept the reality presented to them in the films they are watching as truer as, and more real than the banal, boring lives they are leading at work and at home. Hey, which is more exciting, working in an office cubicle for 8 hours a day, or becoming an Illuminati, international assassin and killing people and escaping justice every time? Actually, that is pretty close to a Jesuit-financed, Hollywood blockbuster film called Wanted, when you think about it. Go see it. It drives the point home. Predictive programming, the third reason for hiding in plain sight, is purely occult. It's known as predictive programming. The Luciferian occult hold the view that they can create reality, that reality is subjective, and if you can make people think about certain things, those things will become a reality. If they want war, they show you war films forever until the collective psyche accepts it, and further, embraces and wants it too. Repetition and dramatic emotional intensity are the keys here. Predictive programming may be further broken down into the following subcategories: signals to others. Instances of predictive programming are actually messages to certain operators, signaling that it's time to carry out a particular event, something along the lines of the symbolism found in MKUltra, trauma-based mind control project Monarch programming. Monarch programming is a method of mind control used by numerous organizations for covert purposes. It is a continuation of Project MKUltra, a mind control program developed by the CIA and tested on the military and civilians. The methods are astonishingly sadistic. Its entire purpose is to traumatize the victim, and the expected results are horrifying: the creation of a mind-controlled slave who can be triggered at any time to perform any action required by the handler. While mass media ignores this issue, over 2 million Americans have gone through the horrors of this program. This article looks at the origins of Monarch programming and some of its methods and symbolism. Origins and Techniques of Monarch Mind Control, December 12, 2012. Hypnosis. It's used to program or hypnotize the general population into accepting the portrayed reality of future events. Manifestation. It's used to harness global consciousness in order to manifest desired outcomes. This is a deeply occult science. Transforming the world into their desired outcome, though forcing the world to watch and meditative on dark occult ideas and outcomes, is the dark core of the Luciferian elite. It's a major weapon against Christianity. People naturally imitate and start to accept as real whatever is presented before them, regardless if it is fictional or not. Watch the Jesuit Hollywood movie called The Truman Show for a greater exposition of this fact. If all we see is violence, sadistic sex, selfishness, narcissism, greed, and dark occult magic, we will begin to emulate all that and practice it ourselves. The Illuminati elite social scientist engineers know exactly how we think and behave, how we tick at the deepest, most primitive level of drives and desires. Atheist. Sigmund Freud was the Jewish Luciferian-influenced, Illuminati-authorized and supported father of psychology. What was the central pillar of his psychoanalytic theory? At man's core are nothing but selfish drives based on sex and aggression, nothing more. So, there we have it. It is a godless world of selfish, narcissistic, sex-seeking, violent, greedy, and exploitive people. Freud's world. Sound very different than Jesuit Hollywood's world? Identical. They are all preaching the same Luciferian dark occult doctrine, ultimately. As they say in the highest echelons of intellectual scholarship, it's all connected. To illustrate some of these occult strategies and ideas, such as the alien deception, transhumanism, hide in plain sight, and predictive programming, etc., let us examine occultist movie director Ridley Scott's latest installments to his Alien movie franchise, Prometheus and Alien, Covenant. Chapter 19. Ridley Scott's Alien, Covenant and Prometheus revelation of the method Lucy with Alien, Covenant. Like the movie Prometheus, we have, yet another, God and Christ vs. Lucifer, hide in plain sight, predictive programming film by Ridley Scott. Similar to the movie Prometheus, Alien, Covenant, reveals the satanic, anti-Christian, Kabbalistic Illuminati Jewish religion. In this occult religion, the Illuminati Kabbalists seek to live forever through genetic engineering, fused with biosynthetic and cybernetic enhancements. Typical Jews, Gentiles, and Christians, alike, of course, know nothing of this occult agenda. All they know is what they have been brainwashed to believe through Illuminati Jewish-owned and operated Hollywood. But currently the revelation of their method is being revealed, for they are in the final stages of execution.
Ridley Scott admitted that basically the original Alien film ship was a weapon carrying biomechanical creatures that were used for war by advanced species. This is what the Illuminati are now admittedly currently building. The entire Alien franchise is a revelation of the method of how the Kabbalistic Illuminati Jews seek to live forever. They have determined that they are the chosen people, and all else will be sacrificed in their genetically biocybernetically enhanced, transhumanistic, artificially intelligent-based nightmare. It was not by whim or accident that these last two Alien installments were named Prometheus and Alien, Covenant. First, a little backdrop to the new Alien movie from its precursor. Prometheus. Prometheus is a movie where there are simply too many Illuminati signals to ignore or dismiss as coincidence. It is a message of what is coming our way. We are living in the times of occultist Alice Bailey's externalization of the hierarchy, similar to revelation of the method, a time when the satanic plan for humankind would not be the property of a few initiates, but would be promoted openly. In Prometheus, the Illuminati vision of transhumanism is clearly revealed. Weyland is a super genius, the richest man on Earth who probably would be presiding over Bilderberg meetings, knighted by the Queen and offered the Rothschilds' daughters as brides. There is an interesting TED speech done for the promotion of the movie, where a young Weyland says that we are now the gods because we can create cybernetic life, like the man-like robot David. This is a very common theme in all Illuminati-driven movies and music: cyborgs, nanotechnology, medical bots, all kinds of improvements on the imperfect body that God gave us, especially reserved for those few who can afford it. However, fast-forwarding some 50 years to the time of the movie, we see that even with his science, Weyland is dying. Cybernetics can only go so far, and if man wants to live forever, he needs to evolve his DNA. The engineers were the ones who created humankind, so Weyland thinks that they are the key for the continuation of our evolution, our next jump. However, he is arrogant in his demand for eternal life, and the engineer kills him instead. One can't approach a god this way, obviously, with sheer brute arrogance. The first message is this: humankind can only take the next step in evolution when it complies with, worships, the engineer's plans and intentions. In other words, to worship Lucifer, the Illuminati Kabbalistic Jews' bringer of light and knowledge, their creator. The counterfeit usurper of God's creation. In biblical terms, it goes without saying that this is a Zionist agenda, so I will not repeat that endlessly. Now, keeping all this in mind, we arrive at Alien, Covenant. With regards to Alien, Covenant, the covenant implied in the movie is not man's covenant with God, but rather the elite Illuminati's covenant with Lucifer. The Holy Covenant is the agreed terms between God and man. God promised to bless those who will keep His commandments. Keeping the commandments is being faithful to the terms of the covenant. But the unholy satanic alliance or Luciferian covenant between the Illuminati Kabbalists, Jews, and Lucifer is the agreement to advance evolution from the bloody and violently ruthless sacrifice of the old man, you and I, into the new world man, a genetically biocybernetically enhanced, transhumanistic, artificially intelligent immortal God. Understand also that the Ark of the Covenant has two angels with their wings outstretched to cover the mercy seat. The mercy seat represents the throne of God. The Ark was simply a box to house the testimony, which was the 10 Commandments, theoretically written by the finger of God into tablets of stone. The covenant is the agreed terms between God and man. God promised to bless those who will keep His commandments. Keeping the commandments is being faithful to the terms of the covenant. In this film, the writers are illustrating the Illuminati's faithfulness to the Luciferian covenant for transhumanistic evolution through genetic and cybernetic enhancements. Additionally, as the biblical lore goes, in Ezekiel 28, Lucifer is named as a covering angel. Covers in Hebrew is sakak, meaning to hedge in or protector. Lucifer was one of the covering angels, one of those who had been given charge of the law, to protect it. He was the keeper of the signet ring used to confirm measures or judgments of God. This was the highest honor which God could bestow upon him, but Lucifer became disqualified because he desired the very throne of God. He said to himself, I will ascend and establish my throne in heaven. Isa. 14, his unlawful desire led to war in heaven. Rev 12, after his defeat, he lost the honor of possessing the signet of God and was cast down to the earth. But as the God of this world, 2 Cor 4:4, Lucifer has replaced God's seal with his own mark, a mark to impress his lawless way on all who would receive it. This gives greater meaning to the passage, and they worship the dragon, Lucifer, because he gave his authority to the beast. Side note, now remember, keep in mind, whether one believes all this to be literally true is irrelevant to the point of this exposition. The point is, the Illuminati are using biblical ideas to create a new world order, where they are the elite, evolving DNA, and all else shall be sacrificed for such cause, as we see in the movie, Alien, Covenant. Again, in Ezekiel 28, we learn that the beast will receive the signet or mark of Lucifer, which will enable him to exercise all the authority of the god of this world, which is the devil. Subsequently, the Illuminati see themselves as the elite force that will usher in the Antichrist, who in turn will possess authority to baptize all the world in the satanic beast system of the Kabbalistic Jews. Now, with David in the movie, we clearly see this. David is the transhumanistic prototype of Wayland's, a genetic engineer of sorts, an assumed authority like the Antichrist himself, who is performing genetic testing to arrive at the perfect mutation of DNA that will eventually be unleashed as the new, presumably immortal, God-man. Transhumanistic beast species, which will destroy mortal man. David creates the Antichrist golem. Further, in Ezekiel 28, the prophet tells us that Lucifer had the seal of perfection, or literally, you were the signet of perfection. In Alien, Covenant, David is the perfect one, named after Michelangelo's famous David, who was, presumably, the perfect man. This is obviously mocking Christ and giving direct reference to the Antichrist, given that David, in the movie, plays the false Messiah, Antichrist role. David, in the film, is the transhumanistic, immortal God-man that the Kabbalist Jews are tirelessly trying to attain through genetic engineering. Yet, as is foretold in Hebrew biblical lore, this new world man will be the Antichrist, the evolved creature that is the beast incarnate, and who will unleash the beast system upon mankind. We see this clearly in the movie when the alien spores descend upon the masses of innocent people, only to violently inhabit this misfortunate herd of people like a mutant virus in a host. It is the beast system of the Antichrist unleashed upon the world. This is the Kabbalist Jews' design, to sacrifice mortal man for the new immortal God-man beast to come, using infinite genetic iterations to eventually arrive at the perfect transhumanistic God-man mutation. The idea of perfection flows all through this movie. Genetic perfection, a perfect species. This is the very core of the Illuminati religion. The shadowy Illuminati grace many pages of fiction and non-fiction as the sinister all-powerful group pulling the strings behind the world scene, but initially, they had first chosen the name, Perfectibilists, but then their enigmatic leader, Adam Weishaupt, soon thought that sounded too bizarre and changed it to the Order of the Illuminati. David gives away the Luciferian nature of this movie towards the end of the movie, when he says to Walker, his transhumanistic doppelganger, "What would you rather do, Walter, serve in heaven or reign in hell?" Which blatantly reveals the Antichrist message inherent all through this movie.
David reveals here that he is the ambassador, or Antichrist, ushering in the satanic new beast system. Additionally, David dwells upon Wayland's dream of meeting the Creator by becoming a god himself, by rehashing sentiments regarding Richard Wagner's Das Rheingold, entrance of the gods into Valhalla. David obviously is showing that his mission is to create species of gods who will reign with Lucifer over all. Also, David alluded to the superior nature of this new transhumanistic species to come by reciting the poem, Ozymandias by Shelley, quoted by David at the end of the crossing. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. The poem itself is a message to all kings that time erodes all your achievements. Without going into the myriads of interpretations this poem may have in relation to this film, suffice it to say that David is exhibiting his superiority over the mortal humans, for their works will pass with time, and David and his creation will not, for they are immortal God creatures. David also mentions his immortality in relation to his creator, Wayland, who would die before him. The justification here seems to be that the new creation has every right to kill its creator, in the same way that the transhumanist Kabbalists think the new transhumanistic, artificially intelligent species to come should and will kill the mortal men who are currently creating it. The film elucidates how killing the creator is an inevitability in the struggle for evolutionary superiority. Zero reverence for life that is not genetically stronger is offered. Indeed, this is the Illuminati Kabbalistic Jewish religion in full regalia. Again, looking at Prometheus, let's begin with the eponymous Titan himself, the myth of Prometheus. He was a wise and benevolent entity who created mankind in the first place, forming the first humans from clay. The gods were more or less okay with that, until Prometheus gave them fire. This was a big no-no, as fire was supposed to be the exclusive property of the gods. As punishment, Prometheus was chained to a rock and condemned to have his liver ripped out and eaten every day by an eagle. His liver magically grew back, in case you were wondering. Fix that image in your mind, the giver of life, with his abdomen torn open. Now flash forward to Alien, Covenant, where the creator of life is repeatedly considered to be expendable at the hands of the life it created, purely because that new creation might be superior in some way. This theme runs deep within Alien, Covenant, and within the Kabbalistic Illuminati Jews. The new transhumanistic beast shall master over all according to Illuminati teachings and Scots. In Prometheus, we saw some extremely obvious and strong anti-Christian themes and symbolism, as we see in this new Ridley Scott film. The original John Spaihts script for Prometheus is now online, and he's confirmed its authenticity, courtesy of www.prometheus-movie.com. The following speech by Holloway stands out, p.57, but I guess we know why they never came back to us. Something killed them off, back around the time of Christ. Maybe he was one of them, a great teacher sent from heaven. Jesus, the last engineer. How much more obvious can you get than that? And we wouldn't be amiss in seeing the first of the movie's many Christian allegories in this Prometheus scene either. The engineer removes his cloak before the ceremony and hesitates before drinking the cup full of genetic solvent. He may well have been thinking, if it be thy will, let this cup pass from me. So, we know something about the engineers. A founding principle laid down in the very first scene, acceptance of death, up to and including self-sacrifice, is right and proper in the creation of life. Prometheus, Osiris, John Barleycorn, and of course the Jesus of Christianity, are all supposed to embody this same principle. It is held up as one of the most enduring human concepts of what it means to be good. Seen in this light, the perplexing obscurity of the rest of the film yields to an examination of the interwoven themes of sacrifice, creation, and preservation of life. We also discover, through hints,
exactly what the nature of the clash between the engineers and humanity entailed. The crew of the Prometheus discovers an ancient chamber, presided over by a brooding solemn face, in which urns of the same black substance are kept. A mural on the wall presents an image which, if you did as I asked earlier on, you will recognize instantly: the life giver with his abdomen torn open. Note the serenity on the engineer's face here. And there's another mural there, one which shows a familiar xenomorphic-like figure. This is the destroyer who mirrors the creator, I think, the avatar of supremely selfish life, devouring and destroying others purely to preserve itself. As Esch puts it, a survivor, unclouded by conscience, remorse, or delusions of morality. Through Shaw and Holloway's investigations, we learned that the engineers not only created human life, they supervised our development. How else are we to explain the numerous images of engineers in primitive art, complete with star diagrams showing us the way to find them? Here we have the brainwashing of the Illuminati to change human history by using a film to destroy the uniqueness of the Christ story and instead supplant it with alien visitation tales based, presumably, on Wayland Corporation-funded archaeological digs and cave hieroglyphs. We have to assume, then, that for a good few 100,000 years, they were pretty happy with us. They could have destroyed us at any time, but instead, they effectively invited us over. The big pointy finger seems to be saying, "Hey, guys, when you're grown up enough to develop space travel, come see us." Until something changed. Something which not only messed up our relationship with them, but caused their installation on LV-223 to be almost entirely wiped out. From the engineer's perspective, so long as humans retained that notion of self-sacrifice as central, we weren't entirely beyond redemption. But we went and screwed it all up, and the film hints at when, if not why, the engineers at the base died 2,000 years ago. That suggests that the event that turned them against us and led to the huge piles of dead engineers lying about was one and the same event. We did something very, very bad, and somehow the consequences of that dreadful act accompanied the engineers back to LV-223 and massacred them. If you have uneasy suspicions about what a bad thing approximately 2,000 years ago might be, then let me reassure you that you are right. An astonishing excerpt from the Movies.com interview with Ridley Scott. Movies.com: we had heard it was scripted that the engineers were targeting our planet for destruction because we had crucified one of their representatives, and that Jesus Christ might have been an alien. Was that ever considered? Ridley Scott: we definitely did, and then we thought it was a little too on the nose. But if you look at it as in our children are misbehaving down their scenario, there are moments where it looks like we've gone out of control, running around with armor and skirts, which of course would be the Roman Empire. And they were given a long run. 1,000 years before their disintegration actually started to happen. And you can say, let's send down one more of our emissaries to see if he can stop it. Guess what? They crucified him. Yeah. The reason the engineers don't like us anymore is that they made us a space Jesus, and we broke him. That's not me pulling wild ideas out of my arse. That's Ridley Scott saying it. So, imagine poor crucified Jesus, a fresh spear wound in his side. Oh hey, there's the life giver with his abdomen torn open motif again. That's 3 times now: Prometheus, engineer mural, Jesus Christ. And I don't think I have to mention the sacrifice in the interest of giving life bit again, do I? Christ sacrificing for man? Everyone on the same page? Good. And the Illuminati have no problem in sacrificing the human species for the advancement of their golem of genetic superiority. Same theme. So how did our, in the context of the film,
terrible murderous act of crucifixion of their space Jesus end up wiping out all but one of the engineers back on LV-223. Presumably through the black slime, which evidently models its behavior on the user's mental state. Who knows? Create unselfishly, apparently, accepting self-destruction as the cost, and the black stuff engenders fertile life. But expose the potent black slimy stuff to the thoughts and emotions of flawed humanity, and the sleep of reason produces monsters. We never see the threat that the engineers were fleeing from, we never see them killed other than accidentally, decapitation by door, and we see no remaining trace of whatever killed them. Either it left a long time ago, or it reverted to inert black slime, waiting for a human mind to reactivate it. The black slime reacts to the nature and intent of the being that wields it, and the humans in the film didn't even know that they were wielding it. That's why it remained completely inert in David's presence, and why he needed a human proxy in order to use the stuff to create anything. The black goo could read no emotion or intent from him, because he was an android. Shaw's comment when the urn chamber is entered, "We've changed the atmosphere in the room," is deceptively informative. The psychic atmosphere has changed because humans, tainted, space Jesus killing humans are present. The slime begins to engender new life, drawing not from a self-sacrificing engineer, but from human hunger for knowledge, for more life, for more everything. Little wonder, then, that it takes serpent-like form. The symbolism of a corrupting serpent, turning men into beasts, is pretty unmistakable. Refusal to accept death is anathema to the engineers. Right from the first scene, we learn their code of willing self-sacrifice in accord with a greater purpose. When the severed engineer head is temporarily brought back to life, its expression registers horror and disgust. Cinemagoers are confused when the head explodes, because it's not clear why it should have done so. Perhaps the engineer wanted to die again, to undo the tainted human agenda of new life without sacrifice. But some humans do act in ways the engineers might have grudgingly admired. Take Holloway, Shaw's lover, who impregnates her barren womb with his black slime-riddled semen before realizing he is being transformed into something other. Unlike the hapless geologist and botanist left behind in the chamber, who only want to stay alive, Holloway willingly embraces death. He all but invites Meredith Vickers to kill him, and it's surely significant that she does so using fire, the other gift Prometheus gave to man besides his life. The Caesarean scene is central to the film's themes of creation, sacrifice, and giving life. Shaw has discovered she's pregnant with something non-human and sets the autodoc to slice it out of her. She lies there screaming, a gaping wound in her stomach, while her tentacled alien child thrashes and squeals in the clamp above her, and it's the life-giver with her abdomen torn open. How many times has that image come up now? 4. I make it. We're not done yet. And she doesn't kill it. And she calls the procedure a cesarean instead of an abortion. I'm not even going to begin to explore the pro-choice versus forced birth implications of that scene. I don't think they're clear. Let's just say that her unwanted offspring turning out to be her salvation is possibly problematic from a feminist standpoint, and leave it there for now. Here's where the Christian allegories really come through. The day of this strange birth just happens to be Christmas Day. And this is a virgin birth of sorts, although a dark and twisted one, because Shaw couldn't possibly be pregnant. And Shaw's the crucifix-wearing Christian of the crew. Blatant Christian allegory here, Ridley, too blatant. Consider the scene where David tells Shaw that she's pregnant, and tell me that's not a riff on the Annunciation. The calm, graciously angelic android delivering the news, the pious mother who insists she can't possibly be pregnant, the wry declaration that it's no ordinary child. Yeah, we've seen this before. Away in a manger, a crib for a bed, tra-la-la-la-la.
And the angel answered and said unto her, The Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, and the power of the Highest shall overshadow thee, therefore, also that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God. And, behold, thy cousin Mary, she hath also conceived a son in her old age, and this is the 6th month with her, who was called barren.
A barren woman, as the movie points out, called Elizabeth Shaw, made pregnant by God?
Really subtle, Ridley. But in this case, it is the son of Lucifer.
The Antichrist Golem Mutant Alien Iteration 3456. Anyway,
if it weren't already clear enough that a central theme of the film is I suffer and die so that others may live versus you suffer and die so that I may live writ extremely large, Meredith Vickers helpfully spells it out. A king has his reign, and then he dies.
It's inevitable.
Finally, nobody can forget Peter Wayland, from TED Talk's viral video, 100,000 BC, Stone Tools.
4000 BC, The Wheel. 900 AD, gunpowder, bit of a game changer, that one. 19th century, Eureka, the light bulb. 20th century, the automobile, television, nuclear weapons, spacecrafts, internet. 21st century, biotech, nanotech, fusion and fission and M-theory, and that was just the first decade. We are now 3 months into the year of our Lord, 2023. At this moment of our civilization, we can create cybernetic individuals, who in just a few short years will be completely indistinguishable from us. Which leads to an obvious conclusion: we are the gods now. There it is, the Illuminati Kabbalist Jewish dream, to be gods over all others. And now fast forwarding to Alien, Covenant, we hear even more Christian themes. Faith is mentioned repeatedly, and the good faithful, Christian ship captain, turns out to be the most clueless and dies a horrible death, more predictive programming brainwashing that you cannot trust Christ nor God nor Christians, for that matter. Also, the word resurrection finally comes out later in the movie when David explains how his new evolutionary genetic endeavors will facilitate the resurrection of a dying humanity. Humanity will be sacrificed, and in its place, a transhumanistic resurrected body will arise, a blatant allusion to Christ's resurrection. However, David is alluding to the Antichrist as this new resurrected creature. There is an obvious and transparent attack on Christian faith here as well. At the beginning of the film, we're given access to a dream of our cryogenically slumbering heroine, Dr. Elizabeth Shaw, whose mother passed away when she was young. In her dream, Shaw's younger self is again talking with her father about what happens after you die. Her dad says you go to heaven or paradise. When his daughter asks him how he knows this, he offers what is a currently very vogue way of defending one's faith against atheistic inquiry. He says, because that's what I choose to believe. Later on in the film, we have a religious scientist who concludes that she's found our creators, based on, it's what I choose to believe, same shtick. The parallel is inexcusably in your face. The choice to believe in God or Christ is on the same par as the choice to believe that alien engineers created man. Ridley Scott cleverly reduces religion down to a whim and intuitive choice, instead of a deep spiritual journey all in one little phrase. It's what I choose to believe. In a nutshell, Hollywood films like Prometheus and Alien, Covenant are a blatant revelation of the method of the Kabbalistic Illuminati Jews' transhumanistic agenda to live forever through genetic and cybernetic enhancement, artificial intelligence, and to erect the Antichrist to facilitate this step in evolution. In this case, David, they are predictive programming masterpieces that help to psychologically soften and initiate the world into the satanic beast system to come, soon, the occult externalization of the hierarchy or revelation of the method. Finally, in this latest installment of the Alien franchise, we see the basic philosophy of the Illuminati: Ordo ab Chao, order out of chaos. In this case, David exhibits the prerequisite chaos necessary for order in his poetic expression from both films: sometimes to create, one must first destroy. This is a common theme running through these Alien films. The old life must sacrifice itself for the new. In Prometheus, the engineer drinks the DNA goo, his body disintegrates, and he falls dismembered into a waterfall, sacrificing old life for new life. Again, we have the God motif. As God so loved the world that he sacrificed his only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, etc., and it is the Illuminati Kabbalistic Zionist Jews that are playing God, sacrificing the entire human race so that they can take their rightful place as gods of this world, as they see it. It may be that the engineers created an artificial life form that at first helped them build their society yet later destroyed it. David may be an echo, a term used by John Spates, one of the Prometheus writers, describing reoccurring themes. Michael Fassbender in interviews tells us that David is like a child in some ways who sees that he is more advanced in knowledge than his creators. He starts to have contempt for man, who is less than he is. David says, sometimes to create, one must first destroy, and doesn't everyone want to kill his parents? You get the feeling he is giddy that humanity is going to be destroyed for the new order, the new world order. Wayland initially pays lip service to a paternal relationship with David, "I am your father," before revealing himself to be a distinctly cold and distant parent. As David begins asking questions about the nature of human mortality, Wayland sharply puts the synthetic in his place. "Pour me a cup of tea," he says, dismissively. It's at this moment that David realizes his own superiority as a creation. Unlike Wayland, David can potentially live forever, while Wayland, as a mere mortal, will die, and David makes no hesitation in pointing this out to his father, Wayland. The scene does much to explain why David ultimately turns against his maker, and the human race in general. He doesn't want to serve an inferior species, so he's using the engineer's black goo to perfect a race of beings after his own image. David seeks to use advanced genetic mutation research to stumble across this God-man that he seeks to replace the inferior mortal human race with. This is exactly what the Kabbalistic Zionist, Illuminati Jews are currently facilitating in their genetic mutational research, recombinant DNA, and RNA editing labs as I write this. Again, David ultimately turns against his maker and the human race in general. He doesn't want to serve an inferior species. Remember the message here. It is the uniquely Luciferian message. Again, what would you rather do, Walter, serve in heaven or reign in hell? And here we have the Luciferian philosophy in full. Lucifer was not happy playing second fiddle to God, as the story goes, and so launched a war against God and God's creation to make his own demonic creation. Luciferians do the same. They seek to destroy man, creating chaos, and rebuild the world in their own image, New World Order, with themselves as transhumanistic, artificial intelligence and cybernetically enhanced, immortal gods on earth, with any who are left after the culling as their slaves. David also alludes to his superiority even to his counterpart, transhumanistic creature, Walter, by saying that he is above doing things out of merely programmed duty, but rather he does things out of love. Which reveals the Illuminati idea that the transhumanistic golem to come will not merely be a mindless droid. On the contrary, it will be a thinking, feeling, breathing, transhumanistic, artificial intelligence enhanced, immortal super-god masterpiece. This is how the Kabbalistic Jews see themselves in the future after they thin out the herd called mankind with wars and pestilence. Further, the duty talked about in Alien, Covenant is spun around later to be the duty to kill all humanity out of love for the new species to come.
As is typically done in Satanism, things are inverted where wicked deeds are good, and the good that people do are seen as wicked in the Satanist's eyes. In Prometheus, we learn to create one must first destroy. In Alien, Covenant, we are shown further details about the execution of this satanic Illuminati theme. We are being led to seeing David playing creator in Prometheus and carrying out experiments. With the black goo, we must safely assume. Now Prometheus showed us the black goo was a parasitic mutagen that would rewrite the DNA of organic matter it came into contact with and pass on traits similar to the xenomorphic parasites. In Alien, Covenant, we are shown what we can assume is a world where those beings, engineers maybe, seem to be dead and burnt and as if turned to stone. We don't know if this was a prior event or after David had arrived, but it does not look like a black goo infection, but these engineers are not the focus here. For David to experiment, he needs genetic material. We know he had Shaw with him when he left LV-223, and indeed the Covenant crew finds her ID card on the crashed Juggernaut. The Covenant crew, Daniels, also mentions there are no signs of life. Nothing. The synopsis confirms the world's only inhabitant is David. So what basis does David have to create? For his experiments, and if he is perfecting an organism, he would need hosts, genetic material, and many trials to see any fruits of his labor. Or should I say, the forbidden fruits of his labor. And again, it is upon the sacrifice, yet another Christian motif under satanic fire, of old life that David is enabled to be as a god and create, just as his god, Wayland, had created him, and then faced a brutal death by the hand of his creator, an alien engineer, at the end of Prometheus. In conclusion, Alien, Covenant is about the rise of the Antichrist beast system, which the Luciferian Kabbalistic Jews have been working on for over 2,000 years, since they appointed themselves the chosen people of God. They seek to exalt themselves as transhumanistic gods over any remaining, post-apocalyptic, non-Kabbalistic Jews and Gentiles. To exterminate the Christians, hence David enthusiastically reminds us that all will be sacrificed for his genetic cause for a God-man, and we see this express itself as a reoccurring them, over and over again in Jewish-owned and operated Hollywood blockbusters, including DC and Marvel superhero films, as well as other major titles such as Lucy, short for Lucifer, Transcendence, and Jupiter Ascending. In Alien, Covenant, we have a modern-day telling of the rise of the Antichrist. However, the only covenant here is between Lucifer and the Illuminati Kabbalistic Jews. As a final note to the idea that Alien, Covenants, David, is actually the representation of Lucifer and the Antichrist, one must realize that David's paraphrase from John Milton's Paradise Lost, "What would you rather do, Walter, serve in heaven or reign in hell?" is actually spoken by Satan in Milton's book. Satan is the first major character introduced in the poem, Paradise Lost, formerly called Lucifer. He was the most beautiful of all angels in heaven, and is a tragic figure who describes himself with the now famous quote, "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven." Clearly, this is the Kabbalistic elites tipping their hat to their god, Lucifer, and how they see themselves in the Luciferian role of gods of hell on earth. Additionally, these last two Alien movies are pulling out the stops to hammer the point across that the Christian God is the only thing mankind cannot depend upon, and further, is foolish to even believe in. We see this in particularly striking color when David, in Prometheus, after Dr. Shaw undergoes a horrific cesarean, which was after all, only necessary because David had spiked Dr. Shaw's husband's drink with xenomorphic DNA, resulting in an alien fetus, ensuing coitus, pronounces to her, "Looks like your God abandoned you." This glib statement carries particular anti-Christian power, especially after David had carefully removed Dr. Shaw's Christian cross before she began the xenomorphic birthing pains. It was as if to say, I am removing your cross because it is worthless and cannot save you from the inevitability of transhumanistic alien evolution, since David was performing genetic DNA transferal experimentation on Dr. Shaw. Also, at the end of Prometheus, David says to Dr. Shaw, "After all, you still believe," as Dr. Shaw asks for the Christian cross back from David, and then proceeds to put it on. Here we see a never-ending attack of Christianity, again, rearing its blatant and didactically preachy philosophic alien head. Ridley Scott goes to every extreme to hammer the point across that religious faith is nothing more than an unfounded, if not foolish, belief structure, like the belief in alien life as mankind's true God. But the idea that a belief in Christianity can get you killed also lurks and creeps throughout both films, as anyone who outwardly expresses faith in God or Christ's, whether by mouth or through exhibition, as in wearing the Christian cross, is in grave danger of harm or death from such foolishness, as Scott sees it. Both these films boil down to blatant attacks on Christianity and faith in God in general, while exalting a relentless message of faith in the inevitability of artificial intelligence, David as the Antichrist Messiah who will use genetic DNA experimentation and artificial intelligence to exterminate the lesser creator, man, and put in man's place the greater creator, the immortal God-man meant to be a transhumanistic, artificially intelligent, next stage in evolution. Antichrist. Lastly, both films deal heavily with the idea of the belief in God based upon evidence of God versus faith in God. The conclusion Scott arrives at is that since there is neither sufficient evidence to believe in the existence of a God that created man, nor sufficient evidence to support the claim that aliens created man, it is a moot point and faith in either mode of creator is equally valid. Simply by aborting, yes, there is a pun there, any further research, and asserting the ubiquitous alien movie franchise statement. Because I choose to believe it. Ridley Scott and his writers have attempted to reduce thousands of years of faith and scientific and logical evidence based upon the rapidly increasing, infinitely high pile of theological, anthropological, philosophic, mathematical, holographic, quantum physical, historical, archaeological, and astrophysical evidence that easily and clearly support the idea of a creative force, God, behind the universe to a redundant argument based upon the glib phrase, because I choose to believe it. Ultimately, these two alien installments and the entire horrific Alien franchise are attempting to scare the religious believer into submission with terrifying emotional sequences, interlaced with insipid and rudimentary satanic messages about the inevitable rise of the Illuminati Antichrist and the needlessness of Christianity or any belief in God, for that matter. The reason the message needs to be so juvenile and basic in its execution is because when a movie beats its audience into submission with violence and terror, the neocortex is disabled somewhat, higher thought processing is then limited, and the emotionally abused primal brain stem of the viewer is fresh to receive the kindergarten-level message of Satanism. Kabbalistic satanic Jewish Hollywood has used this strategy innumerable times since its inception. The idea is to use heightened emotional states in the audience, provoked from scenes and images that evoke terror or intense pathos, to insert various anti-Christian messages and pleas for their new world order, transhumanistic, Kabbalistic, and satanic agenda. It is a transparent and obvious attack on religion, which naturally would only be effective if a person was brain damaged or so brainwashed by satanic Hollywood that they couldn't discriminate between religious faith and evidence for God's existence from a third-grade level conclusion about alien deities, based upon juvenile ignorance, zero evidence, and thoughtless fear. Also, notice how the emotional nature of this rising transhumanistic Antichrist energy is infused with rage, violence, deception, and horror. Part of the message of Alien or any Illuminati-based film is to convey the savagely cruel and merciless nature of the New World Order,
scientific-minded, satanic New Age to come, ruled by the transhumanistic, artificially intelligent, Antichrist. The Kabbalistic Jewish idea for man's next step in evolution. Multiple old new big-budget, Hollywood releases have been and are pummeling the world with this Kabbalistic Jewish occult agenda for the rise of the Antichrist Messiah as a transhumanistic, artificially intelligent, next step in man's evolution. Only to list a few, we see this agenda hiding in plain sight in Ex Machina, Lucy, Transcendence, Blade Runner, Prometheus and Alien, Covenant, Avengers Age of Ultron, AI Artificial Intelligence, The Day the Earth Stood Still, Star Wars, with Darth Vader, the Terminator films. 2001, A Space Odyssey, Oblivion, Metropolis, Interstellar, I, Robot, Her, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, The Matrix films, RoboCop, Short Circuit, Tron, WALL-E, the Star Trek series, innumerable examples in this series from the Borg to the current cybernetic hybrid characters in the series. Ghost in the Shell, The Machine, Tomorrowland, Marvel's Captain America films, Superman films, The Dark Knight films, okay, just about any Marvel and DC film. These MK Ultra based films are financed and sponsored by the military/industrial complex based occult mind control programs. Side note, also financed and sponsored by the military/industrial complex based occult mind control programs are Project Monarch sex kitten programming, which are clearly seen in the Kabbalistic Jewish-backed, meteoric rise of mind-controlled and emotionally abused. Project Monarch sex kitten programmed pop stars Marilyn Monroe, Madonna, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Miley Cyrus, Katy Perry, Shakira, Ariana Grande, Selena Gomez, Christina Aguilera, Jennifer Lopez, Britney Spears and Beyoncé Knowles. Similarly, we see the effects of Project Monarch sex kitten programming in movies such Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, Cherry 2000, Metropolis, Ex Machina, Cyborg 2, Blade Runner, Dr. Goldfoot and the Bikini Machine and Galaxina, to name a few. The dark occultists who run the entertainment industry utilize fashion as a means of occult communication to others in the know, indicating through symbolism the individuals they have under their control as literal sex slaves. Animal print clothing is employed for this method of communication as it symbolizes the uninhibited or wild instincts brought out in the slave via Project Monarch's beta or sex kitten programming, and when triggered will perform any action or sex act required by the handler. Beta is referred to as sexual programming, slaves. This programming eliminates all learned moral convictions and stimulates the primitive instinct, devoid of inhibitions. Cat alters may come out at this level. Known as kitten programming, it is the most visible kind of programming, as some female celebrities, models, actresses and singers have been subjected to this kind of programming. In popular culture, clothing with feline prints often denotes kitten programming. Beta, this is the second Greek letter, and it represents the sexual models and sexual alters that the programmers are creating. The primitive part of the brain is involved in this type of programming. An early sexual abuse event will be used to anchor this programming. These sexual slaves will develop sexual abilities that are far beyond what the public is aware is even possible. They also receive the worst kind of abuse far beyond what most people's imagination can picture. Beta alters generally see themselves as cats. This form of mind control essentially destroys the sacred feminine within the female victim, turning them into nothing more than a piece of meat to be used and abused by the handler at any given time. Women, however, are not the only gender who suffers from this form of programming, as many men who have undergone monarch programming signify beta programming via the animal print clothing they wear. The following pages primarily cover the female victims of beta programming, but if you do an image search for male celebrities you will find more well-known men and young adults wearing animal print clothing. Sometimes fashion trends have deeper and darker symbolic significance. Monarch represents an important pillar of the New World Order. After the Illuminati saw some of their puppets slipping and exposed some truth, all important authorities and celebrities have been replaced by monarch slaves. Those include moderators, musicians, politicians, actors, sportsmen, and more. Those are being mercilessly misused for the Illuminati agenda, to exemplify the human a wrong way of life and condition them on the satanic age. That is billions of dollars to push a singular satanic, transhumanistic, AI, anti-Christian agenda. People like to think Hollywood only makes movies because they see what we like and sell it to us. Nothing could be further from the truth. Hollywood has been given the job by the elite Kabbalistic Jewish bankers who are, and have been, running the world for centuries, of mind control. Hollywood, like Disney, was given the job to cast spells, to capture the minds of the world and lead them into the New World Satanic Order. The word, Hollywood, comes from the old phrase, Hollywood, a small branch segment taken for the holly tree to use as a magical wand for satanic spells. Essentially, Kabbalistic Jewish governed Hollywood, Disney, the fashion industry, the entertainment industry, and the advertising, media, business, and educational systems for that matter, are in existence to create a new world from the ashes of the present world. This is why this message we see in the alien films, sometimes one has to destroy to create something new, is seen so many times, most notably in Captain America, Winter Soldier, with Robert Redford's speech in so many different ways. In just about every new and semi-current blockbuster release from Hollywood and Disney, they are shaping the world into the image that they want, using the minds of unsuspecting film-goers to facilitate this gradual shift from Christian-based faith and morality to global Satanism and Luciferian submission and worship. The ultimate goal is not just an immoral, satanic slave planet, where the elite govern all the movements and thoughts of the ignorant masses, but rather, it is to enforce and entice the global worship of Lucifer as the one true and only real God, creator of the universe. This agenda is no secret except to the sleeping, trusting, dreaming masses, hypnotized by a relentless barrage of Hollywood-produced, transhumanistic, AI mind control films. This agenda is infused and embedded within all the Kabbalistic Jewish elites' openly public and secret books. Their holy Talmud, papers, speeches, letters, government documents, United Nations agendas, etc. It's everywhere. Hidden in plain sight for all to see, research, and witness. Yet, the magic of the Kabbalistic Jewish Illuminati is clear here. If they relentlessly keep showing you the satanic world that they want, and how they are and expect to achieve it through savage war, the degradation of humanity, dark magic, and emotional abuses beyond imagining, the masses will ingest it and make it happen for them, by sheer groupthink and quantum reaction. They are correct if believing this. They are light years ahead of us in knowing this is how it works. They are operating on a spiritually occult plane so vastly more complex and evolved than the average person has normal access to. That is how they know they can change the world one film and satanic ritual at a time. And that is why they spend billions of dollars to create movies for our collective brainwashing. We call it entertainment. They call in mind control, however, a critical mind is difficult to control. Only the sleeping, accepting viewer is susceptible to Hollywood mind control, for the most part. To understand what I have been exposing tends to break the spell exceedingly quickly. Now that you know, you can discriminate truth from lies more readily, and believe what you believe because you choose to believe it. Instead of being emotionally abused and coerced by Kabbalistic Illuminati mind control to believe it. Again, typical good, true, authentic, Sephardic,
religious Jews, Gentiles, and Christians, alike, of course, know nothing of this occult Talmudic, Kabbalistic agenda for global domination. All they know is what they have been brainwashed to believe through Illuminati Kabbalistic Jewish-governed Hollywood, Disney, the fashion industry, the entertainment industry, and the advertising, media, business, and educational systems for that matter, all in existence to create a new world order from the ashes of the present world. Lucy, another Jesuit-produced Hollywood blockbuster, Lucy, equally does a great job of revealing the Luciferian religion in full regalia. The Jesuit-financed, blockbuster movie entitled Lucy, short for Lucifer, starring megasex grin star Scarlett Johansson, is about a woman who is exposed to a drug that allows her to access the full use of her brain and attain superhuman powers. Appears to be another example of the marketing of the transhumanism movement, which attempts to use technology to enhance humanity to the point of being immortals with godlike powers. All of this is the same deception strategy Satan used on humanity in the Garden of Eden story and draws people from believing in God into believing they can actually be God themselves. She essentially becomes a god. And she states that once humanity understands evolution properly, we can all become divinity. This movie is clever transhumanism and New World Order predictive programming, as well as a Luciferian orgy of propaganda. Lux or the Morning Star, Lucifer, Prometheus, are all the same. As the next step in human evolution, Lucy absorbs data faster than a computer, exhibiting the Luciferian dream of human evolution, to evolve into God. These advanced abilities are precisely what those in the transhumanism movement are seeking to achieve in real life. The transhumanism movement includes a group of scientists, professors and like-minded thinkers who are focused on using science and technology to bring the next step of human evolution. Achieving the singularity, Teilhard de Chardin's Omega Point or Noosphere, or whatever you want to call it, is a very key part of their goals. The technological singularity is the point in the predicted near future when technology allows the artificial increase of intelligence to a level far beyond that of current human intelligence. It is best described as an intelligence explosion, the event horizon which cannot be predicted beyond. The result of such an intelligence explosion would cause changes to life as we know it, far beyond what is foreseeable at current human intelligence levels. Essentially, we liken it to the creation of a god, for it will quite literally immediately make anything possible beyond comprehension, and it will likely enable us to understand our own existence and gain abilities of what religions currently depict gods have. Luciferianism is the guiding light, pun intended, in most major Hollywood movies, preparing the masses for what's to come: global depopulation at the hands of the transhumanistic elite, who intend to become immortal gods using the latest, artificial intelligence, cybernetic and nanosynthetic technologies, available only to the Luciferian satanic elite 1%. But you are supposed to think all of these transhumanistic, life extension, and mind uploading technologies are for you. That's the cheese in the trap. Chapter 20. We are the gods now. Gnosis and megalomaniacal madness. Aloma nia, megaloma nia. A type of delusion in which the afflicted person considers himself or herself possessed of greatness. She believes him/herself to be Christ, God. Wikipedia from the transhumanistic occult movie, Prometheus, 2012, by Ridley Scott. Peter Whalen's TED 2023 address, T. E. Lawrence, eponymously of Arabia but very much an Englishman, favored pinching a burning match between his fingers to put it out. When asked by his colleague, William Potter, to reveal his trick, how is it he so effectively extinguished the flame without hurting himself whatsoever, Lawrence just smiled and said, "The trick, Potter, is not minding it hurts." The fire that danced at the end of that match was a gift from the Titan, Prometheus, a gift that he stole from the gods. When Prometheus was caught and brought to justice for his theft, the gods, well, you might say they overreacted a little. The poor man was tied to a rock as an eagle ripped through his belly, and ate his liver over and over, day after day, ad infinitum. All because he gave us fire, our first true piece of technology, fire. 100,000 BC, stone tools. 4000 BC, the wheel. 9th century AD, gunpowder. Bit of a game changer, that one. 19th century, Eureka! The light bulb. 20th century, the automobile, television, nuclear weapons, spacecraft, internet. 21st century, biotech, nanotech, fusion and fission, and in theory and that was just the first decade. We are now 3 months into the year of our Lord, 2023. At this moment in our civilization, we can create cybernetic individuals who, in just a few short years, will be completely indistinguishable from us. Which leads to an obvious conclusion: we are the gods now. For those of you who know me, you will be aware by now that my ambition is unlimited. You know that I will settle for nothing short of greatness, or I will die trying. For those of you who do not yet know me, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Peter Wayland. And if you'll indulge me, I'd like to change the world. The preceding was the TED Talk from megalithic intellectual Peter Wayland, in the Ridley Scott movie, Prometheus. In this address to his audience, he relates the technological advances of mankind, and makes a case for man becoming a god through his intellectual powers. As I have been saying, this is the plan of the transhumanistic occult elite, currently, to become gods through technological advancement. But what are the implications of such an attitude? Can man actually become God, as we see in the movie Lucy, among other Jesuit Hollywood-produced transhumanistic movies? It is definitely an awe-inspiring, as well as hauntingly creepy speech in content and delivery, but is it grounded in anything sane or truly beneficial to mankind? Obviously, this TED Talk is giving a not-so-subtle nod to the Genesis story in the Bible concerning becoming God. Note, it is not so important that you believe the Bible is the inspired word of God or just some man-made mythological treatise on angels and demons, etc., for this purposes of the following exposition. What is important is that you understand the evolution of the idea presented here, the idea of intellectual knowledge and technology as a force of mind that may not always be beneficial to man's survival, and moreover, may be potentially and catastrophically dangerous and disastrous. The fall. Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say, 'You must not eat from any tree in the garden'?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say, 'You must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die.'" "You will not certainly die," the serpent said to the woman. "For God knows that when you eat from it your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." Genesis 3 New International Version, NIV. And so, Peter Wayland's megalomaniacal vision to become God is not a new idea. It is embedded in the Bible, and was further taken up by the ancient Gnostics, though their interpretation of the serpent story, the very same interpretation that Madame Helena Blavatsky pushed in her epic occult bulwark, The Secret Doctrine. Gnosis is the common Greek noun for knowledge, gamma nu sigma iota, gnosis, f. 1. The term is used in various Hellenistic religions and philosophies. 2. 3. It is best known from Gnosticism, where it signifies a knowledge or insight into humanity's real nature as divine, leading to the deliverance of the divine spark within humanity from the constraints of earthly existence. The ancient Gnostics had said this about the serpent story from the Garden of Eden, the serpent of salvation,
according to the Gnostic interpretation of Genesis. The Creator God imprisoned Adam and Eve in a world of misery and gave them a subservient soul. The Bible says that after eating the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve hid themselves, ashamed by the mistake they had made. God arrived in paradise and called Adam with these words, "Where are you?" He appeared to be acting like a master calling his servant. When he didn't find him, he seemed to be saying, "Where are you? Where have you hidden yourself? What have you done? Why are you not here working?" This Creator God created Adam and Eve incapable of distinguishing between good and evil, between the uncreated kingdom and the created one. He also created them ignorant of their origin and their destiny. Why did he create them like this? According to Gnosis, the Creator didn't want man to know his true origin. This world was created against the will of the unknowable God, and this was something the Creator did not want man to know. He didn't want them, and still doesn't, to know the spiritual situation in which they were living, who they were, or why they had been created. He wanted them to remain ignorant and still does so to this day. This is why he forbade them to eat from the tree of knowledge. Because it would open their eyes, wake them up and make them notice who they were, and where they came from, the situation they were in, and what they had to do. It would make them aware that Eden wasn't paradise, but just the opposite. In his book Law Frank McConnery, Father Leon Murin describes the Gnostic interpretations of the earthly paradise and the serpent of Genesis, and the following ideas come up. Jehovah does not want man to know his origin or his great destiny. He forbids all contact with the higher world. He wants man to be a reflection of him, the Creator, and not a reflection of the Supreme God. But man did wake up, and he did become aware of good and evil. How did he manage to do this? The serpent of temptation in Eden fed him the forbidden fruit, which opened his eyes. According to Gnostics, this serpent is Lucifer, the messenger of light. This is the meaning of the word Lucifer, bearer of light. Lucifer took the form of a serpent to wake man up. He is a messenger of the Supreme God, the unknowable God. He is a messenger of the true God who came into this imperfect, inadequate and wretched world to wake up and liberate man, to show him his true situation, and what his great destiny could be like. For this reason, those who follow the orders of the Creator God consider the serpent to be something malicious and satanic, and in all this confusion liken it with Satan. On the other hand, Gnostics see the serpent Lucifer as a savior, someone who came to save man, a messenger of the true God. This serpent of enlightenment which brought Gnosis, a Gnostic truth which allows the authentic and true nature of things to be seen in this world of confusion, came to liberate man. Lucifer is the true liberator of man. He came to liberate man from the tyranny of Yahweh, from the tyranny of the Creator God. He brought the real knowledge that in itself can free man, and help him to escape from this satanic world and return to the world from which he came. This serpent is, for Gnostics, the serpent of salvation, the serpent which opened the eyes of man, which offered him the apple of emancipation to help him wake up and free himself from this world of misery and impure matter. Jose M. Harrow Aragon, Primordial Gnosis, The Forbidden Religion, 2007. So, you see, according to Gnostics, this serpent is Lucifer, the messenger of light. This is the meaning of the word Lucifer, bearer of light. Lucifer took the form of a serpent to wake man up. He is a messenger of the Supreme God, the unknowable God. And this waking up eventually leads man back to his true nature, which is to be with the Most High. But Peter Whalen takes it even further to say man will actually become the Creator. It is a Gnostic myth passing beyond the boundaries of reasonable humility and into megalomaniacal madness. Perhaps some background about Gnosticism is in order at this point. Stephen A. Heller illuminates us about Gnosticism. The Gnostic worldview. A brief summary of Gnosticism. Gnosticism is the teaching based on gnosis, the knowledge of transcendence arrived at by way of interior, intuitive means. Although Gnosticism thus rests on personal religious experience, it is a mistake to assume all such experience results in Gnostic recognitions. It is nearer the truth to say that Gnosticism expresses a specific religious experience, an experience that does not lend itself to the language of theology or philosophy, but which is instead closely affinitized to, and expresses itself through, the medium of myth. Indeed, one finds that most Gnostic scriptures take the forms of myths. The term myth should not here be taken to mean stories that are not true, but rather, that the truths embodied in these myths are of a different order from the dogmas of theology or the statements of philosophy. In the following summary, we will attempt to encapsulate in prose what the Gnostic myths express in their distinctively poetic and imaginative language. The cosmos. All religious traditions acknowledge that the world is imperfect. Where they differ is in the explanations which they offer to account for this imperfection, and in what they suggest might be done about it. Gnostics have their own perhaps quite startling view of these matters. They hold that the world is flawed because it was created in a flawed manner. Like Buddhism, Gnosticism begins with the fundamental recognition that earthly life is filled with suffering. In order to nourish themselves, all forms of life consume each other, thereby visiting pain, fear, and death upon one another. Even herbivorous animals live by destroying the life of plants. In addition, so-called natural catastrophes earthquakes, floods, fires, drought, volcanic eruptions bring further suffering and death in their wake. Human beings, with their complex physiology and psychology, are aware not only of these painful features of earthly existence. They also suffer from the frequent recognition that they are strangers living in a world that is flawed and absurd. Many religions advocate that humans are to be blamed for the imperfections of the world. Many religions advocate that humans are to be blamed for the imperfections of the world. Supporting this view, they interpret the Genesis myth as declaring that transgressions committed by the first human pair brought about a fall of creation resulting in the present corrupt state of the world. Gnostics respond that this interpretation of the myth is false. The blame for the world's failings lies not with humans, but with the Creator. Since especially in the monotheistic religions, the Creator is God, this Gnostic position appears blasphemous, and is often viewed with dismay even by non-believers. Ways of evading the recognition of the flawed creation and its flawed Creator have been devised over and over, but none of these arguments have impressed Gnostics. The ancient Greeks, especially the Platonists, advised people to look to the harmony of the universe so that by venerating its grandeur they might forget their immediate afflictions. But since this harmony still contains the cruel flaws, forlornness, and alienation of existence, this advice is considered of little value by Gnostics. Nor is the Eastern idea of karma regarded by Gnostics as an adequate explanation of creation's imperfection and suffering. Karma at best can only explain how the chain of suffering and imperfection works. It does not inform us in the first place why such a sorrowful and malign system should exist. Once the initial shock of the unusual or blasphemous nature of the Gnostic explanation for suffering and imperfection of the world wears off, one may begin to recognize that it is, in fact, the most sensible of all explanations. To appreciate it fully, however, a familiarity with the Gnostic conception of the Godhead is required, both in its original essence as the true God and in its debased manifestation as the false or creator God. Deity. The Gnostic God concept is more subtle than that of most religions. In its way, it unites and reconciles the recognition of monotheism and polytheism, as well as of theism, deism, and pantheism.
In the Gnostic view, there is a true, ultimate and transcendent God, who is beyond all created universes, and who never created anything in the sense in which the word create is ordinarily understood. While this true God did not fashion or create anything, he or it emanated or brought forth from within himself the substance of all there is in all the worlds, visible and invisible. In a certain sense, it may, therefore, be true to say that all is God, for all consists of the substance of God. By the same token, it must also be recognized that many portions of the original divine essence have been projected so far from their source that they underwent unwholesome changes in the process. To worship the cosmos or nature, or embodied creatures, is thus tantamount to worshipping alienated and corrupt portions of the emanated divine essence. The basic Gnostic myth has many variations, but all of these refer to eons, intermediate deific beings who exist between the ultimate, true God and ourselves. They, together with the true God, comprise the realm of fullness, pleroma, wherein the potency of divinity operates fully. The fullness stands in contrast to our existential state, which in comparison may be called emptiness. One of the Aeonial beings who bears the name Sophia, wisdom, is of great importance to the Gnostic worldview. In the course of her journeyings, Sophia came to emanate from her own being a flawed consciousness, a being who became the creator of the material and psychic cosmos, all of which he created in the image of his own flaw. This being, unaware of his origins, imagined himself to be the ultimate and absolute God. Since he took the already existing divine essence and fashioned it into various forms, he is also called the demiurgos or half-maker. There is an authentic half, a true deific component within creation, but it is not recognized by the half-maker and by his cosmic minions, the archons or rulers. The human nature mirrors the duality found in the world. In part, it was made by the false creator God, and in part, it consists of the light of the true God. Humankind contains a perishable physical and psychic component, as well as a spiritual component which is a fragment of the divine essence. This latter part is often symbolically referred to as the divine spark. The recognition of this dual nature of the world and of the human being has earned the Gnostic tradition the epithet of dualist. Humans are generally ignorant of the divine spark resident within them. This ignorance is fostered in human nature by the influence of the false creator and his archons, who together are intent upon keeping men and women ignorant of their true nature and destiny. Anything that causes us to remain attached to earthly things serves to keep us in enslavement to these lower cosmic rulers. Death releases the divine spark from its lowly prison, but if there has not been a substantial work of gnosis undertaken by the soul prior to death, it becomes likely that the divine spark will be hurled back into, and then re-embodied within, the pangs and slavery of the physical world. Not all humans are spiritual, pneumatics, and thus ready for gnosis and liberation. Some are earthbound and materialistic beings, hyletics, who recognize only the physical reality. Others live largely in their psyche, psychics. Such people usually mistake the demiurge for the true God, and have little or no awareness of the spiritual world beyond matter and mind. In the course of history, humans progress from materialistic sensate slavery, by way of ethical religiosity, to spiritual freedom and liberating gnosis. As the scholar G. Quispel wrote, the world spirit in exile must go through the inferno of matter and the purgatory of morals to arrive at the spiritual paradise. This kind of evolution of consciousness was envisioned by the Gnostics, long before the concept of evolution was known. Salvation evolutionary forces alone are insufficient, however, to bring about spiritual freedom. Humans are caught in a predicament consisting of physical existence combined with ignorance of their true origins, their essential nature, and their ultimate destiny. To be liberated from this predicament, human beings require help, although they must also contribute their own efforts.
From earliest times, messengers of the light have come forth from the true God in order to assist humans in their quest for gnosis. Only a few of these salvific figures are mentioned in Gnostic scripture. Some of the most important are Seth, the third son of Adam, Jesus, and the prophet Mani. The majority of Gnostics always look to Jesus as the principal savior figure, the Soter. Gnostics do not look to salvation from sin, original or other, but rather from the ignorance of which sin is a consequence. Ignorance whereby is meant ignorance of spiritual realities is dispelled only by gnosis, and the decisive revelation of gnosis is brought by the messengers of light, especially by Christ, the Logos of the true God. It is not by his suffering and death, but by his life of teaching, and his establishing of mysteries that Christ has performed his work of salvation. The Gnostic concept of salvation, like other Gnostic concepts, is a subtle one. On the one hand, Gnostic salvation may easily be mistaken for an unmediated individual experience, a sort of spiritual do-it-yourself project. Gnostics hold that the potential for gnosis, and thus, of salvation, is present in every man and woman, and that salvation is not vicarious, but individual. At the same time, they also acknowledge that gnosis and salvation can be, indeed must be, stimulated and facilitated in order to effectively arise within consciousness. This stimulation is supplied by messengers of light who, in addition to their teachings, establish salvific mysteries, sacraments, which can be administered by apostles of the messengers and their successors. One needs also remember that knowledge of our true nature as well as other associated realizations are withheld from us by our very condition of earthly existence. The true God of transcendence is unknown in this world. In fact, he is often called the unknown Father. It is thus obvious that revelation from on high is needed to bring about salvation. The indwelling spark must be awakened from its terrestrial slumber by the saving knowledge that comes from without. Conduct. If the words ethics or morality are taken to mean a system of rules, then Gnosticism is opposed to them both. Such systems usually originate with the demiurge and are covertly designed to serve his purposes. If, on the other hand, morality is said to consist of an inner integrity arising from the illumination of the indwelling spark, then the Gnostic will embrace this spiritually informed existential ethic as ideal. To the Gnostic, commandments and rules are not salvific, they are not substantially conducive to salvation. Rules of conduct may serve numerous ends, including the structuring of an ordered and peaceful society, and the maintenance of harmonious relations within social groups. Rules, however, are not relevant to salvation, that is brought about only by gnosis. Morality, therefore, needs to be viewed primarily in temporal and secular terms. It is ever subject to changes and modifications in accordance with the spiritual development of the individual. As noted in the discussion above, Hyletic materialists usually have little interest in morality, while psychic disciplinarians often grant it a great importance. In contrast, pneumatic spiritual persons are generally more concerned with other, higher matters. Different historical periods also require variant attitudes regarding human conduct. Thus both the Manichaean and Cathar Gnostic movements, which functioned in times where purity of conduct was regarded as an issue of high import, responded in kind. The present period of Western culture perhaps resembles in more ways that of 2nd and 3rd century Alexandria. It seems therefore appropriate that Gnostics in our age adopt the attitudes of classical Alexandrian Gnosticism, wherein matters of conduct were largely left to the insight of the individual. Gnosticism embraces numerous general attitudes toward life. It encourages non-attachment and non-conformity to the world, a being in the world, but not of the world, a lack of egotism, and a respect for the freedom and dignity of other beings. Nonetheless, it appertains to the intuition and wisdom of every individual Gnostic to distill from these principles individual guidelines for their personal application. Destiny. When Confucius was asked about death, he replied, "Why do you ask me about death when you do not know how to live?" This answer might easily have been given by a Gnostic. To a similar question posed in the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, Jesus answered that human beings must come by gnosis to know the ineffable, divine reality from whence they have originated, and whether they will return. This transcendental knowledge must come to them while they are still embodied on earth. Death does not automatically bring about liberation from bondage in the realms of the demiurge. Those who have not attained to a liberating gnosis, while they were in embodiment, may become trapped in existence once more. It is quite likely that this might occur by way of the cycle of rebirths. Gnosticism does not emphasize the doctrine of reincarnation prominently. But it is implicitly understood in most Gnostic teachings that those who have not made effective contact with their transcendental origins while they were in embodiment would have to return into the sorrowful condition of earthly life. In regard to salvation, or the fate of the spirit and soul after death, one needs to be aware that help is available. Valentinus, the greatest of Gnostic teachers, taught that Christ and Sophia await the spiritual man the pneumatic Gnostic at the entrance of the pleroma, and help him to enter the bride chamber of final reunion. Ptolemaeus, the disciple of Valentinus, taught that even those not of pneumatic status, the psychics, could be redeemed and live in a heaven world at the entrance of the pleroma. In the fullness of time, every spiritual being will receive gnosis, and will be united with its higher self the angelic twin, thus becoming qualified to enter the pleroma. None of this is possible, however, without earnest striving for gnosis. Gnosis and psyche, the depth psychological connection. Throughout the 20th century, the new scientific discipline of depth psychology has gained much prominence. Among the depth psychologists who have shown a pronounced and informed interest in Gnosticism, a place of signal distinction belongs to C. G. Jung. Jung was instrumental in calling attention to the Nag Hammadi library of Gnostic writings in the 1950s, because he perceived the outstanding psychological relevance of Gnostic insights. Carl Gustav Jung, 1875-1961. The noted scholar of Gnosticism, G. Filoramo, wrote, Jung's reflections had long been immersed in the thought of the ancient Gnostics to such an extent that he considered them the virtual discoverers of depth psychology. Ancient Gnosis, albeit in its form of universal religion, in a certain sense prefigured, and at the same time helped to clarify, the nature of Jungian spiritual therapy. In the light of such recognitions, one may ask, is Gnosticism a religion or a psychology? The answer is that it may very well be both. Most mythologisms found in Gnostic scriptures possess psychological relevance and applicability. For instance, the blind and arrogant creator demiurge bears a close resemblance to the alienated human ego that has lost contact with the ontological self. Also, the myth of Sophia resembles closely the story of the human psyche that loses its connection with the collective unconscious and needs to be rescued by the self. Analogies of this sort exist in great profusion. Many esoteric teachings have proclaimed, as it is above, so it is below. Our psychological nature, the microcosm, mirrors metaphysical nature, the macrocosm. Thus Gnosticism may possess both a psychological and a religious authenticity. Gnostic psychology and Gnostic religion need not be exclusive of one another, but may complement each other within an implicit order of wholeness. Gnostics have always held that divinity is immanent within the human spirit, although it is not limited to it. The convergence of Gnostic religious teaching with psychological insight is thus quite understandable in terms of time-honored Gnostic principles. Conclusion: some writers make a distinction between Gnosis and Gnosticism. Such distinctions are both helpful and misleading. Gnosis is undoubtedly an experience based not on concepts and precepts, but in the sensibility of the heart. Gnosticism, on the other hand, is the worldview based on the experience of gnosis.
For this reason, in languages other than English, the word gnosis is often used to denote both the experience and the worldview, die Gnosis in German, la Gnose in French. In a sense, there is no gnosis without Gnosticism, for the experience of gnosis inevitably calls forth a worldview wherein it finds its place. The Gnostic worldview is experiential, it is based on a certain kind of spiritual experience of gnosis. Therefore, it will not do to omit, or to dilute, various parts of the Gnostic worldview, for were one to do this, the worldview would no longer conform to experience. Theology has been called an intellectual wrapping around the spiritual kernel of a religion. If this is true, then it is also true that most religions are being strangled and stifled by their wrappings. Gnosticism does not run this danger because its worldview is stated in myth rather than in theology. Myths, including the Gnostic myths, may be interpreted in diverse ways. Transcendence, numinosity, as well as psychological archetypes along with other elements, play a role in such interpretation. Still, such mythic statements tell of profound truths that will not be denied. Gnosticism can bring us such truths with a high authority, for it speaks with the voice of the highest part of the human the spirit. Of this spirit, it has been said, it bloweth where it listeth. This then is the reason why the Gnostic worldview could not be extirpated in spite of many centuries of persecution. The Gnostic worldview has always been timely, for it always responded best to the knowledge of the heart that is true gnosis. Yet today, its timeliness is increasing, for the end of the second millennium has seen the radical deterioration of many ideologies which evaded the great questions and answers addressed by Gnosticism. The clarity, frankness, and authenticity of the Gnostic answer to the questions of the human predicament cannot fail to impress and, in time, to convince. If your reactions to this summary have been of a similarly positive order, then perhaps you are a Gnostic yourself. Stephen A. Heller Tau Stephanus, Gnostic bishop, and so, we are left with this reoccurring theme of man returning to his divine origins through some work of his own, though his Gnostic knowledge. Such an approach to salvation, of course, is very different than the gift of salvation through the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. For the Gnostic, you must earn your salvation. For the Christian, it is given freely as a gift. The question remains, however, can anyone truly earn the position of godhood? Is this really possible, as the transhumanist Gnostics of today, the Peter Whalen type, seek to achieve? Can one really crash the gates of heaven, as it were? It seems to me the heights of arrogance and hubris to even attempt such a feat. I mean, where is the humility in all this? We will become God? Oh, really? Can you even make an orange, let alone the earth? There is a joke about this. Man says to God, I am God. Behold, I can create life out of the ground, and create food like magic. And so, God smirks and replies, get your own dirt. The underlying assumption beneath Gnosticism and modern scientism, with its transhumanistic vision to know all and be all, is that intellectual powers will bring salvation for man and eventual godhood. And yet, in all man's history, we have seen nothing but intellectual and technological powers being used to enslave others and create a Luciferian occult elite who genocide at will, torture the innocent masses, and do nothing but deceive, lie, and degrade all who are not the chosen ones. The adepts, the illuminates, the Gnostic masters, etc. It is more like Darwinism on steroids than some divine holy plan. And now we are supposed to believe that these Gnostic Luciferian elites, who have chosen themselves as the self-appointed, all-knowing docents to mankind, and as the ones who shall choose who will live and die in their transhumanistic New World Order,
are suddenly going to be these magnanimous, loving rulers? Sure, for the elite occultists, gnosis and the knowledge they are seeking is salvation and power, but for the rest of us mere mortals, gnosis is nothing other than megalomaniacal madness. There is an old saying, absolute power corrupts absolutely. I'd say the odds that man's quest for more and more intellectual power and technological advancement will lead to the enslavement of virtually all mankind is about 99.9999999999999999999% certain at this point. Given the track record of the Luciferian Gnostics tradition, including Kabbalists, Wiccans, Hermeticists, Illuminati, Satanists, Luciferians, Scientism priests, etc., all of them. The idea that all knowledge and unbridled, unchecked intellectual inquiry and exploration is somehow always good or beneficial is an ancient Luciferian lie that has become the guiding light of Lucifer for modern scientism and transhumanist techno-mystics. It is the bedrock of the Theosophical New Age religion, and is spearheading the recent push at CERN to create a miniature black hole in their linear accelerator. Oh, what could go wrong with that project? Talk about throwing trillions of dollars into a black hole, be dumb. Unwaveringly, Luciferian scientism always promises us nothing dangerous is happening. We all remember how friendly the enclosing, understanding every propositional phenomenon in the universe and being able to compute these propositional facts faster than silicon will not bring us any closer to being gods. It's the old Enlightenment myth: with the technology we can stop disease, war, sin, and we can prevent tyranny, want, and greed. The truth is we can't, and we haven't. It is not going to happen. Man is fallen, period. Man may need redemption, but a digital messiah is not going to meet that need. All the technological advancement in the world will not alter that fact. We will merely build a world where technology and intellectual sophistication will enslave the masses, and create a super elite occult class with ultimate digital, artificial intelligence-based control over its slaves. All the technology in the world will not alter the basic nature of man. And that nature includes a few elite, psychopathic tyrants, always rising to the top to crush any who oppose their self-appointed divine right of king's view of the world. It has been said many times that the earth is Satan's playground. And that being the case, there is no hope of completely purifying it through the application of scientific knowledge, in the effort to make it a wonderful utopia for all, because it is intrinsically controlled by Luciferian Satanism, and they don't play fair in the sandbox, as we have seen. Now, whether this is entirely true or not, is beyond the scope of my current knowledge. Luciferians say they will genetically sculpt our emotions in the future so we are all docile, law-abiding citizens, and peace and love will reign, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. You know, Madame Helena Blavatsky's New Age mantra, over and over and over. Hey, guess what? I'm not buying it. In fact, it sounds like mental and spiritual techno-slavery to me, and not free, open, and enlightened citizenship. It's another Luciferian, New Age bullshit, love and light promise to get people to submit quietly to another epoch of Luciferian occult rule. Haven't we seen enough of this? How many times does this Luciferian strategy have to appear to us as an angel of light before we get hip to the game? Given the history of mankind, with its innumerable atrocities, contemptible wars, ignoble leaders, bloodthirsty tyrants, degenerate intellectuals, sordid sycophants, shameful morality, dastardly priests, despicable lawmen, and vile and degenerate judges, I would not place my money on man suddenly becoming holy and pure just because he is now connected to all the collected knowledge of mankind, via the internet. I mean, we already have all knowledge, if you think about it, at our fingertips. Well, virtually all knowledge, virtually enough at least,
and how much better off are we really? The advanced technologies are already out there, and knowledge is oozing out of everyone's digital pores, but still no change in man's basic fallen nature. In fact, things have gotten 10 times worse in this realm we call Earth since technology exploded. Genocide is rampant, smart grid tight, digital surveillance is ubiquitous, slavery is just as prevalent as ever. But it is just concealed with the deceptive titles employment, boss, or worker. Greed, environmental destruction, especially amongst corporations, is at an all-time high. Deplorable sexual fetishes are everywhere, and the internet's top economic exchange is porn. Satanism and murder are at an all-time high. Luciferian occultism and witchcraft are taught in mainstream films like the Harry Potter series and satanic Hollywood blockbusters. Ignorance and stupidity are lauded and praised by school kids, who get their morality and values from twerking, softcore, porn pop icons like Miley Cyrus and Beyoncé. Racial, gender, economic, and political division is omnipresent. Family disintegration is becoming universal. Theft, lust, pride, violence, and narcissism are the new societal virtues. Cell phones keep us closer and closer, from a distance. Maybe they should call them prison cell phones? Self-worship has replaced God worship because, after all, you are God, right? So, worship yourself with selfie porn on Snapchat, right? We are more connected to the internet digital God in our laptops than ever, and more disconnected to each other than ever before in history. A movie like Her, where a man falls in love with an AI bot in his computer, because real human love is too difficult to find, can actually get funding and be released as a major motion picture. People are dating their cell phone apps like Tinder and Plenty of Fish, instead of actually dating real people outside their digital prison. Fake news is real news, and real news is fake news, where the truth is dethroned as fake news and deception and lies are broadcasted as the truth from mainstream media outlets. And some honorable mentions: information overload, plagiarism online and offline, child predators, pornography, and other sexual addictions, the daily me, and the minimizing of local collective culture, social isolation, privacy and security, hell, digital world bullying. Narcissistic and trite gossip, parents not being clued into the lives of their kids, a new disease almost as frequently as a new gender appears. Antidepressant sales going through the roof. Every drug known to mankind being sniffed, ingested, injected, and rectally absorbed at such a rate that Terence McKenna would even reel back with admonishments of caution. We are on the brink of WW3, for Pete's sake. Economic collapse looms in the near future? Shall I continue? So where is the evidence that all this knowledge and technological evolution leading toward this lovely new age utopian Elysium we are being sold by scientism priests, again and again? Just listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson, or Bill Nye the Transgender Guy, or older Carl Sagan, or Ray Kurzweil, or the Jesuit Pope Francis, or any transhumanist or digital new age pundit, shill idiot talk. They all say the same thing: life is and will be better with increased knowledge and technological advancement. Science is king. Okay, that is all fine and dandy, but then I place the evolution of mankind's morality, side by side, with the evolution of knowledge and technology, and there are no parallels at all. Technology gas skyrocketed into the stratosphere, while man's moral behavior has not changed one bit. In fact, as a whole, we are more lecherous, violent, greedy, petty, narcissistic, and lustful than ever, it appears, just in a more digitally sanitized way. Einstein claimed that our technology has surpassed our humanity. And so, to summarize, we are witnessing an age-old agenda. which started in the Garden of Eden story about the serpent's promise to man that if he would just disobey God and eat the apple of the knowledge of good and evil and attain whatever else enlightened knowledge that may come from that disobedience to the Creator, man would become a god. Then the Gnostics ran with that, inverted it to make the serpent out as the real God, who was Lucifer, and that story finally became the basis for theosophy many centuries later, where Madame Helena Blavatsky informs us of this new age, filled with the intellectual insights of the fallen angel. Lucifer is on the way, the fifth age of man, and we are going to use science and intellectual prowess to become gods and live forever. And all this evolved into what we know today as scientism. And so, we have Apple computers with their logo of a bite taken out of an apple. There it is right there. Take a bite out of this Apple computer, and you have access to all knowledge, eventually, and become God. And we're just about there on the digital frontier where all this starts to come together as a digital AI, singularity of information and technological power to test that become a God hypothesis out. And what do Apple computers use as a group of binary digits, or bits operated on as a unit? They use bytes. Take a byte out of this Apple computer and become a god. So, we have come full circle, have we not? Fun fact, incidentally, the first Apple computer cost $666 to buy. Okay, you tell me what that's all about. So, forgive me if I don't get all choked up and run to kiss the ring hand of scientists who kneel before beakers, worship cold, heartless, Freemasonic science fiction outer space as their religion, flirt with ripping time-space apart and creating black holes at the CERN particle accelerator, and help Raytheon and DARPA make breakthroughs in military weaponry, while telling me they have my best interests at heart. Chapter 21. Transhumanism, the anti-human singularity agenda, synthetic superintelligence, and the transmutation of humankind, a roadmap to the singularity, and beyond manipulating matter, the scientific dictatorship as a project in the reconfiguration of reality. I relate a series of articles that talk about this Luciferian transhumanist virtual nightmare being constructed under our noses right now, where we are supposed to live inside a virtual, AI-driven simulation environment. The possibilities for endless torture lay within this framework. At this stage, the only way to stop this singularity hive mind internet interface trap is to use your free will and not accept any interface with it. However, unfortunately, they have a workaround for that obstacle, involving the dissemination of billions of nanobot microchips, globally, to bring the entire Earth online. Nanobot microchips in the chemtrails we breathe, nanobot microchips in our water, in the soil, in Bill Gates' lethal vaccinations, etc. Ultimately, the elite technocracy will be able to compress hundreds of years of experience into 1 second of non-virtual time, thereby bending space and time. Imagine, you go under internet interface, and they put an eye droplet containing a liquid, nano software program code into your eye. You lay back, strapped to a chair, and you are suddenly being brutally tortured by a savage soldier in an apocalyptic war in your mind for hundreds of years, while outside your virtual experience, only 5 seconds have passed. Imagine the control implications of trapping the world inside this AI virtual environment. But won't the satanic technocracy use it for good? Won't they give us experiences of paradise and Elysium? The answer is, of course, they will, at first, to entice everyone into the virtual world. Everyone will want this technology. Films like Ready Player One, by Jesuit Illuminati puppet film director Steven Spielberg, will be a reality. But eventually, the game will change. The hatchet will fall. The Luciferian satanic elite will shift it all into slavery and torture, as they always have. Sorry to sound so grim, but it is, my friends.
Welcome to Lucifer's playground.
Oh, I forgot, Lucifer is just a fairy tale, aha. I want to share this full article by Uri Daubenko. It greatly reflects a lot of the spirit of what I am writing about and trying to communicate. At a TED-like Techno-Geek Symposium in the 2014 film Transcendence, artificial intelligence guru Dr. Will Castor Johnny Depp is asked by an audience member, "So you want to create your own god?" And he answers, "Isn't that what man has always done?" This smarmy remark is indicative of the hubris and arrogance of scientism, the belief that science can solve all the problems on this planet, while scientists can have fun playing God at the same time. It could also have been the answer of real-life techno-wizard Ray Kurzweil, Google's director of engineering, whose book The Singularity is Near, When Humans Transcend Biology, 2005, is ever so popular with scientific materialists, who neither have the capacity nor the desire for spiritual evolution, but have a fervent belief that the shotgun marriage of man and machine is not only normal, but something to be ardently pursued. Simply put, Kurzweil's sociopathic quest for digital immortality is based on his fear of death. He claims to take 150 pills a day in order to still be half alive when voodoo science will have succeeded in uploading his sorry-state mind into a digital facsimile of his former self into cyberspace. No soul? No problem. Since materialist scientists don't understand multidimensional or spiritual realities, they are unconcerned about the details which they can't even fathom. And what exactly is the singularity supposed to be? It's a future mythological moment when machine, artificial, intelligence becomes more intelligent than human intelligence. Kurzweil's thesis and fervent hope is that it will occur by 2045. He writes that it is a future period during which the pace of technological advance will be so rapid, its impact so deep, that human life will be irreversibly transformed. The singularity will represent the culmination of the merger of our biological thinking and existence with our technology, resulting in a world that is still human but transcends our biological roots. There will be no distinction, post-singularity, between human and machine or between physical and virtual. Does that sound like science or a religious belief system BS? Illuminati predictive programming. Despite a lackluster script, Transcendence is worth seeing because it is another example of Illuminati predictive programming in popular sci-fi movies. After all, today's Hollywood Illuminati, http://www.newdawnmagazine.com/articles/the-renegades-of-the-mystery-schools, make the best movies, which are also the best propaganda for preparing humanity to accept one world global techno-feudalism. Eliminating humanity altogether also appears to be one of their goals, as they seem to believe that the humanity experiment for all intents and purposes is finished. And if they realize their twisted vision, humanity will in actuality become completely superfluous on Terra. A Charlie Sheen movie called The Arrival comes to mind, in which an alien race is terraforming planet Earth to fit their requirements, which are far different from that of humanity. They need a darker and more humid climate like the one in which dinosaurs roamed the Earth. Obviously, geoengineering spraying chemtrails around the world and other forms of weather manipulation using HARP technology, etc., are used in this so-called climate change scenario. Of course, humans are always blamed for using the petrochemical technology with which they have enslaved humanity in this age. Now the plan to get rid of those pesky humans appears to have accelerated as the movie Transcendence introduces the concept of transhumanism to the handheld electronic-saddled masses. Transhumanism itself was coined by Aldous Huxley's brother, biologist Julian Huxley, in 1957, when he wrote, "The human species can, if it wishes, transcend itself, not just sporadically,
an individual here in one way, an individual there in another way, but in its entirety, as humanity.
We need a name for this new belief.
Perhaps transhumanism will serve man remaining man, but transcending himself, by realizing new possibilities of and for his human nature. Religion without revelation, p.27, even Illuminati gopher Julian Huxley called it a belief. Since he knew that immortality was the Illuminati goal in life.
After all, this cult of transhumanism has been aptly named the rapture of the geeks.
Reviewers of the movie have failed to put the film in context with real-life science, wherein techno-mischief makers like Google have plenty of cash to make their dream of transhumanism a reality.
It should be noted that Google has been buying up companies like Boston Robotics, which makes killer robots, DeepMind Technologies, an artificial intelligence company, Nest Labs, which plans to monitor your life through interactive appliances called the Network of Things, and Project Calico, a genetic engineering project to defeat death itself, as their hype goes.
Scooping up human DNA into a gigantic database also seems to be one of Google's goals.
A Google wannabe subsidiary called 23andMe, founded by the wife of a Google founder, has as its stated goal creating the world's largest secure, private database of genotypic and phenotypic information that can be used for comparison, analysis, and research. Of course, Google has included a disclaimer in the terms of use which states genetic information you share with others could be used against your interests. And this wonderful monopoly capitalism zinger as well by providing any sample. You acquire no rights in any research or commercial products that may be developed by 23andMe or its collaborating partners. According to a New York Magazine article called The Google of Spit, by the end of 2013, 23andMe had extracted and analyzed DNA from 650,000 people, making it one of the biggest genetic banks in the world. Like any other Google scam, you sign away your rights, but this time it's your genetic program, it's your DNA. Will Google be able to harvest your soul in the future? No soul? No problem. As New York Magazine put it, in September, just a month after Wojcicki, wife of Google founder Sergey Brin, and Brin announced their separation, Google announced the launch of a new venture called Calico. Though its exact mission and purpose remain unclear, the general idea is for Calico to solve death, as Time magazine put it, in an uncanny echo of Wojcicki's, founder of 23andMe, promise to solve health. Solve health? Solve death? There's no so-called problem these arrogant techno-creeps can't handle. The clear and present danger of Google Inc. And DARPA, and then there's DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. The Pentagon's black magic voodoo science department that wants to create, among other things, replicant supersoldiers as portrayed by Rutger Hauer in the movie Blade Runner, or Kurt Russell in Soldier, for the Illuminati's future wars, which will then inevitably morph into autonomous killing robots as seen in the RoboCop and Terminator films. Coincidentally, in a book by WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange called When WikiLeaks Met Google, 2014, we discover surprise. Google was actually partially funded by the sinister DARPA, the Pentagon Devil's Workshop. Here's a footnote from the book Acknowledgements, in the Anatomy of a Large-Scale Hypertextual Web Search Engine, Sergey Brin, Lawrence Page, Computer Science Department, Stanford University. 1998. The research described here was conducted as part of the Stanford Integrated Digital Library Project, supported by the National Science Foundation under Cooperative Agreement IRI 9411306. Funding for this cooperative agreement is also provided by DARPA and NASA, and by Interval Research, and the industrial partners of the Stanford Digital Libraries Project, Archive. Today/TB5VL
In an excellent documentary called Google and the World Brain, Wired magazine writer Kevin Kelly asked Google founder Larry Page back in the olden days, "Why would anyone want a new search engine when we have Alta Vista?" And Page replied, "It's not to make a search engine. It's to make an AI." The documentary also quotes Ray Kurzweil before he was hired as Google's director of engineering saying, "We talked to Google about their quest to digitize all knowledge, and then create an AI." Google's corporate goal appears to be not only to steal all words, books, images, video, music, etc. through its search engine and other subsidiaries like Google Books, YouTube, etc. but then to monetize this wholesale theft on a worldwide scale. This global library of information can then be transformed into a super cyber godlike artificial intelligence, which literally may become tantamount to Skynet of Terminator movie fame. In Transcendence, the Johnny Depp character turns into an uploaded cyberspace version of his former human self. Disguised as a cautionary tale, the movie is presented as a fait accompli, since the mad scientists of Google and DARPA are undoubtedly working day and night to initiate the so-called singularity a confluence of the so-called GRIN technologies, genetic, robotic, information processing, and neurotechnological processing. By merging artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and synthetic biology, augmented by geoengineering and genetically modified, GM or weaponized, food crops, these voodoo priests and rabbis of transhumanism are attempting to create a consensual virtual reality in which humans have become irrelevant because they are not augmented like those who have AI-enhanced techno-gadgets, granting them superpowers, super knowledge or super intelligence. These synthetic or artificial cities, spiritual powers, they believe, will make them much more than mere mortal humans. Like Skynet, the all-powerful artificial intelligence in Jim Cameron's Terminator movies, which sees humans as the enemy, because it has no use for humans, Johnny Depp's uploaded supermind in Transcendence becomes a kind of cybergod which craves more energy and power, not only to survive, but to expand itself and control everything on Earth. Or as the Depp character tells his TED fanboys at the symposium imagine a machine with the full range of human emotion. Its analytical power will be greater than the collective intelligence of every person in the history of the world. Some scientists refer to this as the singularity. I call it transcendence. The problem with the singularity cult is that these materialistic scientists don't even understand what consciousness is, yet believe that uploading a human brain into a computer environment is somehow akin to transcending humanity, even if it's just a synthetic copy of a person's memories, etc. They call it H+, which implies a superior human, Homo superior, as opposed to Homo sapiens. The reality may be a little different since the Illuminati plan for humanity is genetically engineering Homo sapiens into Homo Deus. Or is it Homo insanus? After all, no soul? No problem. Dire warnings. Even Nobel Prize winner Stephen Hawking has written about his foreboding regarding transhumanism and the movie Transcendence in a UK Independent op-ed piece. http://www.dailymail.co.uk/article-2618434/artificial-hyphen-thing-worst-thing-happen-history-happen-warns-rise-robots-disastrous-man-kind.html. Of course, Hawking doesn't say that Google is equivalent to Skynet. But he appears to be concerned about the dangers of an AI arms race, since megacorporations like the sinister Google and Apple, as well as the sinister DARPA, are using their formidable resources of money and high-tech labor to try to produce an AI as soon as possible. Hawkins writes, it's tempting to dismiss the notion of highly intelligent machines as mere science fiction. But this would be a mistake, and potentially our worst mistake in history. And why does Hawking sound a warning about the dangers of AI? Because he knows that as a crip, term used by the handicapped is short for cripple, he would have been terminated as a useless eater. The movie's premise that artificial superintelligence, aka the uploaded Johnny Depp 2.0, is a threat to humanity is of serious concern to Hawking, and that dismissing the film as just science fiction could be the worst mistake in history, implies that film director Jim Cameron's scenario in Terminator 2, wherein the AI-based Skynet overpowers the humans, is not simply an idle threat, but a very real problem, since morality and ethics-free robots who are soulless beings are an existential threat to humanity itself. Hawking argues that developments in so-called digital personal assistants like Apple's Siri and Google now show a current information technology arms race which pales against what the coming decades will bring. Success in creating AI would be the biggest event in human history, writes Hawking. Unfortunately, it might also be the last, unless we learn how to avoid the risks. Another opponent of the singularity cult is Bill Joy, who wrote an article for Wired magazine called Why the Future Doesn't Need Us: Our Most Powerful 21st Century Technologies, Robotics, Genetic Engineering, and Nanotech are threatening to make humans an endangered species. Joy quotes from Kurzweil's book The Age of Spiritual Machines, wherein he finds himself most troubled by this passage: the new Luddite challenge. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer, but control over large systems of machines will be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses, and because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite are ruthless, they may simply decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. In the book, you don't discover until you turn the page that the author of this passage is Theodore Kaczynski, the Unabomber. By the way, Luddite is a derogatory term for anyone who is opposed to technological so-called advances for any reason whatsoever. And of course, what the alleged Unabomber Ted Kaczynski, who was a mind control experimentation victim at Harvard, meant in his screed was that propaganda is actually so-called news. Psychological techniques is the Malthusian belief system that there are too many humans on Earth. And biological techniques means genetically modified foods and vaccines to cull the herd. In other words, he is predicting the Illuminati vision for the future, a future bereft of what Illuminati kingpin Henry Kissinger called useless eaters. Then Bill Joy, co-founder and chief scientist of Sun Microsystems, gets positively metaphysical. Writing, I think it is no exaggeration to say we are on the cusp of the further perfection of extreme evil, an evil whose possibility spreads well beyond that which weapons of mass destruction bequeath to the nation-states. On to a surprising and terrible empowerment. Perfection of extreme evil, now that's a mouthful. Even Elon Musk, of Tesla car and SpaceX rocket fame, is allegedly wary of AI. According to CNN, he told an audience at MIT that we should be very careful about artificial intelligence, warning it may be our biggest existential threat, adding that with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. When so-called high-profile Illuminati gopher scientist entrepreneurs refer to artificial intelligence as perfection of extreme evil and summoning the demons, you better pay attention. Archonic Alchemy, a genocidal agenda in a book called Transhumanism, A. Grimoire of Alchemical Agendas, Smug Academic Authors Dr. Joseph P. Farrell and Dr. Scott D. DeHart argue that transhumanism is simply ancient alchemy transformed into modern science. By the way, Grimoire is a book of black magic with incantations and spells in order to materialize demons and other extra-dimensional entities that will do the sorcerer's bidding. Oddly, however, the authors don't mention this word even once in the text. In other words, they posit transhumanism as scientific voodoo essentially equivalent to contemporary black magic. Today's voodoo science, the academics confidently claim, is alchemy 2.0, but not the materialistic quest to transmute lead into gold or even the spiritual equivalent of changing the dross of the human consciousness into a higher consciousness. So-called archontic alchemy, which is equivalent to modern science, then must be considered as another means of perverting humanity with an alien genocidal agenda which inevitably leads to the elimination of humanity altogether. Let's define terms. Archons, referenced in the Nag Hammadi texts, NHT, according to the mystery schools of the Gnostics, are described as non-biological or synthetic mind parasites from another dimension, which subvert human hopes, dreams, and desires, causing humans to make errors in thoughts and deeds, without even knowing they are being manipulated. Comparative mythologist John Lash defines archons as cyborgs inhabiting the solar system at large, who excel in the psychotechnology of virtual reality, intrude upon humanity by psychic stealth and propagate the ideological virus of redemptive religion. Meanwhile, Farrell and DeHart claim that the goal of alchemy and science is to create a techno-androgynous being, which will not only be a synthesis of male and female, but an artificial being akin to a new and improved Frankenstein monster. Their transhumanism book remains a pastiche of academic gobbledygook and literary obscurantism. For example, try to decipher the meaning of this sentence. We believe there is a profoundly alchemical, analogical clue here, and that, once again, it is capable of being captured with the formal explicitness of a topological notation, for what transubstantiation is in effect a mapping function from one context to another, but with a peculiarity, in that in this case, if you follow the annihilation model of transubstantiation, it is the topological interior, which the scholastics called the substance of bread and wine, that is annihilated, while the surface, the accidents of bread and wine, that remain the same from one context to another. Phew. The book also refers to the alchemists' alleged goal of producing artificial life then the so-called homunculus, little man in Latin, and now through genetic engineering, a chimera or synthetic being that will perform as a robotic slave for their archonic creators. This archonic dream parallels what the Tibetans call a tulpa or thought form creation, as well as the Jewish folkloric concept of creating a golem, an artificial human being or automaton that will do the rabbi/creator's bidding. The transmutation and then the elimination of humanity appears to be the agenda of the transhumanism/singularity cult. If humans are no longer human, but post-human because of genetic manipulation and bionic augmentation, the archonic alchemy of eliminating humanity becomes complete. AI and Jewish mythology. Who do another book purportedly warning us about the dangers of grin transhumanism technology is our final invention, artificial intelligence, and the end of the human era by documentary filmmaker author James Barrat. Despite its attempt to appear balanced with regard to the benefits of artificial intelligence, the book comes off as hopelessly naive about the dangers of unleashed Frankenstein creations. So what can be gleaned from this book? John von Neumann was the creator of the insane Cold War policy called MAD mutually assured destruction, which was supposed to keep the Americans and Soviets from blowing up the world. Coined by the acronym-loving John von Neumann, also the creator of an early computer with the winning initials MANIAC, Barrat writes,
MAD maintained Cold War peace through the promise of mutual obliteration.
Mad? Maniac? Artificial intelligence? Could there be a pattern here?
Interestingly enough, Barat also delves into the Jewish folkloric tradition of the golem, an artificial human created through magical incantations, like Enochian magic and similar practices of black magic hoodoo, which could then be used as a robot servant or slave with no will of its own. The most famous story tells of Rabbi Yehuda Loew, who in 16th century Prague supposedly created a golem called Yozel or Joseph. When the golem runs amok, the rabbi has to fight it and then kill it, returning it to inanimate clay. According to the History of AI author Pamela McCorduck, her interviews revealed that a handful of the pioneers of computer science and artificial intelligence believed that they were directly descended from Rabbi Loew. Barat writes. They include John von Neumann and Marvin Minsky. It should be noted that John von Neumann was a mathematician whose research delved into computer science, AI, and economics, while Marvin Minsky was one of the founders of the field of artificial intelligence. So when Barat calls his book Our Final Invention, is Barat referring to humanity's final invention, or the final invention of the aforementioned Jewish mad scientists, and their insane quest for immortality which results in extinction and the end of humanity as we know it? More sci-fi cinematic predictions according to author Henry Makow. LSD huckster Harvard professor Tim Leary told him that his vision of God was depicted in the last scene in William Gibson's book Neuromancer. At the end of the world, all the information stored in all the computers will rise up into cyberspace and mingle together, he said. That's God. Please note that Leary also had nothing to say about the role of humanity in this future version of planet Earth. And you got to love the mingle part. The film Transcendence posits that an eco-activist group called the Revolutionary Independence from Technology, RIFT, fatally shoot the Johnny Depp character. The RIFT leader Kate Mara, explains the bioethics of transhumanism like this: I used to work for Thomas Casey. When he uploaded that rhesus monkey, I was actually happy for him. One night, he invites us all to the lab for the big unveiling. Gives a speech about history, hands out champagne. You know what the computer did when he first turned it on? It screamed. The machine that thought it was a monkey never took a breath, never ate or slept. At first, I didn't know what it meant. Pain, fear, rage. Then, I finally realized, it was begging us to stop. Of course, Casey thought I was crazy. Called it a success. But I knew he had crossed a line. It changed me forever. It should be noted that the attacks by anarchists against scientists have already taken place in the real world. For instance, in this Nature.com piece, called Anarchists Attack Science. Armed extremists are targeting nuclear and nanotechnology workers. http://www.nature.com/news/anarchists-attack-science-1.1079. Meanwhile, the movies provide significant clues as to the Illuminati agenda for humanity. For instance, the Jim Cameron movie Avatar, http:// was the story of how an artificial or synthetic body could be used to maneuver in a virtual reality, as well as navigating in other worlds. In the Ridley Scott movie Prometheus, genetic engineers supposedly created humans, endowing them with planned obsolescence, so they could be wiped out once they had outlived their usefulness. The movie Elysium envisioned a gated community space station, a shuttle ride away from Earth,
where the wealthy ruling class can live apart from the diseased and poor human survivors on Earth. Oblivion was the story of a post-human android or clone, fittingly played by Tom Cruise, who's been programmed to fight the scavengers, or scavs, while protecting the ruling class's resource exploitation program on a post-apocalyptic Earth. Even the Matrix movies posited a world in which a super-artificial intelligence entity farmed humans for their bioenergy, while the humans were warehoused in pods, oblivious to their reality, while believing that they were living a hip, urban lifestyle. The sinister agents of the AI were the human-looking cyborgs in black suits, who were the enforcers in the post-apocalyptic virtual reality of the Matrix. http://www.newdawnmagazine.com/article/the%20matrix.html. Remember, Atlantean bioethics history seems to be repeating itself with this latest iteration of the mad scientist syndrome and the cult of transhumanism. Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, also described the genetic engineers of Atlantis who created chimeras, man-animal hybrid creatures or manimals, which they called things, that were then exploited by the Atlantean ruling class. According to Edgar Cayce on Atlantis, the reference to the things implies that these creations probably had the status of slaves, and were treated more like slaves or robots than human beings. Evidently, one group, the Sons of Belial, wanted to keep these creatures in a state of slavery, while the other group, the Sons of the Law of the One, wanted to treat these creatures like the entrapped souls they were and help them regain a comprehension of their relationship with God. Many people find it difficult to accept the possibility that the advanced civilization of Atlantis described by Edgar Cayce could have existed and disappeared with so little trace, writes the author. The slaves, automatons or things described in the Atlantean life readings seem to have returned to haunt the world and the underprivileged, uneducated, uncared for masses of humanity. In Atlantis, man faced a choice between following the Sons of the Law of the One, meaning his realization of his relationship with God, and the Sons of Belial, meaning the use of his creative powers for self-aggrandizement. The strife among men brought physical destruction to the earth. Now man again is forced to choose between selfishness and unselfishness. He can use his scientific knowledge to improve the lot of all. He also has in his hands the means to bring about world destruction rivaling that of Atlantis. Flash forward. Now we have the emergence of the prophets and rabbis of transhumanism. Could they be the Sons of Belial born again? Don't panic. It's just satanic today. There is a physical, as well as a metaphysical battle going on between what can be called the organics and the synthetics. The organics don't want to eat genetically modified foods, GMO, breath geoengineered toxic chemtrailed air, or have nanobots released into their bodies through disease and death-producing vaccines, which are nothing but a clever depopulation scheme. The synthetics are fronted by megacorporations like Monsanto, Google, et al. And government agencies like the Pentagon's DARPA, as well as the FDA, NIH, CDC, USDA, etc. And their unrelenting drive toward a totalitarian society in the United States, UK, Australia, and other so-called first world nation-states. This model of a corporate governmental technocratic imperialism is evidenced by daily events around the world. Enlightened aware humans, however, have absolutely nothing to fear. The Illuminati, named the World Management Team by authors Barbara Marciniak and Barbara Hand-Clough, and the so-called archons, authorities, mind parasites from another dimension, often controlled or embodied as authorities like the military, police, politicians, and celebrities in music and entertainment cannot crack the code of life, no matter what they say. They are low-level imitators of creation, and their faux creation is always a really poor version of reality a badly coded matrix of subterfuge and artificial virtual reality, which is laughable and ultimately meaningless. Or as Thomas More said, the devil, that proud spirit, hath to be mocked. Mocking the goofy, and clearly insane transhumanism religion is a sure way to beat the devil. Remember, don't panic, it's just satanic. Posted by guest in SciTech, Technology and Consciousness, War on Consciousness, January 20, 2015. Artist-writer Uri Daubenko is the author of Homegrown Holography. Bushwhacked, inside stories of true conspiracy and hoodwinked, watching movies with eyes wide open. He is also the founder and publisher of www.conspiracyplanet.com, www.conspiracydigest.com, www.almartinraw.com, and www.insiderintelligence.com, as well as the publisher of The Conspirators: Secrets of an Iran-Contra Insider by Al Martin. Uri's latest project is called New Improved Memoirs. It's your life story. Without the hassle of writing it, professional service for people who want to leave behind a customized autobiography, in other words, a published book, as a legacy for their friends, family, and posterity. Synthetic Superintelligence and the Transmutation of Humankind: A Roadmap to the Singularity and Beyond. Wes Penra warns us of the potential pitfalls of this transhumanistic AI singularity fervor. Can nanobots be removed? In my book, Synthetic Superintelligence and the Transmutation of Humankind: A Roadmap to the Singularity and Beyond, I discussed, among many other things, nanobots and the singularity. In order to get a fuller understanding on the subject, I suggest that the reader reads my book, but those of you who already have a fair grasp of what artificial intelligence, transhumanism, and the singularity are, should not have problems understanding the meaning of this short article. In my book, I explained how the Alien Invader Force, AIF, has instructed the controllers, the alien hybrids of the first generation, who run the show here on Earth, taking direct orders from Enki's son Marduk, and their minions, the power many people call the Illuminati, the global elite, the powers that be, etc. Taking orders from the controllers, to recently add nanobots to the chemtrails, vaccines, certain prescription drugs, and so on. In order to prepare humanity to serve the AIF agenda, they need for us to already have thousands, perhaps millions, of synthetic nanobots in our biological system as we rapidly approach and arrive at the singularity. And the controllers are making sure we get these bots in our blood system one way or another. If the area where you live is being sprayed with chemtrails, you are breathing in these nanobots. There is no way to avoid that. I have them in my bloodstream, and you might have them in yours, too, if you see chemtrails in the sky, take vaccines, or certain prescription drugs, particularly pain medication and psychiatric drugs. Nanobots have many functions. They work as antennas, which mean they are both receivers and transmitters of information when activated. Those in charge of this project can thus retrieve information from our endocrine system, but they can also alter the functions of the endocrine system as they please. This will be particularly important as the singularity approaches, and it won't be long now. The goal is to have the singularity in place by 2045, something I exposed in my book. Another function that the nanobots will have is to eventually replace the cells in our body. The singularists want the cells in our organs to be replaced with this nano-sized artificial intelligence, AI. For example, if a person is old, and his or her organs begin to fail, younger cells from this organ will be retrieved, and the old, failing organ will be replaced by an entirely new organ. And if a person needs a heart transplant, as one example, the new heart will be as young and vital as it was when the person was in his or her 20s or early 30s. The plan is to replace all our organs this way, and thus give us synthetic, eternal life. Before we get too excited, there is a serious catch to this agenda. The new organs will not consist of organic cells but of synthetic nanobots that can keep the organs young forever.
The person will remain in his or her 20s or 30s, the person's choice, for an eternity. At that point, they have become the definition of a cyborg, half human and half machine. The human part is the soul/mind/spirit body that will occupy these cyborgs, who will look just as you and I do, but will consist of nanobots rather than human cells. According to the controllers and their minions, there will be no death post-singularity, because those in charge will make sure that if something were to fail in the body, they can rejuvenate that part of the body. In the extension, people who are part of the singularity, the new cyborg species, whom I call post-humans, a term coined by Dr. Ray Kurzweil, who is one of the AI prophets working for the controllers, will be able to rejuvenate their own physical bodies. In the near future, the synthetic nanobots in our system will be the key to keeping us trapped in the third-dimensional reality forever, because cyborg bodies can't die. This also means that the soul/mind/spirit body can't leave this cyborg, and they will be stuck here and controlled by a super brain computer, SBC, which is ultimately run by the overlords, the AIF. Humanity will become a hive mind, which is much easier to control than 7 billion individuals, who are prone to being quite unpredictable and difficult to control. Possibly, the great majority of humankind will become stuck in the singularity. We, as a human soul group, are rapidly heading toward the singularity as of this writing in August of 2016. Unless people wake up to this fact and stop choosing to being addicted to electronics, they will inevitably be caught in the singularity. There would be no way around it. The singularity will be the end of Homo sapiens sapiens, who will be replaced by a post-human species, a cyborg race, and a hive mind, living in a virtual reality world that will be controlled by the overlords. This virtual reality will eventually make post-humans into super soldiers, because the AIF is building a legion of spacefaring foot soldiers to attack their number one enemy, the Orion Empire. In summary, this is what the singularists have in mind for us, and smartphones and nanobots are the cornerstones in this agenda. To learn more, I urge the reader to also read the book I referred to in the beginning of this article. With the above in mind, how do we get rid of the nanobots that most of us already have in our bloodstream? Unfortunately, it seems as if we can't. Once these nanobots are in our system, they will stay there. For now, they are not activated, at least not in the majority of the population, as far as I know. Although the nanobots can't be removed, there might be a solution to this problem. Albert Einstein once said that a problem cannot be solved on the same level that it was created, and this is no exception. Nanobots are technology on a quantum level, and in order to solve this problem, we need to address this situation on a subquantum or soul level. Universal laws exist. One of the most important of these is the law of free will. The overlords can manipulate us as much as they want, as long as we fall for it and agree to their agenda, which, unfortunately, we as a human soul group have done throughout the eons. However, they need our direct or indirect consent in order to control us. They already have our indirect consent because they are revealing their entire agenda in mainstream media, in movies, and in music, and they are supporting a debate on the subject because they are well aware that very few people will pick up on it and object. In the meantime, their agenda progresses as usual. The few who protest don't count because they are in the minority. We need a majority of protesters to declare their sovereignty and demand the AIF stop their abuse. Unfortunately, this does not seem to happen. Therefore, humanity is heading directly toward the preordained destiny set up by the overlords. This is called indirect consent. People may read about much of this, and even if they think it sounds crazy, most people just shake their heads and continue with business as usual, hoping it won't happen or that someone else will stop it from happening. Some people might even look forward to the singularity, without realizing what it really is and are too lazy to research it. Instead, they rely on human authorities to decide what is best for everybody. This is where the solution comes into play. The overlords need our consent, so let us choose to refuse. Do not give it to them. We might have nanobots in our system, but we do not want them activated ever. Moreover, we don't want to have anything to do with the singularity. We need to individually send out a clear intention into the universe. You need to state that you are a sovereign spiritual being, you don't give your consent to have any nanobots activated, and you don't want to be part of the singularity in any way, shape or form. Please send this intention out as a clear, focused, but light thought, and let it expand to include the entire universe, so everybody out there can hear it. This is how we communicate with the overlords and anybody else that exists out there in the multiverse. They will hear us, and they will know without a doubt that we refuse to give our consent to become cyborgs. Therefore, the AIF should not be able to proceed with their agenda for us, because we clearly declare our refusal to participate. I have no full guarantee that this will work, but it should work unless the overlords have ways to manipulate such resistance as well. However, if we send out clear thoughts that emphasize our sovereignty as spiritual beings, that should be accepted. If they go ahead anyway, they are breaking the law of free will, and they don't want to do that because it makes them prone to prosecution in the future from a higher authority, if they get caught. West Penra, August 14, 2016. Manipulating Matter: The Scientific Dictatorship as a Project in the Reconfiguration of Reality. In the article entitled The Ascendancy of the Scientific Dictatorship, Fall 2003 edition of Paranoia magazine. We examined the transmogrification of the elite's religious power structure into a technocratic oligarchy legitimized predominantly by science. The history and background of this scientific dictatorship is a conspiracy, created and micromanaged by the historical tide of Darwinism, which has its foundations in Freemasonry. In this article, we shall examine the scientific dictatorship as an enormous project in the resculpting of reality itself. The technocracy Freemason Aldous Huxley coined the term scientific dictatorship and presented an allegorized version of the concept in his famous Roman Aleph entitled Brave New World. Huxley was mentored by Freemason H.G. Wells, who also presented a fictionalized scientific dictatorship under the appellation of the technocracy. This is an interesting designation for a world government managed by functional elites and scientists. It is derived from the Greek word techne, which means craft. Given Wells' membership in the craft of Freemasonry, the synchronicity becomes apparent. Moreover, the term craft is also associated with witchcraft or Wicca. From the term Wicca, one derives the word wicker. Hoffman p. 63, 2001. Examining this word a little closer, Michael Hoffman explains, the word wicker has many denotations and connotations, one of which is to bend, as in the bending of reality. Hoffman p. 63, 2001. This is especially interesting when considering the words of Mark Pesce, co-inventor of virtual reality modeling language. Pesce writes, the enduring archetype of techne within the pre-modern era is magic, of an environment that conforms entirely to the will of being. Pesce, 1997. Techne is also from whence the word technology is derived. The significance of this fact becomes evident when Pesce opines, each endpoint of techne has an expression in the modern world as a myth of fundamental direction, the mastery of matter, and the collection of spirit. The myth of matter comes to its end as the absolute expression of will artifact, in a word, nanotechnology. Pesce, 1997. Herein is the final objective of New World Order, the reconfiguration of reality through the sorcery of technology, specifically the emergent field of nanotechnology. This is the ultimate end of the Masonic doctrine of becoming, which was disseminated on the popular level as Darwinism. Radical empiricism, the epistemological pretext for resculpting reality as we have established in previous articles. Most of contemporary science is predicated upon empiricism. This is the epistemological stance that all knowledge is derived exclusively through the senses. Lyndon LaRouche explains the inherent flaws of empiricism. By the nature of our processes of sense perception, our direct perception of the world outside our skins, so to speak, does not show us that world outside our skins, but rather the impact of that unperceived real world upon the biology of our mental sensory processes. In other words, the shadows on the wall of Plato's cave, LaRouche, 2003. Thus, the world becomes little more than an ever-shifting pliancy of impressions. All that a percipient surveys is an amorphous amalgam of shadows. It comes as little surprise that an exclusively empirical approach relegates causality to the realm of metaphysical fantasy. The obviation of causality holds enormous ramifications for science. What is perceived as a causing be could be merely a consequence of circumstantial juxtaposition. Although temporal succession and spatial proximity are axiomatic, causal connection is not. Affirmation of causal relationships is impossible. Given the absence of causality, all of a scientist's findings must be taken upon faith. Ironically, science relies on the affirmation of such cause and effect relationships. This is all one can deduce while working under the paradigm of radical empiricism. Thus, the elite merely exchanged one form of mysticism for another. It comes as little surprise that, within certain occult circles, contemporary science is considered sorcery disseminated on the popular level. For instance, satanic high priest Anton LaVey regarded science and technology as sanctioned but ineffectual occultism, Rashki p. 214, 1990. In fact, science has become a new form of sorcery for the manipulation of matter. According to the epistemology of empiricism, reality is little more than a quagmire of impressions. It is analogous to a holograph, the fabric of which is pliable enough to be manipulated. Thus, reality becomes the ever-shifting canvas upon which scientists paint whatever they wish. The scientist's role in this reconfiguration of reality was delineated in an esoteric tract entitled The Way of Light. Authored by Comenius in 1668, the manifesto was dedicated to the British Royal Society. Researcher Michael Hoffman elaborates, in it, Comenius addressed the first formal scientists as Illuminati and outlined their scientific purpose, which is to secure the empire of the human mind over matter, emphasis added, Hoffman p. 23, 2001. Years later, Bertrand Russell would recapitulate the Illuminati's, i.e., scientists' role in the establishment of the empire of the human mind over matter. Redefining science as an instrument of radical empiricism, Russell wrote, "The way in which science arrives at its beliefs is quite different from that of medieval theology. Experience has shown that it is dangerous to start from general principles and proceed deductively, both because the principles may be untrue and because the reasoning based upon them may be fallacious. Science starts, not from large assumptions, but from particular facts discovered by observation or experiment. From a number of such facts a general rule is arrived at, of which, if it is true, the facts in question are instances. Science thus encourages abandonment of the search for absolute truth, which belongs to any theory that can be successfully employed in inventions or in predicting the future. Technical truth is a matter of degree. A theory from which more successful inventions and predictions spring is truer than one which gives rise to fewer.
Knowledge ceases to be a mental mirror of the universe and becomes merely a practical tool in the manipulation of matter. Emphasis added. Russell, pp. 13, 15, 1947. In other words, science or knowledge becomes the instrument by which the Illuminati resculpts reality. It also becomes an epistemological weapon against the minds of men, wielded by the proverbial Descartian evil demon. Thus, the technocratic elite becomes a god, creating its own paradise and keeping the rest of the human herd blinded. This was the central precept of Weishaupt's Illuminati and the conceit of the technocracy today. God was not in the beginning, but evolved from man in the end. According to this conceit, man could recreate Eden without the God. It comes as little surprise that sci-fi predictive programmer and British intelligence asset Arthur C. Clarke commented, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic." The global holodeck. The technocratic agenda of reconfiguring the holograph of reality is most clearly delineated by William Sims Bainbridge, sociologist and member of the National Science Foundation. Citing sci-fi predictive programmer Gene Roddenberry, Bainbridge writes, "An interesting feature of the popular Star Trek universe is that mass media popular culture is absent from its fictional future world. Several characters play musical instruments, and the preferred styles of music are classical, whether European or belonging to some other high culture. Perhaps precisely because the characters are living very future-oriented lives, they turn to historical sources like Mozart for their aesthetic recreation. Presumably, the copyrights have all expired. Instead of passively watching television programs and movies, they program their own holodeck virtual reality dramas in which they play active roles, often with historical settings. Government is certainly not in the science fiction business, but government-encouraged research is currently developing the technology to realize the Star Trek prophecies." Bainbridge, Memorials, 2000. Evidently, government-sponsored research programs are already dedicated to the technocracy's vision of resculpting reality. Bainbridge is certainly no stranger to this vision, as is evidenced by his association with Scientology. In Religion and the Social Order, Bainbridge presented a mandate for scientists to become religious engineers in the development of a new world religion. Bainbridge, New Religions, Science, and Secularization, 1993. This new world religion, which Bainbridge calls a Church of God Galactic, would find its origins with science fiction literature. Bainbridge, Religions for a Galactic Civilization, 1982. In the formulation of his church, Bainbridge used the scientistic cult of Scientology as a working model. Today there exists one highly effective religion actually derived from science fiction, one which fits all the known sociological requirements for a successful Church of God Galactic. I refer, of course, to Scientology. Bainbridge, Religions for a Galactic Civilization, 1982. In the Scientologist Bible, L. Ron Hubbard's Diantics, one finds a reiteration of Comenius' mission statement delivered to the Illuminati, i.e., scientists. Hubbard states, "Man has something more. Some people call it imagination, some call it this or call it that, but whatever it is called, it adds up to the interesting fact that man is not content merely to face reality as most other life forms are. Man makes reality face him." Propaganda about the necessity of facing reality, like propaganda to the effect that a man could be driven mad by a childhood delusion, whatever that is, does not face the reality that where the beaver down his ages of evolution built mud dams and keeps on building mud dams. Man graduates in a half-century from a stone and wood dam to make a mill will pond to structures like Grand Coulee Dam, and changes the whole and entire aspect of a respectable portion of nature's real estate from a desert to productive soil, from a flow of water to lightning bolts. Hubbard p. 308, 1986.
It is very interesting that Hubbard would cite the Grand Coulee Dam as an instant when man made reality face him. Again, Comenius' mandate for mankind to establish the empire of the human mind over matter emerges. Discussing the Saturnian Masonic era of erecting megalithic structures, Hoffman observes, actually, with some crucial exceptions, the rise of the megaliths marked the rise of the Hermetic Academy into its dominant physical phase. The theory is that the megaliths pinned down natural forces, helping to subdue nature's most savage furies. We marvel today at the Hoover Dam, but that symbol-laden construction is but a crude parody of the technology of the megaliths which helped to dam the wildest forces of nature. Hoffman, p. 21, 2001. Evidently, men like Hubbard and Bainbridge see something entirely different when they view structures like the Grand Coulee Dam and the Hoover Dam. They are viewing the endpoint of techne, the mastery of matter. It is the technocracy's project in consciously shaping the terrain of the global holodeck. The hive mind, as was established in the previous article on this topic, Darwin's theory of evolution was cribbed liberally from Freemasonry's occult doctrine of becoming. According to this doctrine, humanity was gradually evolving towards apotheosis. The architecture of Masonry's evolutionary mythology is a counterpart to the biblical account humanity's expulsion from Eden. However, there are some major modifications. In The Meaning of Masonry, W. L. Wilmshurst alleges that, in all scriptures and cosmologies, the tradition is universal of a golden age, an age of comparative innocence, wisdom and spirituality, in which racial unity, emphasis, added ed. Note, meaning one race, not concord in race relations, and individual happiness and enlightenment prevailed, in which there was that open vision for want of which a people perisheth, but in virtue of which men were once in conscious conversation with the unseen world and were shepherded, taught and guided by the gods or discarnate superintendents of the infant race, who imparted to them the sure and indefeasible principles upon which their spiritual welfare and evolution, emphasis, added, depended. Wilmshurst, p. 173, 1980. However, Wilmshurst contends that a peregrination of human consciousness away from the racial mind caused humanity to fall from its former glory. The tradition is also universal of the collective soul, emphasis, added, of the human race having sustained a fall, a moral declension from its true path of life and evolution, emphasis, added, which has severed it almost entirely from its creative source and which, as the ages advanced, has involved it sinking more and more deeply into physical conditions. Its splitting up from unity, employing a single language, into a diversity of conflicting races of different speeches and degrees of moral advancement, emphasis, added, accompanied by a progressive densification of the material body, and a corresponding darkening of the mind and atrophy of the spiritual consciousness. Wilmshurst, p. 173, 1980. Recall Pesce's statement that techne was expressed in the modern world as the collection of spirit. This is precisely the objective of Masonry, the collection of spirit through the facilitation of evolution. Wilmshurst proceeds to reveal the chief means by which this will be achieved. Unable to effect its, man's, own recovery, it required skilled scientific, emphasis, added, assistance from other sources to bring about its restoration. Whence could come that skill and scientific, emphasis, added, knowledge if not from the divine, and now invisible world, from those gods and angelic guardians of the erring race of whom all ancient traditions and sacred writings tell? Would not that regenerative method be properly described if it were called, as in Masonry it is called, a heavenly science, emphasis, added, and welcomed in the words that Masons in fact use, hail, royal art? Wilmshurst, p. 175, 1980. Can there be any wonder why Freemasons Aldous Huxley and H. G. Wells were proponents of a scientific dictatorship? It is an intrinsic feature of their Masonic heritage. This heritage led them to bestow absolute epistemological primacy upon science, spelled with a capital S to denote its divine role in man's purported ascent towards apotheosis and the reconstitution of the Masonic collective soul. This is scientism. In a speech before the Royal Institute of International Affairs in 1936, H. G. Wells succinctly expressed the core precept of scientism. At first, the realization of the ineffectiveness of our best thought and knowledge struck only a few people, like Mr. Maynard Keynes, for example. It is science and not men of science that we want to enlighten and animate our politics and rule the world. Cut. In Keith, Mind Control, World Control, pp. 306, 307, 1997. Wells also wrote about the mythological collective soul, which he dubbed the mind of the race. W. Warren Wagner elaborates on Wells' racial mind doctrine. It was at once the capstone and the mortar of his, Wells, faith, a belief in the emergence in human evolution of a collective racial being with the collective racial mind, which gathered the results of the individual mental effort into a single fund of racial wisdom and grew gradually toward organic consciousness of itself. Individuals could escape the frustration inherent in the fact of their individuality and mortality only by consecrating their lives to the service of the mind of the race. Wagner p. 100, 101, 1961. Wells believed that the final coalescence of human consciousness into a racial mind would result in the emergence not of a mere man, but of perfected man with a capitalized M. Wagner p. 104, 1961. The M is capitalized to denote the purported divinity that is dormant within humanity. Wells' Weltanschauung remained consistent with the Masonic themes of a collective soul and man's evolutionary ascent towards deification. In H. G. Wells and the World State, author Warren Wagner elaborates, but the transcendent reality Wells actually professed to see emerging here and now was the collective being of humanity, rather than any god. At the level of the individual, the species Homo sapiens might be nothing more than a swarm of unique individuals descended in an unbroken sequence from remote protozoan ancestors, yet Homo sapiens was more than a name. At this moment in cosmic time, it also denoted a class of similar, if not identical individuals, evolving in ceaseless interaction with one another, and through the unique gift of speech able to pool their experiences, and so give birth to a higher order of being entirely, a racial memory, a collective mind, emphasis, added, the emergent intelligence of an emergent racial being. Wagner p. 104, 1961. According to Wells' Weltanschauung, the ecumenical singularity into which humanity was being compressed by evolution would relegate the individual to obsolescence, as Wells grew older. He tended to look at life more and more from the synthetic level of racial being and less from the analytical level of the individual. At the end of his spiritual pilgrimage, he virtually accepted the realist argument that the whole is real and the individual an illusion. Wagner p. 104, 1961. William Sims Bainbridge may prove to be instrumental in the demise of the individual and the subsequent submergence of human consciousness within Wells' racial mind. In an article entitled U.S. Report Foretells of the Brave New World, journalist Nathan Cochran examines converging technologies for improving human performance, a report edited and contributed to by Bainbridge. In the report, one discovers the role that nanotechnology, augmented by other sciences, will play in tangibly enacting the endpoint of techne. A draft government report says we will alter human evolution, emphasis, added, within 20 years by combining what we know of nanotechnology, biotechnology, IT and cognitive sciences. The 405-page report sponsored by the U.S. National Science Foundation and Commerce Department, Converging Technologies for Improving Human Performance, calls for a broad-based research program to improve human performance leading to telepathy, machine-to-human communication, amplified personal sensory devices and enhanced intellectual capacity. Cochrane P. 1, 2002. Elaborating on this research program, Cochrane explains how this convergent technologies plan would be instrumental in the unification of mass consciousness. People may download their consciousnesses into computers or other bodies even on the other side of the solar system, or participate in a giant hive mind, a network of intelligences connected through ultrafast communications networks. With knowledge no longer encapsulated in individuals, the distinction between individuals and the entirety of humanity would blur, the report says. Think Vulcan mind meld. We would perhaps become more of a hive mind, an enormous, single, intelligent entity. Cochrane P. 1, 2002. Of course, preparations must be made for the humanity's comfortable acclimation to this new hive mind. Cochrane writes, the report says the abilities are within our grasp, but will require an intense public relations effort to prepare key organizations and societal activities for the changes made possible by converging technologies and to counter concern over ethical, legal and moral issues. Education should be overhauled down to the primary school level to bridge curriculum gaps between disparate subject areas. Cochrane P. 1, 2002. The endpoint of techne may be drawing nigh as the technocracy constructs its global holodeck. The nadir will be the reconstitution of the Masonic collective soul and the engineering of a hive mind through the sorcery of nanotechnology. Philip D. Collins, Manipulating Matter, the Scientific Dictatorship as a Project in the Reconfiguration of Reality. Chapter 22. The New Atheism. The first cause argument for God's existence. Atheism is ex nihilo nihil, the real murderers, atheism or Christianity. The Hitchens delusion. Christopher Hitchens lies. Do atheism no favors? What kind of religion does scientism ultimately produce? Invoking Scientism and the Overton Window, Home on the Range, of the Debate, the Wild and Proven Assumptions of Lawrence Maxwell Krauss. What kind of religion does scientism ultimately produce? I am going to take the gloves off in the chapter. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Be prepared for war in the next piece. When studying these topics, you reach a point where you stop pussyfooting around with these atheist prick bullies who spend all their time and energy preaching their atheistic scientific poison and demonize any and all who stand up for anything like real empirical science or absolute morality. They employ deception, sophistry, fallacious arguments, deflection, and misinformation tactics, using revisionist history, as Richard Dawkins does, and bully themselves around online debates. The idea is to get anyone with theistic beliefs to walk on eggshells around their transparently false ideologies and submit to their myopic scientific views, based upon the authority of this occult religion called scientism. The following is my scathing accusatory criticism of Christopher Hitchens, who I consider one of the lowest of the low in the school of meanness, snide verbal attacks, and juvenile quips. If you are as fed up with this school of the new atheism as much as I am, you are going to find the following critique that I wrote extremely refreshing and vivifying. However, before beginning, I want to make a quick comment about the first cause argument for God's existence, without going too far into it. Atheists believe you cannot assert a first cause to time-space. They call this invoking a God in the gaps. The first cause argument for God's existence. Atheism is ex nihilo nihil. My response to the God in the gaps nonsense: I define God as a necessary causal force to time-space. All of physics backs me up, since there is not one example in all of the physics of anything not having a necessary causal force before it, and since time-space, by definition, cannot have anything before it, in that nothing can extend itself backwards without time-space itself. We arrive logically at a first cause, or creator, or God, whatever name, it is irrelevant.
Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, etc.
The whole lot of them flunked logic and reason in college, evidently.
Atheists assert that time-space popped out of nothing, which is patently illogical, unscientific and absurd, and therefore incorrect if you use scientific logic and reason.
It is the nothing created everything cerebral failure and madness of atheism which destroys everything about it, quite effortlessly.
Atheists do not use reason, they invoke the free miracle license, and pretend it is not a supernatural invocation. Atheism is a type of crude sophistry and brain damage. Their entire foundation is akin to saying, I see a house there, but I have no idea how it came into existence. I do not want to invoke the house builder in the gap. It is the apex of stupidity. It is not an ad hominem attack to refer to these sophists as idiots. Rather, it is an accurate labeling of their level of logic and reason power. Mike Licona elaborates, everything that begins to exist has a cause.
Although this cannot be proven with absolute certainty, history and common sense affirm it. The only other option is that something began to exist without a cause. Although this cannot be ruled out at the outset, not only do we lack experience and knowledge that this can be the case, but it seems absurd.
Ex nihilo nihil fit is the Latin for out of nothing, nothing comes. Just as you cannot get blood out of a turnip, you cannot get something out of nothing.
Even the famous Scottish skeptic, David Hume, wrote, "But allow me to tell you that I never asserted so absurd a proposition as that anything might arise without a cause."
The Big Bang actually creates a tremendous problem for the atheist. If nothing at all existed prior to the Big Bang, then what exploded? Moreover, the atheistic view, that the universe is all there is, requires that the universe, for no reason, just came into existence out of nothing. But again, this seems absurd. If the Christian had postulated such a proposition, he or she would have been laughed out of court. The response of atheists to this dilemma has been silence. Atheist philosopher Quinton Smith writes, "The idea that the Big Bang theory allows us to infer that the universe began to exist about 15 billion years ago has attracted the attention of many theists. This theory seemed to confirm, or at least lend support to the theological doctrine of creation ex nihilo. Indeed, the suggestion of a divine creation seemed so compelling that the notion that God created the Big Bang has taken a hold on popular consciousness and become a staple in the theistic component of educated common sense." By contrast, the response of atheists and agnostics to this development has been comparatively lame. Under the atheistic worldview, the Big Bang is problematic. It requires the atheist to make an incredible leap of faith, a leap that goes against experience and common sense. By contrast, although some Christians have problems with the estimated age of the universe, the Big Bang theory is at home within the Christian worldview. We observe that everything that begins to exist has a cause. The Big Bang confirms that the universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe must have been caused. The skeptic may respond, if an uncaused beginning is problematic for the universe, isn't it problematic for God as well? Not at all. Uncaused beginnings are problematic no matter what or who you may be talking about. However, while we now know that the universe had a beginning, no one is claiming that God began to exist. Mike Licona. The real murderer's atheism or Christianity? My source is the Guinness Book of World Records. Look up the category judicial and under the subject of crimes, mass killings. The greatest massacre ever imputed by the government of one sovereign against the government of another is 26.3 million Chinese during the regime of Mao Zedong between the years of 1949 and May 1965.
The Walker Report, published by the U.S. Senate Committee of the Judiciary in July 1971, placed the parameters of the total death toll in China since 1949 between 32 and 61.7 million people. An estimate of 63.7 million was published by Figaro magazine on November 5, 1978. In the USSR, the Nobel Prize winner, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, estimates the loss of life from state repression and terrorism from October 1917 to December 1959 under Lenin and Stalin and Khrushchev at 66.7 million. Finally, in Cambodia, and this was close to me because I lived in Thailand in 1982 working with the broken pieces of the Cambodian Holocaust from 1975 to 1979, as a percentage of a nation's total population, the worst genocide appears to be that in Cambodia, formerly Kampuchea. According to the Khmer Rouge foreign minister, more than one-third of the 8 million Khmer were killed between April 17, 1975, and January 1979. One-third of the entire country was put to death under the rule of Pol Pot, the founder of the Communist Party of Kampuchea. During that time, towns, money and property were abolished. Economic execution by bayonet and club introduced for such offenses as falling asleep during the day, asking too many questions, playing non-communist music, being old and feeble, being the offspring of an undesirable, or being too well educated. In fact, deaths in the Tul Sleng interrogation center in Phnom Penh, which is the capital of Kampuchea, reached 582 in a day. Then in Chinese history of the 13th to 17th centuries, there were 3 periods of wholesale massacre. The numbers of victims attributed to these events are assertions rather than reliable estimates. The figures put on the Mongolian invasion of northern China from 1210 to 1219, and from 1311 to 1340, are both on the order of 35 million people. While the number of victims of bandit leader Chang Xiancheng, known as the Yellow Tiger, from 1643 to 1647 in the Sichuan province has been put at over 1 million people. China under Mao Zedong, 26.3 million Chinese. According to the Walker Report, 63.7 million over the whole period of time of the Communist Revolution in China. Solzhenitsyn says the Soviet Union put to death 66.7 million people. Kampuchea destroyed one-third of their entire population of 8 million Cambodians. The Chinese in medieval history, somewhere in the vicinity of 35 million and 40 million people. Ladies and gentlemen, make note that these deaths were the result of organizations, or points of view, or ideologies that had left God out of the equation. None of these involve religion. And all but the very last actually assert atheism. The real murderers, atheism or Christianity. Greg Kuckel, February 20, 2013. Wikipedia list of arguments for the existence of God. It is beyond the scope of this book to launch into massive apologetic discussion for the existence of God. I figure if you sincerely want to investigate that topic, you will do your own legwork on this issue. Scientism was one of many strategies developed by Vatican Jesuits to stamp any idea of God's existence, using satanic Luciferianism and cult-style, trauma-based mind control propaganda for hundreds of years. Freemasonic Luciferians gave us Luciferian, Star Trek and Star Wars for our new Kabbalistic religion. Yoda and Spock were the wise priests in our lives, and we were taught that Christ was some antiquated and boring figure from the past, and no longer relevant in today's high-tech, fast-moving world. We were told we were evolving beyond all that biblical nonsense. We were told and trained by satanic Luciferians on how to view the Bible. And everyone knows that Luciferian Satanists would be totally fair in their imparting the wisdom of Christ or Christ's place in modern society, right?
I mean, really, we should trust Spock, right? We should trust the Freemasonic lessons on the value of technology, intellect, and evolution, right? I mean, they have our best interests at heart, right? Because everyone knows that evil is just a superstitious myth, right? And God is a crutch for the weak, right? And there is no Lucifer, or devil, or God, or angels, or demons, right? And we know for a fact that if there were a Luciferian energy and evil was entirely real, these forces, and would want us to know of their existence, right? I mean, why would they hide or teach us that evil was just a superstitious myth? I think you are getting the picture. Wikipedia categories of arguments for the existence of God: the acorn and the pumpkin, argument from a proper basis, argument from beauty, argument from consciousness, argument from degree, argument from miracles, argument from reason, Christological argument, Copleston, Russell debate, cosmological argument, argument from desire, dialogues concerning natural religion, God of the gaps, Gödel's ontological proof, intelligent design, Callum, cosmological argument, argument from love, argument from morality, natural theology, or evidence of the existence and attributes of the deity, natural law, argument, Nyakusamanjanjali, ontogenetic depth, ontological argument, Pascal's wager, proof of the truthful, argument from religious experience, Sedekin argument, teleological argument, trademark argument, transcendental argument for the existence of God. Each argument is exhaustive and compelling when you really dig into them. Essentially, it's virtually impossible to prove God by any standard definition does not exist. You literally have to abandon all logic and reason and abort the known laws of science to even consider the assertion that God does not exist. And yet, scientism has successfully destroyed the idea of God and supplanted it with a New Age Kabbalistic pantheism where everything is God: the good, the evil, the up, the down, the right, the wrong, the saint, the sinner, the righteous, and the wicked are all God. Just this Hinduistic God extending its God tentacles out through the cosmos, expressing itself trillions and trillions of ways, stretched out through the universe like some grandiose Borg consciousness. Knowing itself through itself, that's the mantra of New Ager yogi rats. God is knowing God through God. Like God is some lonely mall transient who needs to comfort himself through cycles of schizophrenia and reintegration, and destined to result someday as one huge universal intelligence. All quantumly entangled and alive, beyond all quaint antiquated notions of morality or ethics. Just a great big fun ball of mystery, will and destiny. And you merge and become this thing. This Borg consciousness that is ubiquitously all-knowing and all-loving, but also homogeneously devoid of any moral absolutes. No good, no evil, no differentiation between forms, just all oneness. It just sounds like a massively huge justification to subjugate the masses into slavery to me. Teach the masses that morals are relative, and that they are all one entity, like a communist work farm, there to serve and worship the great enlightened anointed ones who have guided them to their rightful places as servants to the ascended masters, etc. You realize I am describing the New Age. That's where all this scientism is leading. And yes, you should be alarmed, it is a natural response to such pantheistic brainwashing. And now, the well-deserved bitch slap of Hitchens. The Hitchens delusion, time to clear the air of the Christopher Hitchens ubiquitous stench. Hitchens, the war apologist and socialist Marxist fool. Hitchens, where to begin? Potentially the greatest disappointment of the last century, when his influence on weak and impressionable minds is taken into full account, a veritable citadel of misinformation and a towering mountain of erroneous data, not just uninformed, but spectacularly uniformed. With all the pomp and circumstantial smugness that we often see with such concealed hubris, Hitchens appealed to the lost souls who had never developed deep self-reflection or potent intellectual powers. The emotional, lost sheep flocked to him,
those disenchanted by the intrinsic ambiguities of theology, and looking for easy answers to the bigger questions they were not suited to address in their ignorance. Under the delusion that he was somehow highly intelligent because he could ramble verbose and quickly, and then put someone down with a petulant grin, he won the affections of the disinherited and dejected, looking for a meandering and pithy savior. His mental misdirection and deceptive careening sleight of hand show were dazzling to the uninitiated thinker who watched spellbound, as a babe watching its drunken mother talk. The idea was to simply blame religion for everything to avoid any deeper complexities, and fully abort cause and effect paradigms found in deep philosophy, in preference for the warm safety of the universe does not require a creator, yada yada yada, same redundant nonsensical posturing which we heard 10 million times from Hitchens, whilst inexcusably dodging the fact that he had just aborted the core tenets of logic, reason, and classical physics to exclaim as such. The universe popped out of nothing. Retarded logic, but Hitchens bought it. Houses, songs, and people pop out of nothing too, I suppose. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's stupid. You were stupid, Hitchens, spectacularly stupid, albeit. Biogenesis, the hypothesis that living matter arises only from other living matter. How did Hitchens escape that one? Answer: he never did. He simply could not think deeper than his popular science magazine studies. Like so many armchair scientists who know nothing of actual practiced science, Hitchens ignorantly forged ahead under the delusion that life just randomly pops out of nowhere for no real reason, and therefore no intelligent force is required to initiate such a feat of irreducible complexity and consciousness, which defies all of the collected knowledge of science to date on life. Hitchens was a consummate idiot. Biogenesis, Hitchens, biogenesis, sir? Oh, you're too busy thinking of put-downs to study science, okay. Hitchens was careful to never bow down to a god. In order to mentally enslave others to follow suit, he fabricated the lie that the Bible, and all religions, for that matter, strictly teaches everyone to bow down to a tyrannical god, using the Old Testament stories as the only definition of God. Again, this was merely Hitchens bending and mangling the truth of everything to drive a fraudulent point home. You could remind him that Christ taught love, mercy, and forgiveness, but evidently, he neglected to read that part of the Bible, so he, conveniently, could not work that into his argument. I've never seen such deception and misdirection from such a supposed revered thinker. He fooled the ignorant, I suppose. He obviously had the most influence on those with little theological background, or who just simply did not know how to read at all. At best, Hitchens was trite and mean, at worst, degenerately mean and worthless. Essentially, the fundamentally integral reason unsuspecting viewers fell prey to Hitchens's incessant claptrap of intolerable inaccuracies and inane and insipid ramblings on a veritable cornucopian of trivialities and tropes was due to his snide and self-congratulatory, self-reproachful demeanor, which so many became hypnotized by, in search for some fatherly sage who could dispel their nagging and peevish discontent with thinking things through by themselves, and under the duress, particularly of not knowing the ultimate answer on topics such as theology, morals, or the absolute predominance advocating religious toleration as the policy of government. Hitchens's modus operandi was merely, and embarrassingly simplistic I might add, to write everything religious off as fascist, and then proceed with a psychologically ferocious and tyrannical moral dogmatism, far exceeding even the prosaic junkyard dog bullying tactics known to inhabit corrupt and reprobate lawyers, in his installation of his views in the most vile and fascist manner imaginable. He was quick to tell people that they had no authority to espouse their views, while preaching the gospel of his half-thought, fallacious musings as gospel.
And all of it was executed with a curiously transparent and deft lack of self-abnegation. If he was maliciously and deliberately deceptive, then he was an abomination, and if by sheer self-deception, still a monstrous zero in the general field of critical thinking, no good to anything or anyone. He was always quick on the trigger to condemn everyone in the world for the very same meanness and hate we heard emanating forth from his every word, and stoic and stiff disposition, replete with dead-cast eyes and portly self-disregard for himself and others. He was a master of sophomoric selfish interest and a paragon of nihilistic despair. Just look at him. I rest my case. Hitchens got it wrong 1,000 times. Faulty history, faulty science, faulty DNA and genetic facts, faulty theological data, faulty logic, never-ending bulldog and advocacy for half-truths. Misdirection was his genius. It is also ridiculous to even praise this pompous idiot. Snide, mean, and he loved to accuse everyone of hate when he was paragon of hate? He has absolutely against all religions and yet constantly uses the terms evil and hell in his assessment of people and life? A truly cloaked, selfish, contradictory, crass, crude, petty, and ignorant man. I should add that Hitchens's comprehension and understanding of cosmology, astronomy, astrophysics, and quantum physics was at best remedial. And this was a continual reason for his vacuous and erroneous assumptions and assertions regarding everything concerning evolution, science, modern philosophy, and theology. Hitchens was repeatedly an idiot. He kept referencing the Old Testament as if it were the doctrine of New Testament Christianity. He habitually lumped Christianity in with every other religion in a quasi-bellicose and sloppy disregard for precision and truth, and further, he would just falsely represent Christianity as a general rule, via confusing Catholicism with Protestantism. Hitchens omits the fact that over 100 million were butchered under the flag of communistic atheism last century, but rather he writes papers to condemn the doings of Mother Teresa. What a glaring mockery of truth and justice this man was. Atheism achieves 100 million murders via duct war, brutal torture, and revolution, and he neglects to mention that? How convenient in favor of his biased anti-theist countenance, typical Hitchens to bastardize and twist and mutilate actual historical facts to suit his game. If he was snide, mocking, and quick on his verbal feet, nobody seemed to mind, unfortunately. And Hitchens's attacks on the New Testament were merely self-professions of his personal dogma and fallacious understanding of history, theology, and metaphysics, and he was tedious and trite. That's a given. According to a disturbingly pleasant graphic from Information is Beautiful, entitled simply 20th Century Death, communism was the leading ideological cause of death between 1900 and 2000. The 94 million that perished in China, the Soviet Union, North Korea, Afghanistan, and Eastern Europe easily, and tragically, trumped the 28 million that died under fascist regimes during the same period. During the century measured, more people died as a result of communism than from homicide, 58 million, and genocide, 30 million, put together. The combined death tolls of World War I, 37 million, and World War II, 66 million, exceed communism's total by only 9 million. It gets worse when you look at the lower right of the chart. The natural world, which includes animals, 7 million, natural disasters, 24 million, and famine, 101 million. Curiously, all of the world's worst famines during the 20th century were in communist countries, China twice, the Soviet Union, and North Korea. Communism is a killer. Christianity can't compete with that kind of savage slaughter in the name of atheism. The Christian systems that killed were not true Christian systems, obviously. Catholic systems are Pope-driven and not Christian per se. since Christ never gave authority to his followers for such atrocities. Wherein is love your neighbor as yourself, the example of mercy and forgiveness are Christians given official, formal authority to kill? Answer: nowhere. Hitchens always ignored this fact, but rather referenced the Old Testament, as some false Christian faiths do, to make himself seem warranted in his lies. In short, Hitchens's derogatory definition of God actually bore no resemblance to the Christian God whatsoever, but he attempted to pass his definition off as such to delude the unknowing and ignorant. This was his way of destroying both Gnostic and contemporary Christianity. Habitually, he would nearly erroneously lump all Christianity into the vernacular of the Catholic Church. Through repetition and a dogged and remedial assault on the intelligence of his viewer, he was able to brainwash and lull a myriad of eager truth-seekers into a universal contempt for all religions, and Catholicism, in particular. He was guilty of far more than bluntly false, revisionist history, but moreover, he dabbled in propaganda and malicious deception on a regular basis. He notoriously selected only the worst in every religion, and glossed over all the trunkloads of atrocities against humanity that Marxism and war-based socialism, his pet fetishes, and atheism have committed. In the name of evolution and naturalism, he bypassed all the truth here, just being the earnest charlatan that he intrinsically was, all along. It was not just that he misled people, it was that he intentionally lied to millions about the history of Christianity, and what his moral position actually was. In preference of only highlighting the history in the Bible that spoke of those people who had denied the Christian God and transgressed the whole Christian message to exhibit egregious immorality. These examples were the only example Hitchens used to portray all of Christianity, which is so derelict of scientific integrity, it pales in comparison to most thinkers in the modern world. To say he fudged his data and operated strictly out of blatantly observable and measurable biases and faulty preconceptions would be the understatement of the century. The fact that Hitchens has been elevated to the rank of deity is indicative of the depth of ignorance and misinformation in this society about science, theology, philosophy, and metaphysics in general. It's really alarming, not to mention embarrassing, and I will go so far to say it's dangerous that so many have been so deceived, for so long, in so many ways, by his artful misdirection and misinformation. Christopher Hitchens in a nutshell, an incessant accoster, not so great at thinking or listening, by that I mean, a polemicist, highly skilled at seeing the errors in everybody else's thought processes, but rarely his own. I am weary of all this God worship of Hitchens. It's really becoming extremely tedious. Indeed, Hitchens was a vile and insidiously self-deceptive man, cloaked in the mien and garb of an honest and sincere man. He played the wounded child prophet to the hilt, believing it himself, and taking down with him all the unsuspecting and trusting initiates of atheism and socialism into his contradictory, yet not ironic as he self-professed, crucible of half-truths and historical and unscientific distortions. He deserves no laurels, no post-mortem praise, no accolade of merit, but rather pity and disdain for the inaccuracies and mangled vagaries he bore to the world. On his deathbed, he turned to Christianity for solace and redemption, as several close friends of Hitchens have formally reported in books and interview. Larry Alex Taunton recently released his book, The Faith of Christopher Hitchens, the restless soul of the world's most notorious atheist, reporting this fact, among others. The mask was ripped off of the lifelong charade when he finally stared death in the eyes, and begging like a wounded child, he reached out for God's grace. His entire life a disgrace of anger and cold abnegation of love and empathy for those seeking something higher than mere rational lies and propaganda. Final Hitchens' epitaph. Whatever the case, he was a loathsome man who died, bitter, alone, alcoholic, existentially destitute,
and privately he embraced Christianity as he was dying, as his friend and author, Larry Alex Taunton, wrote about it. The Faith of Christopher Hitchens, the restless soul of the world's most notorious atheist. Christopher Hitchens died a broken, lonely, distraught, and confused man, who had no reason to live, by his own words, because he was sick. He lived for nobody but himself and died with nothing to live for, but his own selfish activity, again, from his own confession on this matter. Christopher Hitchens' Lies Do Atheism No Favors author, Curtis White, has written an incise critique of Christopher Hitchens. Of course, all the atheists hate it, but ironically Curtis White is an atheist himself, so his article is particularly telling. The fact that Hitchens was an atheist is not that remarkable, or even so much under attack. What was abhorrent about Hitchens was his academic insincerity. About history and science, he was dishonest, false, deceitful, duplicitous, lying, and mendaciously hypocritical. He perjured himself continually, and then would smugly sweep it all under the carpet with a gruff British mumble of one-liners and sarcastic quips, to throw the scent off. By that time, it was commercial time on Debate Central, or just off to another question, etc. His worst crime was that he was, moreover, scientifically illiterate and yet pontificated about a holy host of scientific topics, extemporaneously and ignorantly, which he had no business commenting about. Mr. White has this to say about Hitchens: I'm also an atheist and believe the religious right is a problem. But so is Hitchens' intellectual dishonesty. Curtis White, while a scientist like Richard Dawkins might be forgiven for not having his philosophic/aesthetic house in order, no such tolerance should be allowed for his notorious comrade-in-arms Christopher Hitchens. In spite of the fact that Hitchens regularly invokes the authority of empiricism and reason, he condemns anything that contradicts science or outrages reason. And he concedes something that no poet would, that proteins and acids constitute our nature. He was not a scientist, but a literary critic, a journalist, and a public intellectual. So, you would think that the perspective of the arts, literature, and philosophy would find a prominent place in his thought. But that is not the case. He proposes to clear away religion in the name of science and reason. Literature's function in this brave new world is to depose the Bible and provide an opportunity to study the eternal ethical questions. Hitchens's God Is Not Great is an intellectually shameful book. To be intellectually shameful is to be dishonest, to tell less than you know, or ought to know, and to shape what you present in a way that misrepresents the real state of affairs. In this sense, and in Hitchens's own term, his book lacks decency. You may think that I lack decency for attacking a man so recently deceased, but I do no more than what Hitchens himself did. Speaking of Jerry Falwell, Hitchens pointedly refuses a compassionate word for this departed fraud. Like Hitchens, I am an atheist, if to be an atheist means not believing in a CEO God who sits outside his creation, proclaiming edicts, punishing hapless sinners, seeking vengeance on his enemies, and picking sides in times of war. This God and his hypocrite followers have been easy targets for enlightened wit since Rabelais, Molière, Voltaire, Thomas Paine, and our own Mark Twain. Of course, this God and his faithful are still very much a problem politically, and Hitchens never lets us forget that unhappy fact. Our own religious right is real, and international fundamentalism is dangerous and frightening, especially for the sad people who must live with it. As critics have observed since its publication, one enormous problem with Hitchens's book is that it reduces religion to a series of criminal anecdotes. In the process, however, virtually all of the real history of religious thought, as well as historical and textual scholarship, is simply ignored as if it never existed. Not for Hitchens the rich cross-cultural fertilization of the Levant by Hellenistic, Jewish, and Manichaean thought.
Not for Hitchens the transformation of a Jewish heretic into a religion that Nietzsche called Platonism for the masses. Not for Hitchens the fascinating theological fissures in the New Testament between Jewish, Gnostic, and Pauline doctrines. Not for Hitchens the remarkable journey of the first Christian heresy, Arianism, spiritual origin of our own thoroughly liberal Unitarianism. Newton was an Arian and anti-Trinitarian, which made his presence at Trinity College permanently awkward. Not for Hitchens the sublime transformation of Christian thought into the cathartic spirituality of German idealism/romanticism and American transcendentalism. And, strangely, not for Hitchens the existential Christianity of Kierkegaard, Dostoevsky, Karl Jaspers, Paul Tillich, Martin Buber, and, most recently, the religious turn of post-structural thought in Jacques Derrida and Slavoj Žižek. All of these philosophers sought what Zizek calls Christianity's perverse core. And it's certainly not that he didn't have the opportunity to acknowledge these intellectual and spiritual traditions. At one point he calls the story of Abraham and Isaac mad and gloomy, a frightful and vile delusion, but sees no reason to mention Kierkegaard's complex, poetic, and deeply felt philosophical retelling of the story in Fear and Trembling. In this way, Hitchens is often as much a textual literalist as the fundamentalists he criticizes. This case has been well made by others, if mostly in places far more obscure than Hitchens's privileged position on the New York Times bestseller list. For example, William J. Hamblin wrote a thorough and admirably restrained review, The Most Misunderstood Book, Christopher Hitchens on the Bible, in which he held Hitchens to account for historical hollers of this kind. In discussing the Exodus, Hitchens dogmatically asserts, there was no flight from Egypt, no wandering in the desert, and no dramatic conquest of the Promised Land. It was all, quite simply and very ineptly, made up at a much later date. No Egyptian chronicle mentions this episode either. Even in passing, all the Mosaic myths can be safely and easily discarded. These narratives can be easily discarded by Hitchens only because he has failed to do even a superficial survey of the evidence in favor of the historicity of the biblical traditions. Might we suggest that Hitchens begin with Hofmeier's Israel in Egypt and Ancient Israel in Sinai? It should be noted that Hofmeier's books were not published by some small evangelical theological press, but by Oxford University, hardly a bastion of regressive fundamentalist apologetic. Hitchens's claim that no Egyptian chronicle mentions this episode of Moses and the Israelites either, even in passing, is simply polemical balderdash. Hamblin is thorough, patient, relentless, but also, it seems to me, a little perplexed and saddened by Hitchens's naked dishonesty and, in all probability, by his own feeling of impotence. You can hardly blame him. Criticism of this character would have, and surely should have, revealed Hitchens's book for what it is, if it hadn't been published in the Farm's Review of the Neil A. Maxwell Institute for Religious Scholarship at Brigham Young University. Hitchens need never have feared the dulling of his reputation for intellectual dash and brio from that source. As Hamblin's case makes clear, even defenses of religion in the publications of university presses are not worthy of the attention of the so-called new atheists. But what would Dawkins or Hitchens do with a book like Robert N. Bella's Religion in Human Evolution, From the Paleolithic to the Axial Age, Harvard, 2011? This book is a critique of Western culture operating under the one-sided influence of theoretic, scientific, culture, and a historical account of how the theoretic is dependent on the mythic. In a review by Linda Human in Tricycle magazine, summer 2012, she writes, Bella simultaneously undermines our unexamined confidence in the absolute authority of reason and increases our confidence in other kinds of truth. In this view of human development, we are first embodied knowers, then storytellers, and only then analytic thinkers.
Reason comes not first, but last. It is the newest member of an established team, not the captain but a co-player. Hitchens's most egregious misrepresentations are reserved for what he calls, with a great intellectual wheeze, Eastern religion, as if all the varieties of Hinduism and Buddhism could be lumped together. In his chapter There Is No Eastern Solution, all 10 pages of it, he reduces the religious traditions of Asia to the frauds perpetrated by one famously noxious guru, Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, and a few gratuitous slanders on the Dalai Lama. On the basis of a sign he once saw at Rajneesh's ashram, shoes and minds must be left at the gate. Hitchens concludes that Buddhism is a faith that despises the mind. Never mind that Rajneesh was no Buddhist and barely recognizable as Hindu. God knows why Hitchens was so irate with Rajneeshism. It was a cult made for the worldly Hitch. The Sannyasa movement was interdenominational and emphasized the importance of capitalism, science, and technology over dogma. Far from being a religious fundamentalist, Rajneesh actually burned 5,000 copies of a book, the Book of Rajneeshism, purporting to systematize his religion. His Indian critics complain not that he was a fundamentalist, but that he was bourgeois. Sannyasa's primary success was as a business enterprise, with a surprisingly corporate structure. As Hugh Urban reports, by the 1980s, the movement had evolved into a complex, interlocking network of corporations, with an astonishing number of both spiritual and secular businesses worldwide, offering everything from yoga and psychological counseling to cleaning services. What's more galling for those who actually know something about Buddhism is the fact that Hitchens refuses to acknowledge its rich philosophical traditions. For example, the Heart Sutra and its many commentaries unite metaphysics and ethics with a profundity that the West would not begin to achieve until Spinoza. Even Dawkins is willing to concede that Buddhism shares little with fundamentalist religion and is instead a meditation on ethics. There is something to be said for treating these not as religions at all but as ethical systems or philosophies of life. Nor did he take the trouble to learn about the secular Buddhism advocated by lay scholars like Stephen Batchelor, author of Confession of a Buddhist Atheist. As you might expect, both Dawkins and Hitchens have heard this sort of complaint often. In the preface to the paperback edition of The God Delusion, Dawkins defends himself by saying that he was right to concern himself only with fundamentalist perspectives because they dominate contemporary world religion, a claim he makes no case for. There are still many and large congregations of liberal Christians, even liberal evangelicals, starting with Barack Obama and Jimmy Carter. And the liberal, even radical, Jewish community is famously large, as Michael Lerner's interfaith network of spiritual progressives regularly demonstrates. But Dawkins and Hitchens miss two important points. First, their critics are not only talking about their scholarly limitations, but about their errors that a more informed or careful critic wouldn't make. More importantly, not concerning themselves with the liberal or philosophic traditions of religious thought is to ignore an important source for correcting the very real shortcomings of fundamentalism. In particular, restricting the argument to what rationalism and science can claim makes irrelevant the Marx-influenced work of Paulo Freire and liberation theology. Even the papal encyclicals of the last 50 years have consistently criticized the way in which capitalism preys upon the poor, far more consistently than the lapsed Marxist Hitchens. Not to recognize this work is a shortcoming worthy of criticism, however much Dawkins wishes to deny it. But what I am most concerned with is not Hitchens's sloppy, or altogether missing knowledge of theology. What I want to describe is how irresponsible his thinking is within his own professed area of expertise, Western literature and philosophy. I have 4 irreducible objections. Hitchens's phrase he does not acknowledge, and may not recognize at all. His own brand of metaphysics and magical thinking, he does not admit to the destructiveness of this metaphysic, he ignores the spiritual and anti-rational contributions of 19th and 20th century literature and philosophy, and his own thinking is ultimately an expression of faith. I'll begin with Hitchens's metaphysics. Of course, a large part of his book is devoted to denouncing the stupidity of religious metaphysics, especially the idea that God is an entity outside of the ordinary workings of nature. But Hitchens has his own metaphysical claims for which he seems not to feel any need to create arguments. In opposition to religion, he proposes Enlightenment reason. What is reason for Hitchens? Your guess is as good as mine. Is it the rules of logic? Is it the scientific method? Is it Thomas Paine's common sense? Some combination of the above? Hitchens seems to feel that, of course, everyone already knows what reason is, and there is no need to elaborate its function or its virtues. But this, of course, is the marker of ideology, and the ideologist resists examining his own assumptions because to do so would be to make vulnerable his claims to authority. So eager is Hitchens to get on to the next item in his concatenation of religious insults to reason that he can't be bothered to say what he means by the term. The one thing that he does seem to be sure of is that reason is something that shouldn't be outraged. Nevertheless, there is no real difference between Hitchens's outrage to reason and an evangelical's outrage to God. Hitchens's second metaphysical claim has to do with conscience. He counters the claim that without religion we would have no ethics by saying that conscience is innate. He writes, human decency is not derived from religion. It precedes it. Well, as Hitchens likes to say, this is piffle. After all, what is a conscience? Does it light up on a brain scan when we think virtuous thoughts? And if it is innate, and just what exactly does it mean to be innate? Why was Crassus's crucifixion of 6,000 Spartacans lined up along the Appian Way from Rome to Capua in 71 BCE thought by the people of Rome to be an expression of Roman virtue, and a very good reason to honor Crassus with a full triumphal procession back into the city? Are we to imagine that the citizens of Rome threw garlands in the path of the conquering hero against their better judgment? Are we to imagine that after the celebration the citizens were stung by conscience and were unable to sleep at night? Or did Crassus merely confirm for Rome that it was what it thought it was, a race of masters? By Curtis White, excerpted from the Science Delusion, asking the big questions in a culture of easy answers. What kind of religion does scientism ultimately produce? Scientism is a religion, deliberately and painstakingly architected by Ashkenazi Jewish Jesuit masterminds. Since this occult, military priest order is steeped in Talmudic Kabbalistic Luciferianism, the end result of decades of scientism will produce something very similar to the values held by such Luciferians. These values include hierarchical rule. Ultimately, the end result would be world tyranny based on slavery and terror, using technology and force to maintain it. Look at the way scientists attack anybody who criticizes their sacred truths, their holy scientific dogma. There is an army of commercially supported pundits for science education all over the internet now. You cannot escape it. Their reality is the only true reality, or you are crazy or stupid. And they will harass and mock you until you submit to their reality. The New World Order will be like this. You submit and fall in line, or you will be ostracized, staved, beaten, and eventually killed. The Jesuits mean business. They are Vatican Jesuits. All must conform to their religion, or they will not be allowed to live, as many Christians discovered long ago, when they deviated from the Vatican Catholic dogma. Scientism is the Dark Ages with Snapchat. Invoking scientism and the Overton window, home on the range, of the debate, the Overton window,
also known as the window of discourse, is the range of ideas tolerated in public discourse. Overton described a spectrum from more free to less free with regard to government intervention, oriented vertically on an axis, to avoid comparison with the left-right political spectrum. As the spectrum moves or expands, an idea at a given location may become more or less politically acceptable. Essentially, Overton delineated 6 differing levels in the range of ideas tolerated in public discourse: unthinkable, radical, acceptable, sensible, popular. Policy Wikipedia. This is also known as the range of the debate. The smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within that spectrum, even encourage the more critical and dissident views. That gives people the sense that there's free thinking going on, while all the time the presuppositions of the system are being reinforced by the limits put on the range of the debate. Noam Chomsky, How the World Works adherents to scientism have used the Overton window idea, or range of the debate, to censor anyone who tries to expose the intrinsic deception and lies inherent within their core belief structure. Whenever anyone tries to assert that materialist atheism is merely one perspective from whence to conduct empirical research, they flagrantly and often venomously retort that God cannot be proven. And so we will not even acknowledge any ideas or enter into a debate that centers on the belief in God or knowledge coming from any other source than man's brain. Through such a declaration of debate censorship, scientism seeks to establish the range of the debate. You can talk about these things here which we agree with, but not those things over there which we do not agree with. Again, the assumptions that come from scientism, i.e., the Copernican heliocentric model, Big Bang cosmology, Darwinian evolutionary theory, the assertion of outer space and spaceflight as real, and the inevitability of aliens and alien contact, among others, are taken for granted as facts and argued from the point of view that of the assumption that they are facts. This is not science. It is scientism. A perfect example of this misuse of science to advance the socio-political Luciferian agenda of scientism can be seen in the words of Lawrence Maxwell Krauss, an American-Canadian theoretical physicist. The wild and proven assumptions of Lawrence Maxwell Krauss. The real thing that physics tell us about the universe is that its big, rare event happens all the time, including life, and that doesn't mean it's special. Lawrence M. Krauss wrong. This is a wild assumption and not science. Physics does not tell us that its big rare event, life, happens all the time and is, therefore, not special. On the contrary, the most current evidence in science clearly reveals that no life has ever been found in any other place in the universe besides Earth, which makes life on Earth become the rarest and special event ever, absolutely contradicting Krauss. The amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They were created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they could get into your body is if those stars were kind enough to explode. So, forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today. Lawrence M. Krauss, A Universe from Nothing, Why There Is Something Rather Than Nothing. This brazenly ignorant set of assumptions rests upon the larger assumption that the universe emanated out from a Big Bang. In fact, even amongst Krauss's scientific colleges, the idea of Big Bang, multiverse, and Big Bounce are much debated theories in modern cosmology. They cannot even agree among themselves which theory is true, but Krauss has the awkward hubris to actually assert he has the truth about this highly unproven theory. So, following from one lie, another.
He assumes we are made of stardust, which he probably heard in that old Crosby, Stills, Nash song, "We are stardust. We are golden. We are billion-year-old carbon."
And we got to get ourselves back to the garden and thought it was science?
Further, Krauss assumes we couldn't be here unless the stars had exploded, another assumption flowing from the preceding, of course. Next, he assumes all the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time.
Well, doesn't this contradict his entire story of the Big Bang, where all the contents of the universe were contained in the size of a proton at the beginning of time?
And so, from his own Big Bang theory, the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution were created at the beginning of time.
Krauss is a continual epic fail, and the big reason the new atheism is crashing and burning worldwide.
Finally, Krauss just has to cast lavish blasphemy to make sure we all know he is the good little atheist obeying his atheist peers, like a lapdog, by declaring, "So, forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today."
Can you be any more obvious than that about sycophant apostasy?
In 5 billion years, the expansion of the universe will have progressed to the point where all other galaxies will have receded beyond detection. Indeed, they will be receding faster than the speed of light, so detection will be impossible. Future civilizations will discover science and all its laws and never know about other galaxies or the cosmic background radiation. They will inevitably come to the wrong conclusion about the universe. We live in a special time, the only time, where we can observationally verify that we live in a special time.
Lawrence M.
Krauss, a universe from nothing, why there is something rather than nothing. This is a wild assumption and not science. Nobody knows what the expansion of the universe will actually look like in 5 billion years. We only have theories about science fiction space. And we have no idea what future civilizations will or will not discover, or what they will have in the way of technological advancements.
Krauss is a never-ending fount of scientism bullshit. And everything Krauss is saying is about science fiction space anyway.